also be audibly or visually recording this meeting. Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda, please?
Yes, Madam Chair, there's a number of changes. We have added delegation requests wishing to speak to item 8.1, the proposed OPA and draft rural zoning bylaw report PED 13167. They are item 4.7 from Matt Johnston, Urban Solutions Planning and Land Development Consultants. Item 4.8, delegation request from Michelle Osterveld from Country Estates, 912 Beforth Road, Waterdown. Item 4.9, Georgina Beatty, 1375 Highway 8, Winona. And item 4.10 from Tony DiGiovanni, Landscape, Ontario Horticulture Trades Association. Then we have added written comments respecting item 6.1, the proposed urban Hamilton official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for property located at 102 Ainsley Avenue, Hamilton. They are from Mark Corkley, 27 Yarmouth, Hamilton. That's item 6.12. Item 6.13 is from Alan and Teresa Norgate, 304 Whitney Avenue, Hamilton. Item 6.14 is from John Stockton, 32 Franklin Avenue, Hamilton. 6.15 from Leslie Bredner at 102 Ainsley Avenue, Hamilton. 6.16 from Francis Feller at 106 Ainsley Avenue, Hamilton. 7 from Bradley O'Sullivan, 104 Ainsley Avenue, Hamilton. 6.18 from Andre Garrett Martin, 100 Ainsley Avenue, Hamilton. And 6.19 from Jay Bailey of 102 Ainsley Avenue, Hamilton. Then we have added written comments regarding item 8.1, the proposed official plan amendment and draft rural zoning bylaw amendment from Steve Porknick, President of Porknick Realty Advisors on behalf of Swayze Developments. 8.14 from Farm Meds Limited regarding medical marijuana facilities. 8.15 from Oliver Claus respecting the Christmas tree operation at Kirkwall Road, and 8.16 from Multi-Area Developments respecting the proposed rural zoning bylaw. And we have a withdrawn request, item 4.3 from Oshawa Danilexi joint venture. That delegation request is withdrawn, and also item 5.4, the report for the proposed Oshawa Danilexa JV 10,000 kilowatt solar project is also withdrawn at the request of the applicant. And there are amendments to items 5.2 and 5.3. They have been distributed, and they are recommendations for amendments. Sorry, they are recommended amendments from the legal department.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. So I'm hearing we have a busy agenda ahead of us this morning. May I have a motion, please, to approve the agenda as amended? Councillor Pasuta, Councillor Brenda Johnson, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Any declarations of interest, please? Seeing none. May I have a motion to approve the June 16, 2015 minutes? Councillor Matthew Green, Councillor Maria Pearson, all in favor? And that is carried. Moving on to delegation requests, members of the committee, regarding item 4.3 has been withdrawn, and you have the balance of the delegation requests 4.1 to 4.6, and added delegation requests 4.7 to 4.10 before you. And I understand, Councillor Johnson, you're prepared to move those?
I'll move them all, please. Thank you.
All right, moved by Councillor Brenda Johnson and seconded by Councillor the other Johnson, Aidan Johnson. There you are. Thank you. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. All right, so we're moving on to consent items. Members of committee, consent item 5.4 has been withdrawn. Item 5.1 is to be received, and the balance of the items require your approval. Now, we have Daniel Choi and Aaron Kirsten are here to address the committee respecting 5.3, but prior to hearing them, may I have a motion to receive 5.1? Matthew Green and Councillor Rob Pasuta, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Now, may I have a motion to approve the amended recommendations for item 5.2, copies of which have been distributed. And Guy Paparella is in attendance if you have any questions. Councillor Johnson?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to know why this, given the fact that it's a zoning change, why is this part of the consent items for approval rather than being a public meeting?
That's a good question.
Through you, Madam Chair, that item was put on by the Clerk's Department. It is not a zoning change. It is an application for an energy project on this property, and there are no planning approvals per se required. As you can see from the report itself, there are endorsements that are required from the municipality. That's really all. So it's not a planning approval in that sense.
So just to be clear, and I've got my head wrapped around this, Guy, through you, Chair, to Guy, what is the land currently zoned for right now?
Guy?
Currently, the property in question is in the rural area. It's designated rural and agriculturally zoned.
Thank you.
Councillor?
And through you, Chair, to Guy, agriculturally zoned lands have permitted uses of energy-based industrial, commercial facilities?
Guy?
Through you, Madam Chair, the applications that are before you are through the IESO program and the Planning Act. They are exempt from Planning Act applications. They are a provincial project of provincial interest based on the program parameters, and as such do not require Planning Act approvals.
Councillor?
Okay, so through you to Steve Robichaud, we went through this long process about the marijuana growing farms, where should they go, even though that they were outside the planning process, we had to figure out exactly where we wanted to put them in the city so that they were compatible with the surrounding areas. This is agriculturally zoned land. My first question is, was there a LEAR study done on any of these lands?
Steve?
Through you, Madam Chairman. All of the rural area was subject to the LEAR study,
Right.
and it identified the lands as either being, in addition to the Class 1, 2, 3, or the Canada Land Inventory soil components, it also looked at other factors that resulted in the designation of the lands either as agriculture or rural. All of those lands are suitable for growing agricultural crops. It's just that the rural lands have more constraints on them, i.e. non-farm dwellings in proximity to existing farm operations that may impact farming operations.
Thank you, Steve. And through you to Steve, what was the results of the LEAR study for these properties?
Steve?
Through you, Madam Chairman, these lands were identified as being were assigned a rural designation as opposed to the agricultural designation. The rural designation means that they have more constraints relating to farming operations than lands that were identified and designated as agriculture.
No, and I understand that. My understanding was LEAR studies looked at the soil components and how good the soil was. So are you saying that as a result of the LEAR study that it became rural residential rather than agriculture?
Steve?
Through you, Madam Chairman, no. What the LEAR study did was it looked at the Canada Land Inventory mapping, which provided the soil capability, Class 1 through 7,
Right.
and then it also looked at non-soil attributes,
Right.
i.e. Parcel size, presence of non-farm properties or activities in the area, in presence of farming, and it assigned a score to those properties.
Right.
The properties that scored highest were designated as agriculture in the rural official plan, and then the properties that had a lower score were designated as rural. It doesn't mean if you're rural you're not suitable for growing of agricultural crops. It's just that there may be other factors at play that would influence the ability of those properties to be used for agricultural operations.
Okay, thank you for that. And one of the emails that went around was the third one that's been withdrawn was that it was sitting on 100 acres of agricultural land, and there was some concerns about using up agricultural land for energy projects. How large are these two projects put together?
Steve?
Guy has the answer, Steve.
Sorry,
That's fine.
Mr. Paparella was responsible for these files. The only one caveat before Guy's looking up the information is the rural official plan does have a policy dealing with alternative energy systems, and those policies permit alternative energy systems as of right within the rural area, subject to compliance with provincial and federal criteria. And one of those provincial criteria is that these renewable energy systems are to be directed away from prime agricultural lands, or as the City of Hamilton uses agricultural designation, and therefore by default they're encouraged to look at sites that are designated rural within the official plan for locating these alternative energy system, solar farms, et cetera, in the rural area.
Councillor?
And thank you for the added information, and through you to Guy. Guy, how many acres are we speaking about for 5.2 and 5.3?
Through you, Madam Chair, the 5.2 Kalen proposal is wholly enclosed within an existing building on the property. There's generators that are going to be enclosed in a building, and the property size.
That's good to know.
For the Samsung proposal is about 200 acres.
And through you to Guy. Guy, 5.3 was considered rural. It's not considered agriculture, correct?
That's correct, for the same reasons that
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
All right, thank you. And I'll turn the chair over to Councillor Pearson if I can, or Councillor Johnson. Actually, I'll turn it over to you. So yes, I had 5.2 is in my ward, and I've been working with staff. The request came in actually just about 3 or 4 weeks ago. And it's been a bit of a scramble for staff to put an information report together to bring it, because I wanted it to be brought to planning. So I appreciate all your questions. The deadline for the application that they're going for with the province is July the 13th. And of course, we don't have another meeting before then, so we wanted to have it dealt with here. But through you, Madam Chair, my concern and my question is about what happens to the ash, which is the byproduct of the residue after it has been burnt. So through you to staff, there's nothing in the report that speaks to how the ash is going to be handled, and I don't want to assume that it's because that information wasn't available, but I want to, just hear what do we know what's going to happen to that ash through you to staff.
Guy?
through Madam Chair to the councillor, that was a question that came up late in the process, obviously.
Yeah.
We're talking about 14 tons of ash being produced on a monthly basis. And my understanding from speaking to the applicant that there was a couple of applications. One was to be mixed with soil, because it is clean ash that's coming from the burning of wood pellets, sawdust pellets. And secondly, if that wasn't feasible, then that would have to be disposed of through the landfill. Situation, my understanding is most of it will be recycled and reused. Soil that's generated in the local area. The applicant is here and can speak to exactly where those local individuals are and just how far away from the facility, and any more specific questions on it.
Councillor?
All right, thank you for that. And just to be clear, it's my understanding that this is not part of the planning process. They don't need our approval. It's strictly to provide a letter indicating that they have come to the city and that we have knowledge of the project, so that they can submit that letter with their application to the province, with there being no guarantee it's actually going to be approved. Is that correct?
Steve? Or Guy?
Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, in fact, there's a point system, if you will, a number of criteria that have to be met. The July 13th deadline is part of a selection process. There's no guarantee that this project will go forward, but by getting a municipal council support resolution, which you see attached as an appendix here, signed by the mayor and clerk, they get a certain number of points. I think it's 2 points towards the selection process. Those obviously with the higher points and support from municipal councils have a better chance of getting selected. So they haven't been selected at all as part of the FIT program, but they're trying to acquire points towards that selection process. So this is what they're here for today.
Councillor?
All right, and thank you for that explanation, Guy. I think that gives a more fulsome answer, especially to the residents that are here and anyone who is watching. But with regards to the ash residue, you did answer that question, but I see in the report that staff is requesting that an environmental assessment be done. Now, would that be after the approval or selection by the province, or how does that process work? Through you, Madam Chair?
Guy?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes. In fact, after the project is selected, there is a more extensive consultation period. We've requested, obviously, that environmental assessment be done so that there could be a more fulsome participation by the municipality and residents in the area. And one of the questions, obviously, that has to be addressed is how they're going to be processing byproduct.
All right,
Councillor?
and thank you for that. So, Madam Chair, as we clearly heard from Guy, this is not the end of the process. There is still going to be more due diligence that's needed should this project indeed be chosen. I still have some concerns about the ash byproduct. However, knowing that it is going to be contained within a building that is already existing, I support it to this point. But again, knowing that there will be more due diligence being done down the road. And I guess my final question, Guy, would the city and myself as the councillor be involved in that part of the process?
Guy?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, in fact, anyone who has concerns, including council and residents, can participate in the normal course of any environmental assessment for a project like this.
Councillor?
Okay, thank you. And that was my understanding, but I appreciate that you've let the residents hear that as well. So it's not a done deal, but so at this point, I will take the chair back. Oh, okay, yeah.
I have Councillor Collins, Councillor Green, and can you put me down for the second time?
Collins, Green, and yourself for the second time. All right, thank you. I'll take the chair back. Councillor Collins, please.
Thanks, Madam Chairman. And through you, I understand that a number of northern communities have already been through the solar farm issue, and many municipalities have complained to date about the lack of legislative teeth that municipalities have as it relates to solar farms in general. And if you've traveled up north in any part, especially in the Kawarthas, there are entire communities that are in the process of being converted into solar farms. And they're odd looking in that, you're driving along a country road and all of a sudden there's an entire property where hectares of land have been taken up for a solar initiative. And from what I've researched, and I just know this because my parents are in the process of fighting something up north, there's little the municipality can do other than provide comments. And so, as I understand it, they're exempt from the official plan amendments that might be required with other initiatives. Zoning applications are not required, and I'm not even certain whether site plans are required for these facilities. So can I ask through you to staff what opportunities we might have on this to ensure that if their solar farms are located in the rural community, that there's some say that we might have in terms of the aesthetics related to it, how close it is to the road, how close it is to neighboring properties. I'll be honest, if I live next door to one of these, and we have a lot of people who own certainly residential homes who are not in the agriculture business, I certainly wouldn't be pleased to see one pop up next to me.
Right.
Through you, can I ask, other than the consultation that's required through the Green Energy Act, what teeth do municipalities have, and in particular, what would Hamilton have, to assist residents who might be concerned about these developments around their properties?
And Councillor, we're dealing with 5.2, which is an electricity generator. Yep. The next one is 5.3, but I'll allow your question. It's a very good one. If I could get staff. Guy, can you?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Robichaud might want to elaborate on this after my comments, but site planning is obviously part of the Planning Act, and if are exempt from the Planning Act, one has to assume that it is not something that we can enforce. However, my understanding is from dealing with and having surveyed a number of municipalities that have these types of proposals that they request that of the applicant. In most cases, applicants have complied. There is a municipal agreement that can be entered into with proponents, and as part of that, we could contractually obligate the proponent acquiesce to some of our concerns and issues. It might extend even to a site plan or some kind of screening or whatever the concern might be, traffic or otherwise, to be dealt with as part of that municipal agreement. I don't think, say we have teeth or we can enforce our normal Planning Act requirements is probably going too far, but as part of a municipal agreement, we may be able to incorporate some of those elements to get some teeth, if you will.
Councillor?
Thanks for that, Guy. And the next question I would have, and I ask this in the context of certainly this application and the next one, but it's to do with the Green Energy Act in general. Yeah. And I would ask through you, what's the limit in terms of how many facilities we might see on a certain street, in a certain neighborhood? We understand that when we deal with these applications, traditionally with those applications that fall within the Planning Act of the province, that we have some say in terms of how a community is planned. With these initiatives, we really have no say. And so I just want to confirm that there are no limits in terms of how many types of solar initiatives, one that we're dealing with right now. I understand there's different types of initiatives, but they all fall under the umbrella of the Green Energy Act, which does not allow municipalities to properly plan streets, neighborhoods, communities. So are we prepared at some point in time, and this is just the start, and if you've followed what's happening up north, it's very common, and communities are starting to push back, and they're starting to complain to their local provincial representatives that municipalities need more say in how these developments occur. Is there an opportunity for us, for staff, to come back to us with some suggestions in terms of lobbying the province for amendments to the Act and what we'd like to see as it relates to future applications now, rather than waiting for 3, 4, 5 of them to come in and we're dealing with them kind of at, as we are today, at flying by the seat of our pants? It's the 11th hour and there's a deadline and there's a clock ticking from the province. So I know I just asked a lot of questions with some commentary, but based on those observations, can I ask what Mr. Robichaud has to say in that regard?
Yeah, and absolutely, he's willing to jump in there. Go ahead, Steve.
Through you, Madam Chairman. For the ward or the committee's information, much like with cell towers, planning staff are working on a protocol for the green energy applications to identify areas where we would want to discourage them from locating, and areas where we want to then have comments or issues or some sort of criteria in terms of those locational things. We've looked at some of the other municipalities that have developed an IE may not want a solar farm in a heritage conservation district, or you may want to start looking at criteria for separation from residential properties, those sorts of factors. So staff are being sort of looking at best practices in other municipalities, and we'll be coming forward with sort of a draft protocol, and that will enable proponents then to do much easier in terms of where they site these facilities and where we want to discourage these facilities, and bring that forward to council for consideration and ultimately for adoption on a go-forward basis.
Councillor?
That's great to hear. And as I understand it, the province provided the sort of the fast-tracked approval process for many of these companies in order to avoid community opposition.
Absolutely.
They can't be appealed to the OMB, and as such, there's really no say unless you have an influential provincial member of parliament. There's really no say for the community, and no opportunity for them to appeal and to provide really constructive input. And seek that on almost every single application that comes before us. So very disheartening with what's happening, and I'm very pleased to hear what Steve has mentioned. Can I just ask what the timelines are in terms of the report coming to committee?
Thank you. I was hoping you would ask that. Steve, timing on the report coming back, please.
Through you, Madam Chairman, the intent is to bring forward a protocol and a process for Q4 of this year. And as Councillor Collins indicated, what it would outline would be sort of a fast-track process. If that application's met a certain set of criteria, then they would almost have some municipalities have adopted like a blanket resolution. If you meet certain criteria, then you would be you would be receive the blanket resolution, and then if you didn't meet those criteria, then it would require a report and a recommendation coming from council. That's sort of the best practice in other municipalities, and that's the model that we're currently exploring for bringing forward with the staff report in Q4 of this year.
Great to hear. Thanks for the latitude with the questions, Madam
Oh,
Chair.
no problem, and thank you for those good questions. So we'll go back and deal with 5.2. Robert, sorry, did you want to speak to it?
There's still a speaking list, Madam Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, yes. Councillor Green, then we have Councillor Pearson, and then Brenda Johnson. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so I'm looking through this and thinking about relative projects, seeing that it is wood and that there's an interesting note here under the fuel section around the delivery of the pellets via silo truck that typically has a capacity of 20 tons. Therefore, truck traffic would be in the order of 3 to 4 per month. And I've heard in other like scenarios where it'd be up, in the hundreds of deliveries for garbage incinerators or whatever you want to call them. I'm just curious though, so we have 2 or 3 deliveries of pellets coming in via silo truck. What does that relate to in terms of dumpster trucks going out for ash, if that were the case? What does 20 tons, or I should say up to 80 tons of garbage being, ash being shipped out, Freudian slip, ash being shipped out look like in terms of traffic?
So it's 14 tons per month of ash that is going to be shipped out. Guy, could you answer that, please?
Madam Chair, that's probably 1 or 2 trucks, depending on the size of the dump truck, I imagine. Typically 10 tons is a normal.
So Madam Chair, the silo trucks are actually smaller than dump trucks?
Ones, my understanding through you, Madam Chair, is that the ones that they're using are than the normal size that you would see carrying gravel in the city.
But I guess the silo truck to city guy sounds like it's pretty big. Perhaps it's not, and I do appreciate that clarity because I do see where it is in position to the rest of the town there. A couple blocks away, and yeah, so low traffic. Okay, thank you. That's
All right, thank you, Councillor. Maria Pearson, please, and then Councillor Johnson for a
Thank
second
you, Madam
time.
Chair. My question was along the same lines as Councillor Collins raised, so it was on item 5.3. So I can, 5.3 at that time, so I can save it to that point. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Appreciate that. Councillor Brenda Johnson, please, second time.
Yeah, given the interest in the questions and we have delegations that are coming in, I suspect this is probably the first of many that are coming. I would suggest, if for protocol, that we put this down as presentations or somewhere other than consent, because my understanding is consent and move on. And this is, I know in AF&A, we're not allowed to really ask questions. We have to pull it from consent and put it in presentation. So this has generated some interest just amongst the council members, and I'm just suspecting that going forward, this is going to have a domino effect. That's one. And number 2, at this point in time, this, as far as I'm concerned, one of the things that when I was working at Environment Hamilton was a pelletization plant that was supposed to go in between where the Red Hill, it's actually at the base of the Red Hill Expressway, and they have since pulled out because they couldn't prove the technology would work. So I'm really leery about this kind of technology given my past with this. So at this point in time, I'm not going to put my support behind this. I also want to get a better understanding about what the legislation's all about. So again, when we get another one like this coming forward, I'd like to see it in the presentations section or the delegation, whatever it may be. I think that then we can give it a wholesome attention like we should, because we still have delegations coming forward, so we really can't even, I don't think we should even be voting on this until after we've heard from the delegations.
So my understanding is, Madam Clerk, we don't have any delegations for 5.2? For 5.3, yeah, we do. Yeah, no, absolutely. Okay, so I have no more speakers on the list, but Madam Clerk, can I just ask for either you to comment or staff to comment on moving these type of proposals from consent into presentations and discussions?
certainly list them, Madam Chair, under discussion or presentation next time. And if you wanted to have a motion to move them now into the discussion, maybe it's after the fact because it's already been discussed, but that would be the normal procedure.
Do we need a motion for future applications coming forward, though? Would it be best to do a motion now, or can we just have that as direction?
No, that'll be direction.
Okay. Okay, and I agree with you on that as well. Councillor Pearson for a second time, please.
Well, technically first time, Madam Chair, because I said I'd speak to the
Oh,
next
I apologize,
That's
you're
fine.
right.
Okay. Just for the viewing public, I don't want them to think that we're out of line. But anyways, I just because there's some concerns on this one and the next one coming forward, and these are the first really that we've had before us, I'm just wondering whether it wouldn't be appropriate for staff to bring us a report that lays out exactly what our responsibilities are, because this is, by the gist of everything here I'm seeing, we're just a commenting agency. That's all we technically are. Is that correct through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Paparella?
Yeah, Guy, please.
Madam Chair, at this point, this project has not been selected by the province, and they're requesting support letter from us. There's no guarantee that the project will be selected. There's no guarantee that that they'll have municipal support going forward as part of any environmental assessment or otherwise. So all it is at this point is a letter of support for them to acquire some points in the selection process, which commences by 13th.
Madam Chair, as I say, I'm going to put it in the hands of staff with that suggestion of possibly bringing back a report. Certainly the question of zoning came up, of where they're allowed, where they're not allowed, et cetera, that we can get a more comprehensive picture on our side of the table so that we can understand these and have a more fulsome dialogue when they come up, that we're not all out here going, well, wait a second. These just hit us blind seeing this agenda, and I'm sorry, I just read my agenda last night. You saw the GIC agenda yesterday was over 500 pages. I just read all of this last night, and it's like, you know, I think we need to get an sort of a handle on where exactly and what powers we have as a council. So if I could, I'd suggest that direction, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Pearson. And if I heard correctly, what you're asking for may fit in nicely with the report that's coming back in the fourth quarter. I'll just check with Steve on that, though, please. Steve, could you comment on?
Through you, Madam Chairman, that is correct in terms of the report will come forward that's planned on the protocol for dealing with these facilities. However, if the members of the committee would like an updated report or an email or something in the interim, we could provide something in the interim, but if you'd want to wait until we bring forward the protocol and the larger report, that's planned to be brought forward in Q4 of this year.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Pearson. Councillor Pasuta, please, for a first time.
Thank you, Madam Chair Partridge. So are we going to be hearing the delegations before we approve? Or is here?
Which item?
5.3.
We're not on 5.3 yet. We're on 5.2.
That one done and get on. Okay, I'll come back, but I'd like to hear the delegations before we deal with.
We'll have the presentation first on 5.3, and then we'll have the delegations after that. Okay? So, with 5.2, if I could turn the chair over to Councillor Brenda Johnson, I will move it, holding my nose, knowing that it is going to be an environmental assessment that will be attached to this. It's just a letter of support, I guess, at this point, that it can go forward to the province as an application. So it's not a letter of consent where we are giving approval for it. As I heard from Guy Paparelli, there is going to be due diligence, there's going to be public input. We still do have what sounds like a fulsome process ahead of us before this would actually be approved by the province. So I will move it if I can get a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Pearson. Thank you, Madam Chair. Old habits die hard. Madam Chair? Right. Right.
On to Councillor Pearson, please. Thank you. Quick question, is concession 5 on a truck route? Concession 5 a truck route? We're going to be expecting 14 tons of ash to be leaving. We've got, what is the tonnage we have coming in? 50 a day coming in. Is this a truck route? Monthly, sorry, coming in. I'm going to take a stab here. Thanks, Guy. I'm going to take a stab here, Madam Chair, to say that it's not, because I've just asked your counterpart. You're going to have a lot of trucks coming in and out of the street. You've got a lot, and when I look at the mapping, you've got some residents that are around this whole area. I'm assuming that these are all residential and not just farms. And you've got, my understanding is that our colleagues have been turning down the budget because the roads are all getting chewed up. Well, this is just going to make it worse. So I'm sorry with that, the fact that this is coming in on as blindsided. And the technology I still have some concerns about. So I'm not going to support this.
Madam Chair?
We've got it. Thank you. We've got a motion on the floor to approve 5.2. All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate that. And Ida, you did get Councillor Pasuta and Councillor Brenda Johnson as opposed. Correct. Okay. Thank you. Good discussion on that committee. Thank you very much. Okay, so before approving item 5.3, we have delegations from Mr. Choi and from Aaron Kirsten on 5.3. So I'll invite Mr. Choi down to speak at the podium, please. And 5.3, by the way, is the Samsung Renewable Energy Project, the 15-megawatt Mountsburg Solar Project, which is proposed to be located at 2037 Centre Road in Flamborough, which is Ward 15. Thank you.
Why? Actually, Councillor, I'm Tim Smithman from Samsung Renewable Energy. I'll be speaking to that if that's okay.
Can you speak directly into the microphone, please?
Sorry, my name is Tim Smithman. I'm with Samsung Renewable Energy. I'll be speaking on behalf, if that's okay to Council.
Oh, absolutely, Tim. Thank you. And I'm going to ask if you want to move that microphone over or position it, whatever is comfortable for you. You can put it down on the dais or you can put it up just so you can speak clearly into it. And part of that is because we are live streamed and it will not pick up the voice unless you're speaking directly into the microphone.
Okay, I'll do my best, Councillor.
All right, thank you very much.
I'm trying to figure out how to change the slides here. Oh, great.
Okay, Tim, go ahead and just say your name again and who you're with, and then you can start.
Sure, it's Tim Smithman, and I'm with Samsung Renewable Energy, and I appreciate very much the time that Council's given us today. Samsung Renewable Energy, we're currently located in Mississauga. We have 4 solar projects that are currently in development here in Ontario. One completed actually just in neighboring Haldeman. That is a 100-megawatt project. We're here today for what's called the LRP program, the Large Renewable Procurement. That's the government has set out. The government's currently set out 140 megawatts for solar development in Ontario, and we're here for a 15-megawatt project. Sorry, let me just get through. The LRP schedule, which has been mentioned today, we're at the Planning Committee, as you know, right now. We will be holding a public meeting today at the Carlisle Memorial Arena from 5 to 8 p.m. It'll be one of 3 public meetings that we have scheduled. We will be seeking a support resolution from Council later this week for the project. And the final deadline submission to the province will be September 1st. As was mentioned earlier, this project's not located on prime agriculture land. I really do want to stress that to Council. This will be higher than levels 1 to 3 of prime ag. The project itself is slated to be about 15 megawatts in capacity. The total project area we expect will be between 150 to 180 acres in total land. The project approval for the province would be 4th quarter of this year. And total typical time for the project would be 3 years in planning and construction. So we'd expect the project to be complete in about 3 years' time. Some of the benefits to the community, and Councillor, you spoke to this before, Councillor Collins. What we've done in the past with solar projects is build what we call vegetative screening. So we berm the area around the project and put in vegetation and screening so that local passerbys don't actually see the project. So this is something we'd be willing to work with Council on. In addition to that, there is good tax revenue for the municipality. And these projects do create significant local construction jobs. Construction period's about a year in total time. I'd now like to ask our landowner, Lily Usick. Lily? Lily's our local landowner for the project, and she'd like to say a couple words to council.
Thank you, Tim. Welcome, Lily.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming in. If you can pull the microphone down just a little bit and speak right into it. Thank you very much.
Is that fine?
Can you hear okay?
Can you hear me well?
That's very good. Thank
I have
you.
a very important message. Thank you. My name is Lily Usick, and I own the large 100-acre farm, which is very important to this project. I'm bounded by Center Road and Mountsburg Road, and then there's the closed-up concession road on the south side, southwest side. And the other side, the east side, is a farm. And so I really don't have many neighbors around me, except the 3 houses on the farm that were separated. I'm here to talk about the proposed offer project in Mountsburg that's being developed by Samsung. I'm a longtime resident of the Mountsburg area, and my husband's family before that, well, for over a century for sure, since the land was granted. I've lived here and farmed in the community myself for over 50 years, and as I say, my husband's family for over a century. I'm proud to be standing here before you today as a landowner, one of the key landowners in this project, supporting this clean energy the Mountsburg Solar Project would generate. As a long time farmer, it's important to me that the project does not use prime agricultural land, which I am not. If you had to spend every spring in back-breaking work, picking up rocks and the boulders, we used to call it the boulder farm or rock farm, over the winters, because that's what winter really grew on the farm. The proposed solar project would only use non-agricultural lands, and apart from the fact that it would bring me as a retirement income, which I would really appreciate. More importantly, I believe that this solar project will provide jobs to the community. I mean, you can't deny that. During construction, then tax revenue to the city, and the most important thing, in my belief, is it's a clean source of energy with 0 carbon emissions. I don't have to remind you all, I'm sure you know all about the pollution of the earth and where it's heading. It's something we should all support, and all be proud, as I am, to have Samsung and its project in my community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lily. I very much appreciate you coming down.
Madam Chair, there's just one point I wanted to add, if that's okay.
Absolutely, Tim. Carry on.
Just to Councillor Collins, I understand your concern. I just want to say that through the 4 projects what we've had, we've worked very closely with both the community and council throughout the process. This isn't just seeking approval and then we walk away. We have worked with councils in Kingston and here in Haldimand on our vegetative screening and the bring process throughout the entire process. So we look forward to partnering with you, and we look forward to those conversations.
All right. Thank you very much, Tim.
Thank you.
And I have Councillor Pasuta and myself on the list so far. Councillor Pasuta, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair Partridge. First of all, I want to say I don't have any pecuniary interest in this. I don't own the property, this particular farm. I've worked for many, many years. All the farms around there are not prime agriculture. And Guy, I'm not going to pick on you, but I'm going to open up here a little bit. Tim, have you been on the farm?
I've not been on the farm myself, though I do have colleagues that have been there a number of times, sir.
Madam Chair, so Tim, do you know what's growing on there right now?
I do not, Councillor.
Through the chair, please.
No, we got this thing where we have agriculture, prime agriculture, and we got rural. And people settled on this, and I got a map here from 1875, where they're all farmers on here, Madam Chair, and they settled, and people made a living, a decent living, provided food for their family, income to build and move forward. I work the same type of land. I've got 300 acres I work in the area, just over in Campbellville Road. And I said, I have worked this farm before, and I know the soybeans on it now. I never had an off-farm job on the property we work, which is just rural lands under the new zoning. I worked that land, me and my dad. I raised 7 kids, never had an off-farm job in my life, nor has my wife, okay, on these lands. Did very well as a farmer. And yet we can't say these lands are good to grow crop on, only for a solar farm. Discouraging, it's discouraging to listen, it's not suitable for agriculture. I don't know where to go with this and how to say it, but you know, I hear where it's going. This is good farmland. And a lot of the land, it's not about the land itself, it's about the farmer that works it and how you work it. You know, it's just wrong to take away farmland. We talk about losing farmland. We have farms that are being bought left, right, and center by people from the urban area that move out there, build a house in the middle of the 100 acres, put a driveway through, bury the hydro lines, and then they don't continue to farm it. They put trees in, they put fences in, paddocks for horses. I don't call horses just pasturing for looks, farmland, okay, and being agriculture. But we're losing more and more all the time. There's other better places to put this than what I would still call, to me, and my whole life on there, it's prime agricultural land, Madam Chair, to me and to my colleagues around who still farm, but there's very few around there. I don't know if you went out looking or searching. I know that Samsung's been up and down our road too, approached different people, approached another property which I do farm, 80 acres. They haven't signed up. They have no interest in signing up. Through Madam Chair to Tim, have you also been asking people to put up turbines too?
Tim?
No, this project, I want to be clear, is only for a proposed solar project. We have no intention of proposing any wind project in the Hamilton or Flamborough area.
And actually, we have a moratorium in the city of Hamilton on windmills.
I understand that, but there was some of the neighbors talked to me that there was mention of a wind turbine too on one particular farm because it's on the hill, much like ours is. What's the tax revenue to the city? Through you, Madam Chair, to Tim. What do you think the tax revenue is going to be to the city on a 100-acre farm from
Tim?
solar panels?
Approximately, the tax revenue we estimate to be about $12,000 annually. It's approximate.
Councillor?
What is the, and this, you may not want to answer this question, what's the revenue per acre once you have the installation in place to the property owner?
Sorry, can you repeat that, Councillor?
Through Madam Chair to Tim, what would be the revenue per acre to the property owner once the installation is complete and producing power?
The revenue to the property owner or to the city? So, I apologize,
Property
Councillor.
owner. Property owner.
We have a landowner agreement that we normally have in place with the landowner. That is an agreement between Samsung and the landowner.
It's confidential.
It is.
Yeah.
I do apologize, Councillor. It is a commercial deal. It is confidential.
Councillor?
Is everyone the agreements different, or you basically have the same type of agreement?
They're generally the same type of agreements from landowners. What has been different is just different projects in the past where there was a different rate. But right now we have an agreement with the landowner in place, yes.
Madam Chair, through you to Tim, you talked about a berm going around the property. Would it be a berm right around the whole farm?
It varies. Normally what we do, Councillor, is we get what's called a landscape architect to come around, talk to local neighbors, both that are landowners and non-participating, find out what their preference is. In some areas in previous projects, we have built a berm. In other areas, we found that the adjacent landowner is satisfied with just trees and shrubs that are native to the area. But we do work with the community and the surrounding landowners to see what they prefer.
Councillor?
So, Madam Chair, through you to Tim. Tim, have you gone around and visited the neighbors in the area?
We've had discussions right now, just preliminary discussions, not on vegetative screening, but just on folks if they'd be interested in participating in the project.
But as far as the neighbors bordering on this property, you have no conversations with them at this point in time. Would
Tim?
that be correct through you, Madam Chair?
I can't speak to, Councillor, what specific neighbors we have spoke, but I can tell you that representatives of Samsung have been out in the community chatting with folks about becoming landowners for the project. Generally, Councillor, during what's called the REA, the Renewable Energy Approval, which is similar to an EA with the province, that's when we have our discussions with adjacent landowners on the vegetative screening.
So just to be clear, that would be once it goes to the province.
So if we get approval from council, we then have to wait to see if we get approval from the province in December of this year. If we are approved to proceed, then we go through what's called the REA, the Renewable Energy Approval process, which takes about 12 to 18 months.
Councillor?
Okay. You're having a meeting tonight in Carlisle. It's a Mountsburg project. Why do you not have the meeting in the community of Mountsburg at the hall?
Just speaking with some local residents, they recommended that hall. We're more than willing, Councillor, to hold another public meeting in other areas. Typically, we hold about 3 public meetings per project. We have advertised in local papers and gotten word out, so we do hope that folks come and attend.
It's unusual to me, Madam Chair, that the project is in Mountsburg. There's a Mountsburg Hall there in your ward there, Madam Chair,
Yep.
where I live too. It just seems really odd that you would reach down to Carlisle and not stay within the community. Residents are close.
We're not trying to make it inconvenient, Councillor, and for further public meetings, we're happy to hold it anywhere else or wherever Council recommends. Absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm done for now.
All right, thank you, Councillor Pasuta. And Councillor Green, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Although I'm certainly very generally supportive of solar projects, I'm listening with keen interest to my colleagues here around the classification of what is prime and not prime agricultural land or non-prime agricultural areas. I'm just wondering if you could comment on, well, what are the different grades of prime versus not prime? Would that be probably directed through staff?
Well, I can ask Tim if he can comment on that, but I'd like to hold questions for staff if we can.
So I guess given that we have so many opportunities potentially for solar, we're looking at kind of a post-carbon era and this being potentially the future of our electrical generation. Are there opportunities for Samsung to urbanize solar production models in cities that might be, or in urban centers that might be either residential, commercial, or brownfield or industrial?
Tim?
Sorry, Councillor, are you talking about potential rooftop solar projects? Currently, Samsung is not involved in rooftop projects. The province does have rooftop solar projects called microfit. They're generally speaking much smaller, though, in terms of megawatts and how many homes and facilities they can power. So they're normally much smaller in nature.
Madam Chair, just thinking about this project and being really excited generally about solar, I'm looking at all the open street level parking that we have and think, wouldn't it be amazing if we got to a space where we would have solar on top of all those abominations downtown? So I'm just wondering, are there any alternative locations that you've looked at that might not be farmable as per my councillor colleague's suggestion that would be more suitable for this particular project?
Tim?
So we have been reaching out to local landowners in the area, trying to get more land for this project. Currently, and with respect to Councillor Pasuta, there are, my understanding, is 7 classifications of the land. 1 through 3 is considered prime agricultural land. The lands that we're talking about right now are not considered prime. Obviously, Councillor Pasuta, through your experience, you know that you have been able to successfully farm higher classes of land, but these are the provincial regulations that we're currently following.
Madam Chair, that gives me a good framework. Given that it's 1 through 7, 1 through 3 being prime, what is this land rated at?
I don't actually, Madam Chairman, I don't actually have that rating at this time. I can obviously get that information for council.
I'm happy to hold that question for staff who probably would have that information.
Okay.
But yeah, I understand where the technology is going. I know it'll be a future, Madam Chair, of our energy production, and I'm certainly generally very supportive of this. However, acknowledging the scarcity of our agricultural land, it still gives me cause for concern. So thank you, and I look forward to hearing the rest of the comments around the table.
All right, thank you. I have no other speakers on the list, but I do have myself. So if I can turn the chair over to Councillor Johnson, please.
Yes.
So Tim, I have a couple of questions for you. Site plan. When it gets to the site plan, and I understand you indicated there will be additional public meetings. How many public meetings?
We typically hold 3 public meetings per project, Madam Chair.
Okay. And so it'll be 3 public meetings, not including tonight or including tonight?
Including tonight, but again, if council wishes us to have more, we have no problem doing so.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of the public process, when it then comes down to the site plan, will council be involved in the site plan as the area councillor? Would I be involved in the site plan? Could you just speak a little bit about the process for the folks here, please? Absolutely.
So we have to have the site plan and everything submitted to the government. Actually, I have the information here. By September 1st, and then it gets approved in December. We typically work very closely with local councillor and any affected councillors or interested councillors in the site plan, and we certainly do with adjacent landowners. We want to make sure that folks living near the project know exactly what's going up, what it means. We educate them on that process and work through them to find out, really to make them much more comfortable with the project.
Councillor?
And through you, Madam Chair, to Tim, knowing that the deadline for the submission is September 1st, is it your intent to work with the neighboring property owners and the councillor before that date?
Yes, absolutely. But as I said before, in terms of the visual mitigation and the vegetative screening, that's something that we normally typically go into much more detail throughout the RA process. So that would be probably about first quarter of next year is when we really get into those details.
Councillor?
Okay, thank you for that. And through you, Madam Chair, with respect to the solar panels, in your presentation, under local economic stimulation, you're talking about purchasing of goods and services. Does that include the solar panels? Would they be based from Ontario?
So actually, that's a great point, Madam Chair. Previously, under the FIT program, the government had what was called domestic content, which meant that those had to be procured locally in Ontario. The LRP process does not list domestic content. So at this point in time, we've not yet decided or have an agreement in place of where we would get the solar panels. We currently have a manufacturing partner called Canadian Solar located in London, Ontario, that is doing panels for our existing projects, but we don't have an agreement in place with the manufacturer for this or any new projects.
Councillor?
Thank you for that, Madam Chair, through you. So when you talk about this partner that's in London, this partnership is only applying to existing projects. It would not apply to this.
It would, at this time, it would not.
All right.
Just to add to that, essentially Ontario lost a World Trade Organization ruling, which threw out domestic content. So that's why under the LRP process, you see that domestic content no longer applies.
And through you, Madam Chair, I would certainly encourage that you renew that partnership with any solar producer in Ontario, because that would be something, you know, we live in the greatest province across Canada as far as I'm concerned, and we need to do everything we can to support and bolster the economy.
Yes.
So that would be, that would certainly be something that I would encourage you to do. And my final questions are about the construction and about employment afterwards. Through you, Madam Chair. At the time of construction, you're saying hundreds of workers on site. Can you be a little more specific?
I can try. It really does vary from project to project. I can give you 2 examples of current projects we have. We just completed a 100-megawatt project in Haldeman called Graham Renewable Solar. Construction period was a little over a year. We averaged about 250 construction workers for the year and had a peak of about 400. Now in Kingston, where we have the same size project, 100 megawatts, we've actually been averaging over 600 workers and currently have about 750. So it does vary from project to project. Typical construction time is about a year in length. Early estimates on our end for construction, we estimate, and this is a tentative number, I really do want to stress this to council, we'd average about 50 plus construction workers for this site. But again, it varies on a number of factors, and as we go through the site plan, as we work through that, we'll have much more solid numbers to give to council.
So 50 construction workers.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor?
And through you, Madam Chair, my final question at this point is about, and sorry, I may have missed this, but actual employees on site when the project is finished, on site or associated employment within the area. Can you just speak to specifics on that?
It is quite limited. Solar plants are extremely automated, so there will be operation and maintenance, but it's very, very small.
Very small?
It's very quite minimal. We're talking about a handful of folks for operation and maintenance.
A handful?
A handful, thank you. And I guess my next final question, Madam Chair, thank you. In terms of the actual land, it's 100 acres, is what I heard you say?
About 150 to 180 acres final. The project, sorry, the study area is about 2,000 acres, but the final amount will be about 150 to 180 acres.
So through you, Madam Chair, so we're talking specifically for this site.
Yes.
And through you, Madam Chair, does that mean that the entire 100 acres or 150 acres will be covered in solar panels?
Tim?
Generally speaking, yes. So the total area, about 180 acres, that will be going forth to the province is subject to an environmental assessment. So waterways, endangered species, there'll be areas that we're not allowed to build on. But it'd be a safe assumption for council to make that we have about 150 acres that will be used for solar panels for the project, yes.
Councillor?
All right, thank you. And you just spurred on one more question, so my apologies. Through you, Madam Chair. On the land right now, and I've been by this property several times, there is currently a house and I believe a barn. Now, what will happen to those buildings?
Tim?
They'll remain as they are.
All right.
Thank you. Councillor?
And is the intent for the owner to live there?
My understanding is the landowner will continue to live on the property, yes.
You will live on the property.
Surrounded by all the solar panels?
That is my understanding.
Okay, and she does realize that?
Yes, she does. I think I just heard her.
Okay, just worried about you, Lily. I want to make sure you're okay.
Oh, as long as
Okay, dear.
the rest of the neighborhood.
All right, so those are my questions. I'll
Thank you.
take the chair back.
Councillor Pasuta would like to be added to your list, please.
And Councillor Pasuta, for the second time, go ahead, please.
Real quick, Madam Chair. Tim, how many acres is 2037 Center Road?
I don't know, Councillor.
Saying it's a 150-acre project, so this one farm, or is it another farm to you, Madam Chair, besides this farm or adjoining farm?
Currently, right now, we only have one landowner who's not 150 acres, so we are seeking out additional landowners to make up that 150 acres, Councillor.
I want to make sure that was clarified, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Pasuta. Good question. And I have no other speakers. Seeing no other speakers around the table, may I have a motion to receive the presentation, please? Councillor Matthew Green, Councillor Brenda Johnson, all those in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much, Tim.
Thank you.
And appreciate your time, and thank you, Lily, for coming down. I'll now call upon Aaron Kirsten, who is the Executive Director of the Flamborough Chamber of Commerce, for your comments, please. Welcome, Aaron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have copies of my presentation for
Hey, Aaron, you can start whenever you're ready. Introduce yourself, and you have 5 minutes, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of committee. My name is Aaron Kirsten. I'm here as the Executive Director of the Flamborough Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for the opportunity to address you for a few minutes on the proposal by Samsung to develop a very large solar farm in the Mountsburg area of Flamborough. The FCC met with two representatives from Samsung who asked the FCC to add its support to the proposal. For the record, and in the interest of full disclosure, I need to confirm that Samsung is not a member of the FCC. We learned much about the proposed development during our meeting. We understand that the Samsung proposal is in response to a provincial request for proposals designed to provide alternative or green energy proposals. As we understand it, the competitive RFP bidding process places a high value on community engagement and municipal endorsement. Subsequent to the Samsung meeting, the FCC consulted extensively with both Councillor Judy Partridge and Councillor Robert Pasuta, as well as a number of members of community champions, including Graham Flint of Force, who of course is the Friends of Rural Communities and the Environment. Armed with that input, the Samsung request for endorsement was considered by the FCC Board of Directors. What follows are some observations and conclusions. For obvious reasons, the FCC enthusiastically endorses the concept of the development of more alternative or green energy sources. While the business model may be open to debate, the provincial government is to be commended for the initiative. 2, the FCC lacks the technical expertise to evaluate the nuts and bolts of the application. We will have to leave it up to and trust the conclusions of the many regulatory agencies that will be involved in the evaluation and potential approval process. It is our understanding that the proposal is for a solar farm only. Specifically, it excludes windmills and/or biomass. If the Samsung proposal were to include windmill power, the FCC Board of Directors might have reached a different conclusion. Or during our conversations with Samsung, 2 priority sites were identified in the large study area as defined by the proponent. We note with interest that the proposal before you is for a single defined site located on the southwest quadrant of Center Road and Mountsburg Road in North Flamborough. The FCC feels very strongly that the Samsung proposal should not be allowed on any productive agricultural land, regardless of the class. Councillor Pasuta has assured us that significant production can take place even on agricultural lands that is not rated Class 1 or 2. Samsung told us that the 2 identified priority sites are not productive agricultural land, but therein lies a problem. A visual site inspection from the road appears to indicate that the identified site, 2037 Center Road, is indeed in current agricultural production. And there is an Ontario Federation of Agriculture sign in front of the house located on the site. Further, a review of Google Maps seems to confirm the agricultural use on the property. 6. The Samsung proposal is for 20 years on leased property. I don't know about you, but I don't expect to be around 20 years from now. If in 20 years the contract with Samsung is not renewed, we have questions about what will happen to the property. All a huge multinational corporation like Samsung has to do is establish a separate corporate entity and dissolve it when the contract is expired. What does that potentially mean regarding the costs related to the removal of the solar panels and the remediation, rehabilitation of the property? Perhaps the city should require an irrevocable or irrevocable letter of credit to fund the anticipated remediation rehabilitation costs. 7. Perhaps the Finance Department can confirm the figures, but a review of the 2015 tax table for Flamborough indicates that the rate for farmland is 0.22%, while the rate for large industrial new construction is 4.8%. If we are correct, then the property taxes on the Samsung solar farm in Flamborough will increase some 20-fold, and that is not taking into account how much the value of the land will increase. If the Samsung proposal goes ahead, the value of the property will go through the roof. Translation, more property taxes, much more. 8, it appears that the Planning Committee and Council will need the wisdom of Solomon in choosing between a very significant green energy project on the one hand and protecting productive agricultural land on the other. Perhaps there are other sites within the defined study area that will not require the use of productive farmland. Based on the above, the FCC Board of Directors, after thorough discussion and careful reflection, is prepared to add its endorsement in principle of a Samsung solar farm proposal in North Flamborough, provided it does not use productive agricultural land and does not include windmills. There are a couple of other things we want to share with you. 1, we are concerned about the process. We understand that the province, and not the proponent or the city's planning department, has set a deadline of September for submissions of application. As Hamilton's Planning Committee, you're being asked today, July 7th, for your endorsement. But the first public information meeting is not scheduled until tonight. With the greatest of respect, we suggest to you that this process is backwards. The FCC is a passionate champion of public process engagement as well as political transparency and accountability. Some gray-haired Flamborough old-timers like me remember the spider, and we remember the lessons from that fiasco. Let me quickly remind you what happened. A car racing enthusiast from Burlington had a dream, but his dream turned into a nightmare for many Flamborough residents, and especially the former Flamborough Municipal Council. The proponent had a dream to build an Indianapolis-type racetrack on the northwest quadrants of Highways 5 and 6 at Clapperson's Corner that would include hosting Formula One and NASCAR events. As is his right, the proponent personally met privately with every member of Flamborough Council asking local political support for the project. At a subsequent special meeting, Flamborough Council, in less than 1 hour, provided unanimous in-principle support for the racetrack project. As the then editor of the Flamborough Review, I attended almost every meeting of Flamborough Council and its committees for about a decade. I can tell you from personal observation and experience that Flamborough Council rarely agreed on any issue, let alone unanimously. One of the few exceptions was the Spider. When news of the Spider hit the streets, the community went absolutely apoplectic. Heaven and earth together couldn't contain the anger. Eventually, the Spider spun its way out of Flamborough, but let's not forget the lessons from that sad episode. We know that Hamilton Council and committees are now in their summer meeting schedule, meaning fewer regular meetings. We also know that any decision made today must be ratified by the entire council, which is scheduled to meet this coming Friday, July the 10th. Perhaps there is some merit to tabling the matter before you today until Friday, so that you will have the benefits of the public input that you consider before you consider making a final decision. Finally, let me share for a moment our 3-point broken record refrain regarding Hamilton. Like many, the FCC believes Hamilton is on the verge of something very special, but we are concerned about Hamilton's fiscal challenges, especially its debt burden. While the municipal debt appears to be manageable, it will require careful oversight and prudent leadership from Council. 2, it is our firmly held belief that the residential taxpayer is maxed out. Since the creation of the new Hamilton Super City, many residential property owners, especially in the outlying areas, have seen their taxes double and more. And many will argue during the corresponding period, municipal services have been seriously eroded. 3, the FCC is convinced that a large part of ensuring Hamilton's long-term fiscal sustainability is more commercial and industrial development. We quote from a recent article in the Hamilton Spectator related to an interview with Jason Thorne. Jason Thorne's, and I quote from the article, Jason Thorne's department is also adding 2 new business facilitators, one each for the rural and small business applicants. They are meant to shepherd applicants through the City Hall's process. As all of it matters to taxpayers because only about 13% of Hamilton's tax base is non-residential segments. Neighbouring municipalities come in between 15 to 18%, said Thorne. The goal is to grow the commercial industrial share by 1%. To put that in perspective, that's the equivalent of 28 Canada bread plants. Also on the agenda today is the proposed rural zoning bylaw. The FCC is very concerned about some aspects of these new rules, especially as it relates to existing commercial and industrial enterprises in rural Flamborough and Ancaster. Dozens and dozens of small family-owned enterprises face an uncertain future because of the new rural zoning bylaw. I don't want to believe for a second that any member of council wants their political legacy to include a reference that they were instrumental in running businesses out of town into the willing arms of more business-friendly neighbouring and competing jurisdictions. The Samsung solar farm proposal may be part of the answer when it comes to 28 Canada bread plants. It is our hope that dozens and dozens of existing businesses in rural Flamborough and Ancaster, whose futures are now threatened by the rural zoning bylaw, will receive the same level of support and enthusiasm as provided with Samsung. Thank you for your time. I'll be glad to try and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Aaron. And I do have a couple of questions. First, Councillor Brenda Johnson.
Yep, thank you. And thank you for your 5 minutes. Aaron, I just wanted to ask you, on number 7, you said that Flamborough will increase some tenfold the property taxes. That's not taking into consideration how much the value of the land will increase. Have you got any background on this?
Well, I'm just assuming that the tax rate based on current values, now it's being taxed as farmland, it will be taxed as industrial. But I'm assuming also that the value of the land will go up exponentially.
You've also said surrounding land as well.
I meant for the site.
Okay, so do you understand how much the land values have decreased since the wind turbines have come in?
No, I have no answer to that.
And there are actually properties that have been abandoned because they can't sell their properties because it actually decreased the value of their homes around these solar energies and these wind turbines?
Yeah, through the chair, we want to be very, very specific that we would not be endorsing this if this was for windmills. The ad that was placed in the newspapers was somewhat confusing because it talked about solar and windmill and biomass. We're talking about Samsung. We understand it's solar only. If it included windmills, you'd be hearing a different speech today.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Chair, to Aaron. You don't differentiate between the windmills and the solar panels and what that does to the community and what the property values do?
Aaron?
I don't have an answer to that. I'm sorry, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. And I'm glad to hear you say that you'd like to see this delayed until after the community had some input to this, because if the input from the community was, as you said earlier, the community went absolutely
apoplectic.
Thank you.
They went crazy.
Right. So if you find out that your community is not endorsing this and they do exactly what they did back with the Spider Days, would you still be endorsing this project?
We don't have the benefit of community input, Councillor, through the chair, and that's why we're concerned about the process. We think this is, if I'm going to be in Carlisle tonight, and it hit the paper for the first time last week, as I recall, front page of the paper. So I'm going to be very curious what the input is tonight. And if we receive input on aspects that we haven't even thought of, we may change our mind. But based on what we know now and facing the deadlines we know now, that's why we suggest perhaps tabling motion or a decision until Friday might be the better course of wisdom.
So you would probably suggest that this is a little bit premature until after you hear from your community and after you get more information?
Well, I can make the same argument that I think the Planning Committee's consideration of this application is premature because we haven't had the public meeting.
Sure. Thank you. My questions.
All right. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Jason Farr and then Councillor Aidan Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Aaron. Good to see you again. You're doing a great job with the FCC. I just want to specifically look at your page 2, your endorsement in principle, and focus on what's productive and not. On point number 5, in terms of the land, you say the FCC feels very strongly that Samsung proposal should not be allowed on any productive agricultural land. You go on to point out that Councillor Pasuda, as he's noted here on the record today, assured us that significant production can take place on agricultural lands that is not rated Class 1 or Class 2. And then you say Samsung tells you that the 2 identified priority sites are not productive agricultural lands. I'm just trying to get down to, and I'm also very supportive of waiting until council. I think that's a great suggestion, and it probably is where our councillor in the area will probably want to go as well. So leaving it until Friday rather than dealing with this today. But if I could just get my head around whether or not you feel as a representative of the FCC that these lands that we're talking about here today are productive or not.
When we met with Samsung, they were very clear to us that this was not productive agricultural land. I consulted with Councillors Partridge and Pasuda, and particularly relied on the advice of Councillor Pasuda because he's the expert when it comes to farming. I am not. And as I was putting the finishing touches to this document, and I've been working on it for about a week, there was something niggling in the back of my mind. So yesterday I went to the site. And the site is planted in something. It looks like corn, soybeans, but it is planted. What I did then is I went home, or I went back to my office, and I went to Google Maps. And I have a copy of that map with me, and it shows that the site is relatively flat, and it's, except for some wind trees, it's agricultural. So the discrepancy is, Samsung might come to you and say it is not Class 1 or 2. The experts tell me that you can grow stuff on Class 3 and 4. So I'm sorry, if I go to the bottom line is, we're all for solar farms, for solar energy. I mean, it's speaking against is a little bit like speaking against motherhood, but it's got to be on lands that is not being used for agriculture. That's not good. And maybe there's other sites within this massive area that they've identified that would be more appropriate.
Okay, so to break down, for my own edification, Aaron, through you, Madam Chair, are you essentially saying you're supportive of the concept, you're supportive of green energy, it'd be like not supporting motherhood if you weren't, just not in this spot?
We have questions about this spot, and we haven't had the public process.
Okay, so you may say, yeah, you know what, this spot works after tonight's meeting, and ultimately you'll share FCC's final conclusion, but for now, in principle, you're supportive, just not for this spot, or maybe for this spot after tonight's meeting. Is that right?
Precisely.
Okay, thanks, Aaron. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Farr. Councillor Aidan Johnson, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I won't be very long. The core of my concerns were just articulated by Councillor Farr. Really, I want to say thank you for coming forward and advocating for green energy in a subtle way. And I agree with you that we need to have a broader conversation about where these projects go. Councillor Green mentioned a while ago the reality that many cities in North America are moving toward urban solar energy. And given that we're talking in this conversation about a conflict between possible ruination of good agricultural land on the one hand versus throwing away a possibility for green energy, which we very desperately need on the other, it seems to me clear that urban settings are the appropriate settings for solar panels. And they should be on rooftops. And to not have that conversation and to focus on pristine rural lands as the spot for solar power, I think, is to throw away another good, valuable thing, which is economic development in cities and creating green energy in places where it's appropriate to create green energy. So, I mean, I throw that out there for the sake of saying it, because I think it's important to keep these broader principles about proper energy planning in mind as we have these conversations. And I agree with the remarks that Councillor Farr brought forward. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pasuta, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair Partridge. And Aaron, thank you for coming out today and speaking before us. So, Aaron, I'm looking at paragraph here. Based on the above, the FCC Board of Directors, after thorough discussion and careful reflection, is prepared to add its endorsement in principle of the Samsung solar farm proposal in North Flamborough. In big letters, underlined, provided does not use productive agricultural land, and, big letters, does not include windmills. So the windmills is out of the picture. So, not a farmer. There's very few people in this, farmers who have made a living in farming full-time. By looking at the property you went past yesterday, look productive to you?
It does, from a layman's point of view, non-farmer's layman's point of view. There was a crop there. It was just barely growing, but it was a crop there.
Quickly on the corner, the one field is a wetland and it got been late.
And through the chair, Madam Chair, can I please point out I struggled over every word in this presentation, and if you look at that thing that you just read, to add its endorsement in principle of a solar farm, not necessarily this solar farm.
That's one of the things I was trying to get out of Aaron. So I'm just going to real quick here speak a little bit. Farming is very expensive, and some people call it a hobby, but it's a business. Very expensive. First of all, there's the land costs. Seed is expensive. Fertilizer, the spray, the fuel, the equipment is enormous nowadays because consolidation of equipment companies are paying big bucks for equipment, big dollars for repairs. People don't do that as a hobby. It has to return dollars. People are farming these lands, this farm, other farms around. I farm 300 acres in the area. Don't do it as a hobby. The thing is, you know what? Bureaucrats, provincial government, they classify lands based on, I don't know what they do, mapping or whatever. No different, and I'm not picking on anybody in downtown Hamilton, but it's no different than blocks of the city of Hamilton, where you go from one well-maintained, probably paying taxes of, well, $12,000, and then you go another block, 2 blocks down, and you get into land that's houses that are of poorer, lesser quality, I'll say. Taxes. Then the next block, they go up in that. That's what we have, and it's checkered like that. I don't care where you go across Ontario. Even on agricultural lands across Ontario, you get these blocks, and they're out there. Yes, they are. But we have open fields out here that can produce. I don't care if they're 3 or 4. It's all about the farmer, too, okay? And Mother Nature. By just putting that through, and, you know, people live in the community out there, and I know where land prices have gone there anyhow for people being from Toronto, that, Madam Chair. And as you said, Aaron, it's premature to have this here before us today, before any public meetings. I was at Westfield on the weekend, Madam Chair, and we had a Mountsburg Church service. The old Mountsburg Church got moved over to Westfield. 102 people in the service, and many of them come to me are talking about this solar farm and the meeting in Carlisle. And they knew about the meeting here today, and they said, why is it here today? And why wasn't it before the public for a lot of the people? I haven't had one say it's a good thing. They all have concerns about it. Once again, Aaron, thank you for coming out. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to speak.
Yep, no problem. Thank you, Aaron. I have no further speakers. No one else around the table. So move to receive. Councillor Green, Councillor Maria Pearson, all in favor. That is carried. And so now when we're moving on to a motion for item 5.3, Councillor Johnson, please.
At this time, I'd like to delay this and defer this to the August meeting until such time that the company, the ward councillor, and the community has had an opportunity to meet and get feedback from the community.
So I would like to move it to be dealt with at council meeting this week because there is a time sensitivity to it.
With all due respect, my understanding was when I saw the chart up there, it was September was the deadline. So you have till August to get that. And I'm just putting it out there. I heard a concern that it's not in Mountsburg. It's actually in Carlisle. The company has offered to fess up a lot more of the community meetings, so this would give an opportunity for the Mountsburg. I'm just putting it out there. But my understanding was the deadline wasn't till September. That's why I suggested August.
Right. But I do want the time that is required before September, so I would like it dealt with for July the 10th, which is our council meeting. So, Councillor Pearson, please.
Then, Madam Chair, through you, I'm not sure how do staff propose in getting the input from the residents that attend the meetings that are proposed through you to staff? Are we going to have staff attending? Sounds like this is the applicant's meeting. I'm not sure staff's going to be there.
It is the applicant's meeting. You're right. Yeah. So I guess I could rephrase your question for you if you like to staff. Is there a requirement from the province for, under the Planning Act, for staff or the city to have a public meeting?
Through Madam Chair, no, this is not a Planning Act application, so those parameters and rules and regulations don't apply in the same way, but spirit, if we want to replicate it or try to recreate it, we have to rely on the applicant, the proponent himself, who's indicated they're prepared to acquiesce to our request to do things. I should forewarn you that the August 7th is the deadline, not September 1st is to the province, but they have to actually submit to the selection process August 7th. Different from the other applicant, Mr. Kalin, who is under the FIT program, and that's the July 13th.
So the actual deadline is August the 7th. So, Councillor Pearson, you have the floor.
Well, Madam Chair, yes, thank you. And just in light of what Mr. Pepperell has stated, I'm just wondering then, I have no problem in tabling this till council, and we can deliberate at council, but I'm just going to suggest, and I don't know if Mr. Kirsten can send comments back in to us before the council meeting, or council, that we can understand the issues and the concerns that the residents who attend this meeting bring forward, and possibly yourself and Councillor Pasuta may be attending. That would be my suggestion. Some information to base it.
All right, thank you, Councillor Pearson. So if I can turn the chair over to Councillor Johnson at first, some comments on this. There is a public meeting tonight, and I have spoken to a number of residents in the community already. My experience is when I spoke to Graham Flint, he was part of Force. He's hearing it's a benign issue for the majority of people that he has talked to. I have nothing official in writing about that, but I have also spoken to a number of residents who do have concerns about it. And, you know, the fact that the public meeting is after this meeting, I'm not good with that process. I think everyone knows that I prefer to have public meetings well before I bring an application forward. Now, having said that, this is not an application. So I would prefer to table this until after the public meeting, which is tonight. With the August 7th deadline looming, I would want to be involved before the, excuse me, September 1st deadline in the site plan, and also, you know, to bring forward what my comments are, or the comments are from my residents. But to be clear, they don't need our support. They need a letter saying that they've been here, they've presented, and that letter becomes part of their application process to the province. You know, and having said all that, I've been to the property, and there is crops growing. There's also a lot of rock there. But I support clean energy. And, you know, that is something that I'm really torn on this one, because I don't like the fact that it would be prime agricultural land. There's crops growing. You know, I would prefer that it be on land where you can't grow crops. As Lily herself said, there's a number, you know, they grow more rocks than they do anything else. But clearly this land is in full, you know, has full crops growing. So I'm very torn because, you know, we have clean energy projects coming forward, but if we're going to continually turn them down, and yet on the other hand, we're saying we've got to get off fossil fuels, that doesn't make a lot of sense either. So, you know, my personal thought is if you're going to support green energy, and absolutely let's do the due diligence. And what I have heard is that there is a public process to this. Even after the September 1st deadline, there will be public meetings, there will be residents and neighbors in the area involved in the site plan. So I would like to put a motion forward then that we table this until the council meeting on July the 10th. And I do have a seconder in Councillor Green.
Thank you. I've got it. We've got a seconder with Councillor Green, sorry. And my understanding is that they're looking for a letter of support. It doesn't mean whether or not we do this or not. So this is, you're asking for this to be deferred until council meeting with a seconder of Councillor Green. Any conversation on this? Any comments? Seeing none. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I will take the chair back. Thank you, everyone. Now we'll move on to delegations. Members of the public, in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act, please be advised that if a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting, and I'm going to insert here that 6.1 is the proposed Urban Hamilton official plan, amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for property located at 102 Ainsley Avenue in Hamilton, which is Ward 1. Or make written submissions to the Council of the City of Hamilton before Council makes a decision regarding the Urban Hamilton Official Plan Amendment and Zoning Bylaw Amendment, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of the Council of the City of Hamilton to the Ontario Municipal Board, and the person of the public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the Ontario Municipal Board unless, in the opinion of the Ontario Municipal Board, there are reasonable grounds to do so. So may I first have a motion to receive all of the written comments from item 6.1I and added items 6.1II to 6.1IX. Moved by Councillor Aidan Johnson, seconded by Councillor Jason Farr. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Now, is there a staff presentation on this? Yes, there is. Okay. So, first of all, I need to ask this 3 times. Are there any members of the public wishing to address the committee on this item at this time? Are there any members of the public wishing to address the committee on this item at this time? Are there any members of the committee wishing to address the committee on this item? I have both of you there, and I don't see anyone else. I have to ask the question 3 times just in case you think I have forgotten what I'm asking. All right. So first we'll hear the staff presentation, and I invite Cam Thomas down to the podium for his presentation, please. Welcome, Cam.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Start whenever you're ready, please.
Good morning, Madam Chairman, members of the committee, and ladies and gentlemen. This is an application for a rezoning and amendment to the Urban Hamilton official plan for property located at 102 Ainsley Avenue, which is in the Ainsley Wood Westdale East neighborhood and approximately 1 kilometer south of McMaster University. Subject property is right here. It's a flag-shaped lot that was created through a consent, and there is 4.57 meters of frontage. Most of the property has been developed to the north of 104 and 106 Ainsley Avenue on the wider part of the site, and it is one of 3 similar flag-shaped lots which are established in this area behind existing lots. This is Ainsley Avenue, and this is the 104 and 106. The approvals for both the consent and minor variance to permit a lot with reduced frontage were issued by the OMB in 1993 and were not supported by staff. The dwelling was developed in 1997 after Bylaw 95-33, which is also known as the Monster Home Bylaw, came into effect for the Westdale Ainsley Wood neighborhoods. The purpose of this was to control over building, and it was constructed to the maximum size and height allowed under the bylaw. The dwelling was built specifically as a student rental dwelling and currently provides accommodations to 4 students per unit, with the units being on the main floor, the second floor, and in the cellar. Here's the subject property. There's the existing dwelling. There's a driveway here and parking. And this is properties at 104 and 106 Ainsley. The owner has developed a 10-meter wide driveway and parking area in front of the dwelling, which provides access in 3 parking spaces. The property is also not enclosed by a fence, and so is exposed to the properties to the south at 104 and 106 Ainsley Avenue. The dwelling is recognized as a legal converted dwelling or duplex, which was created in 1998 and has operated illegally since around 2011 as a triplex. The applications were the result of proactive enforcement by the city. Prior to the applications being initiated, the applicant applied for a formal consultation. An amendment to the Urban Hamilton official plan is required because the property is designated low-density residential 2 in the Ainsley Wood Westdale secondary plan. And this permits single semis, duplexes, and existing 3, 4, and 5 plexes, but does not permit triplexes or any other multi-unit dwelling. Here's some photos that I'd like to show. This is the entrance to the property, showing the existing driveway and frontage along Ainsley Avenue. This is the view of the existing dwelling, taken from the north end of the driveway. And you can see the property slopes to the north. And this is another view. There is a very large high cellar, approximately 15 feet high. This is a view to the east along the little sort of quasi-street that was created for the other 2 flag lots. Looking to the south, the property is completely open. So staff are not in support of the proposed amendments. The principal planning concerns are with respect to the effects of the proposed use on neighborhood character and compatibility, and that the proposed change could have an undermining effect on the fundamental planning principles that have been developed for this area. The neighborhood is characterized as consisting of single detached dwellings of various forms and sizes, with a high percentage of dwellings that are occupied as rentals, which cater to the high student population. It's estimated that approximately 60% or possibly more of the dwellings in this neighborhood are now rentals. The current Ainsley Wood Westdale secondary plan policies are intended to protect interior neighborhood locations such as this from overdevelopment and changes in density. One of the challenges has been to maintain the character and integrity of the residential neighborhoods while trying to accommodate above average rental demand. To maintain reasonable densities, the city has tried to limit the location of higher density housing forms, such as apartments and units known as plexes, to specific areas which are not local roads and which have a mixed-use character. These include areas such as the mixed-use area along Emerson Avenue and on Main Street West. The conversion of existing or converted dwellings to triplexes is of concern because the building could be used to house significantly more occupants as a triplex by the creation of the third unit, which is usually in the basement or cellar. The conversion of an already converted dwelling to a triplex is therefore discouraged because it would contribute to the destabilization of the neighborhood. Impacts include increased parking, traffic, noise, garbage, loitering, and other nuisance issues that may affect privacy in the enjoyment of one's property. For the subject property, there's also an urban form issue, which is presented by the configuration of the lot and the lack of proper frontage. This has resulted in, as I've shown, cars being parked abutting the rear yards of the properties at 104 and 106 Ainsley, which may create nuisance impacts affecting privacy and quality of life. The staff's opinion that this dwelling has been intensified to the appropriate level because it has evolved from a single detached dwelling to a converted two-unit dwelling. The conversion of single detached dwellings to higher density uses would go beyond what is contemplated through the existing intensification strategy. And it would introduce a use which is not consistent with this area, as well as other changes that will affect character, such as adding parking and reducing landscaping. If approved, this type of application may set an undesirable precedent to permit higher density forms of housing within interior areas of the Ainsley Wood East neighborhood. By introducing a more intensive form of housing into the interior of the neighborhood, the applications would be contrary to the planning objectives and principles that we've tried to establish. The proposal also is considered to be contrary to the purpose of Bylaw 9533 because it was never intended to facilitate the development of multiple units. The applications were circulated to 99 property owners. The concerns of the public include letters from 4 residents, as well as several recent emails that are provided before you today. The concerns speak to issues such as unsuitable precedent for permitting higher density uses into the interior of neighborhoods, regulatory concerns which challenge the Monster Home Bylaw, impacts such as absentee landlords, concerns with the behavior of renters, parking requirements, concerns with emergency access, and density issues, such as the difficulty of regulating the number of renters. Comments on these matters are also provided in the staff report. Therefore, staff do not support the requested amendments to the Hamilton zoning bylaw and the Urban Hamilton official plan, as the proposed triplex is not regarded as a suitable form of residential intensification. It is contrary to the planning objectives and principles of the Ainsley Wood Westdale secondary plan, and it would introduce a more intensive form of housing into the interior of a neighborhood, which would contribute to further instability. In addition, these changes may serve as a catalyst for more intensive housing, which is not in the community interest. That's my presentation, Madam Chair, and if there's any questions from the committee, I'd be pleased to try and answer them.
Thank you. And Councillor Pearson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Cam, for the presentation. Going way back to the beginning, you mentioned when you showed the first photograph of the rear of the property, it has a 15-foot basement?
Yes.
So I'm just asking, was this purpose-built as a rental?
I believe it was.
Built. So did they get permission or permits through the city? Obviously, it went through building department. I've never seen, so are they basement windows and first floor windows at the back?
Through the chair, please.
Right there through the chair. So
Thank
you're saying that you pointed to the middle row of windows being basement windows. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's correct.
So do we have records of this being, going through the building process, obviously, and passing all the building requirements?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's correct.
I just wanted to ask that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff? Councillor Aidan Johnson.
Thanks very much. Thank you for the presentation. I have some general comments on this item on the agenda, but they're not in the form of questions to our presenter.
Okay.
So,
do you want to wait until after
yes.
we've heard from everyone first?
Thanks for
okay.
your great work on this.
Thank you. And can I have a motion, please, to receive the presentation? Councillor Pasuta and Councillor Johnson, all those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Oh, sorry, Councillor Green. Oh, seriously. It's just that side thing. Okay, so I believe I have, thank you very much, Cam.
Thank you very much.
I believe I have Mike from the IBI group, please, to come on down. And I understand there's some people in the audience that would like to speak to this as well. Just wait and I'll call you down. I just relax and be comfortable. And Mike, am I saying your name right? Is it Crow?
It's Crow.
Crow. Okay, thank you.
I just have a presentation as well. I'm just going to. Okay, so Madam Chair, members of the committee and staff and members of the public, my name is Mike Crow. I'm a senior planner with IBI Group, and I'm here representing the clients of the owners of 102 Ainsley Avenue in support of the applications for Urban Hamilton Official Plan Amendment and also rezoning for an existing triplex. My presentation is a little bit similar to staff's. I'm going to show some of the same pictures, but I'm drawing a different conclusion. So just to recap, I don't want to belabor the points, but here the planning applications are to recognize an existing dwelling as a triplex consisting of one unit per floor. That would be in the basement, the first and second floor. They're all independent units. The structure has been a triplex since approximately 1999. The owner currently rents units to students studying at McMaster. And so our applications really are to recognize this existence of an additional dwelling unit in the existing structure. So really it's that basement unit is the issue that we're trying to have legalized. Here's an air photo from the City of Hamilton website, also with zoning lines on it. That orange is the property boundary, so you can see it essentially shows the lotting pattern that was highlighted by staff. Is a fairly large lots, flag-shaped pattern, set back from the street. And I think one thing I want to point out on this air photo is the variety of lot sizes and shapes and dwelling sizes in this part of the community. So there's really quite a bit of difference there. The Urban Hamilton Official Plan Amendment application that we submitted, just to be clear, when the applications originally came in, it was around 2012, so the different planning regime at the local level existed. We updated the applications earlier this year to be considered under the Urban Hamilton Official Plan, and really it was a minor move by us. Just it really doesn't change much in terms of applicable policy, but that's something we wanted to do. So in UHOP, the current designation is neighborhoods, and that's shown on Schedule E, urban structure, and it's also E1 land use designations. Also subject to the Ainsley Wood Westdale secondary plan, and that designation is low density residential 2. And that permits, as staff have noted, single detached dwellings, semi-detached dwellings, and existing 3, 4, and 5 plexes. So our UHOP application is really a site specific to recognize an existing triplex at a density of approximately 29 units per hectare. So that density complies. It's the built form that is really the subject of the application. Just shows the map. The red circle indicates roughly where the properties are in the community. This large blue color is McMaster University with the red boundary and the A on it. So that's roughly where we are in relation to McMaster. Just zooming in, the property is actually bounded by a utility corridor to the north and a community park. So that's what that gray designation indicates. So that's utility lands. And then the remaining parcels are also low density residential too, same as the subject property. In terms of the zoning bylaw application, the designations as indicated by staff are urban protected residential, CS 1335, 1335A, and 720. These designations do not allow a triplex as a permitted use, so our application seeks to introduce that on a site-specific basis. And then also, staff have noted a couple of deficiencies with the existing situation, which could be also incorporated into the bylaw as sort of a housekeeping update to recognize existing situations, which for the most part are legally recognized. So this is the zoning map, and it just highlights the property in relation to the other zoning designations, and also that green color to the south is Niagara Escarpment Commission Development Control. Similar photos to what staff have shown. So this is standing on Ainsley Avenue looking to the north towards the property. This is taken obviously at a time when vegetation is almost in full bloom, and obviously you can't see the subject dwelling from this vantage point. You can see the notice sign in the middle of the picture towards the bottom. That's a current notice sign. This is a relatively current picture. And so really, from this vantage point, you don't really know the dwelling is there. If you were to move about 25 or 30 steps to your left and still face the dwelling, this is what you would see from Ainsley Avenue. So you can see a two-story dwelling on the left, a gray dwelling, siding material, a detached garage, and on the right you can just see lower size two-story dwelling, brick dwelling. And if you look real careful towards the back of the gray property with the detached garage, you can just see a sliver of red brick, which is the subject dwelling. If you turn to the right a little bit from that vantage point and look down Ainsley Avenue, this is your streetscape vantage point. So you can see that there's a bit of variety there, at least adjacent to this property in terms of dwelling heights and sizes and materials. And that's noted by those two dwellings you can see sort of in the middle of the property. Again, some siding and brick, different sizes. Entering into the driveways is actually taken from the driveway of the adjacent property, which would lead to 104 Ainsley. I'll double check that address. And you can just see the dwelling in the middle of the trees towards the back there. So again, it's highly concealed. We've already seen a similar picture similar to this. So here's your two-story dwelling, mostly brick with a bit of siding, fairly flat roof. It looks very much actually like a semi-detached. A different day, but just to give you an idea of just the construction of the dwelling and the materials used and really the look that you would see entering the property. This is from the rear, so this is really at the back edge of the property looking towards the rear elevation, and this viewpoint, as you can see, is extremely shrouded by vegetation, and most people wouldn't be privy to this vantage point. It's really private property, so this view of the dwelling is not something that the average citizen or community member would see. And this is again looking along the rear elevation towards the other properties in this section of larger dwellings to show the consistency of rear yard setback and also the size and the density of vegetation that screens this property naturally. These are willow trees and they're there. I just want to take you inside the dwelling just to paint in your mind's eye what it looks like. If I were to go back just to the front, you'll see these two separate doors giving the impression that it's very much like a semi-detached, but the units are divided horizontally. So you have a unit, the basement on the middle and the upper floor. So if you go in the door on the left, it takes you to a stairwell to the first and second units. The door on the right takes you down to the basement. If you go through that door into the main foyer of the unit, this is what you would see. On the right, on your right is a picture of a common area that students would use for dining or entryways. On your left is just a typical kitchen on the first and second floor. You can see there's some dishes that need to be done there, but clearly it's quality kitchen, usable space, and good common space. These are typical bedrooms that you would see on the first and second floor units. Again, good size, large windows, lighting, carpeting, well kept, well maintained, good space to live in. It's just another vantage point of a typical entryway. So if you look at this picture, the door you see just to the right would be the kitchen, the door just to the left of that would be the bathroom, and then you have your bedrooms and common rooms come off of this main hallway feature, and that's typical of the first and second floors. Here's a typical bathroom on the upper floors. Again, high quality finishes, tile, good countertops, well kept, well maintained, ventilation, lighting. This is just another vantage point of the bedrooms to show there's storage for each of these units, each of these bedrooms, so there's no lack of place for students to place their belongings. Basement units, here's the bathroom in the basement unit. On the right, you can see one of the basement units that has this loft space that staff discussed. You can see it's a very small portion of floor area which houses the bed, and the majority of the unit is at grade in the basement. This is the kitchen in the basement. Again, dishes need to be done, but obviously it's a usable, sizable kitchen, and that sort of gives you an idea of what the dwelling looks like inside and out. In terms of planning rationale for recommending approval of the application, so that's my opinion here on behalf of the client. The existing dwellings provide quality, affordable rental housing geared towards the student population in a form that I believe is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. The structure itself provides a size and exterior design which is compatible with single detached dwellings, particularly the look. Looking at the exterior finishes of brick, siding, asphalt, shingles, those are very much standard residential materials that you see in the community as well. The property size, the building setback from the property lines, and the location adjacent to an existing utility corridor ensures that this dwelling is really not overwhelming to adjacent properties or the streetscape. As we saw, you can't even really see it on a typical day. And the dwelling form and density are not out of character for a neighborhood, nor overly intense for the subject lands. And really what I mean by that is the density complies with the official plan for Ainsley Wood Secondary, the low density designation maximum of about 29, 30 units per hectare. So development is consistent with 2014 provincial policy statement, which is the current statement of use, conforms with the growth plan for Greater Gordon Horseshoe. It's compatible with the neighborhood in terms of scale and intensity. It complies with the density requirements in both the UHOP and Ainsley Wood Westdale secondary plan. The zoning bylaw adjustments required are very minor in nature, and they really primarily reflect existing conditions. There is no history of significant negative impacts to the neighborhood resulting from the existing development, and I believe you've been circulated some letters from adjacent property owners, and those would be the ones immediately adjacent to this property, and they've all indicated their support and the lack of negative impact to their properties as a result of this dwelling. And so therefore, considering the above approval, recommending approval of the applications would represent good planning.
Okay, thank you, Mike. And Councillor Aidan Johnson has questions for you, please.
Thank you very much. And Madam Chair, I'd like to acknowledge that the Toot family, who's the family that owns this property and acts as landlords of the property, is present. I know Robert and his dad are here. You have great clients, as you know, in that the Toots provide good, clean houses, and the neighbors generally give positive reviews. These aren't loud student party houses, so those are certainly good things. I oppose this particular application because it seems very clear to me that if approved, it would create a negative precedent for the community. And the question I'm going to pose is going to ask you your response to this concern. So I'll just lay out my concern. Presently in Ainsley Wood and Westdale, we have an excess of bad student housing. It's bad because it's dirty, not like this property. It's bad because it violates fire code, not like this property. It's bad because too many students are packed in and crammed together. And that's bad for the students, and it creates a very negative energy, if you will, a negative dynamic. All kinds of trouble, hygienic trouble, noise pollution trouble for the non-students. The families who live in Ainsley Wood and in Westdale. The concern about this property is not that it's noisy and loud and unhygienic, as I've said, but as our staff presentation delineated, it is about density. And it's not crazy out of control density like we have in other parts of the community. And indeed, I think the Toots are to be commended for coming forward in a transparent and a legal way to do everything above the board. A lot of our landlords don't. So I do want to underline the ethical quality that we're seeing in these landlords.
Councillor, do you have a question for the applicant?
I'm so sorry. The question is, sir, how do you respond to the neighbors and to me, those in the community and the ward, who view this as a negative precedent? That is, as a very... that is, in opening the door for this landlord and in violating our secondary plan with its density concerns for this landlord, do we not open the door for the bad landlords who are out there? What is your response to the concern regarding precedent?
Mike, through the chair, please.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. It's a great question. I think that's a question that's not necessarily unique to this application. Obviously, with planning, in my experience, has been the adage is planning is not supposed to operate on a precedent in the sense that a committee or council is not necessarily bound by previous decisions and applications. Oftentimes, there are very much unique circumstances to individual situations. So there might be a factor that is relevant in one particular property and not in another. Having said that, obviously once development becomes established in the community, it may become sort of a focal point for others to look to try and emulate and make additional applications. But that's the key that I would say is that each landowner that has something that doesn't comply with what the plan currently says is obliged to make the applications. Those applications should be judged according to the policy in effect at the time, and other factors unique to that property. So I personally don't buy into the precedent viewpoint, but I certainly acknowledge the concern from staff and having to want to deal with a rush of applications similar to this. I don't see that happening personally.
Councillor?
Thank you. That was my question. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And seeing no other questions, thank you very much, Mike. May I have a motion to receive the presentation? Councillor Aidan Johnson, Councillor Pearson, all in favour? That is carried. Thank you. I'll now invite the members of the public wishing to speak to this issue to the podium. If you'd like to make your way down, please. And I'll just ask you to write your name and your address and telephone number into the book that's provided there. And if you could speak directly into the microphone and just introduce your name, please.
Great. Good morning. My name is Lavinia Welsh, and I represent the Ainslie-Wood Westdale Community Association of Resident Homeowners. We're here today to urge you to deny the zoning change request for 102 Ainslie Avenue. We believe the staff report is a good reflection of many of the issues faced in Ainslie-Wood East and, in fact, throughout Ainslie-Wood and Westdale. Our association is not against student housing. We are not against intensification. We are against intensification in the interior of the neighborhood where this property is located. We are against intensification that is not part of an overall community plan or consultation. In other words, we are against unplanned intensification, particularly of the sort you are reviewing today, when an owner has violated zoning regulations. The history of this property outlined on page 3 of the staff report shows that this property owner has a history of violating permits and that they have always pushed boundaries. Yes, in the end, they have made it right by applying for appropriate permits, variances, and payment of fines after the fact. And now they are attempting to make it right with a zoning change request to legalize their triplex. Intensification on this property has occurred not as a result of a public planning process. It has occurred as a result of an owner deciding on his own to increase revenue opportunities by intensifying illegally. Unfortunately, this is a situation we are all too familiar with. Our neighborhood has many homes with illegal suites and renovations done without permits, and it is our view that it would be a slippery slope to approve this. Today in Ainslie-Wood East, where this illegal triplex is located, 65% of single-family homes have been purchased by investors, and many have been converted and renovated without proper planning and building oversight. We believe that the proactive bylaw enforcement will unearth other situations like 102 Ainslie Avenue, and we believe it would be a dangerous precedent to approve this request and therefore urge you again to deny it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lavinia. Any questions for the presenter, please? Councillor, all right, thank you. Lavinia, thanks for coming down. May I have a motion to receive the presentation? Councillor Aidan Johnson, Councillor Green, all in favour? That's carried. Thank you. Okay, welcome. And if you could do the same, speak directly into the mic and just introduce yourself, please.
Yes. My name is Tordis Coakley,
Otis?
Yes,
Thank
that's
you.
correct. And I am a resident of Ainsley Wood. I have lived there for 45 years.
Directly into the microphone, please.
I have lived in Ainsley Wood for 45 years, and I am a resident of Ainsley Wood. I am also the secretary of the Ainsley Wood Community Association. I've just listened to what my friend Vinnie Welsh had to say. I have read the staff report, and I don't see any need for me to repeat all the reasons that were stated of why we should deny this application. But I just want to make a few points for the record from the people who actually live in Ainsley Wood. And first of all, this construction was illegally built. It was illegally constructed. And the owner was actually fined for the illegal activities. To us, that is a very frightening prospect if this is allowed, because what we see is what my friend just mentioned. We may have copycats. Build it, then go to City Hall and get it approved. And we don't think that that is a good and healthy option, not for our neighborhood and also not for the students. Because I believe that when the students come to our neighborhood, they deserve proper legal places to reside in. And our neighborhood is not anti-student, not at all. We live with students next to us, students who live like a family, students who live in reasonable houses, in reasonable numbers, that are legal and that follow the bylaws. We have no issue with that. But we do not welcome illegal builders into our neighborhood. It destroys our neighborhood. Further, I would also say that we do worry about the density of students in our neighborhood, because you have to keep in mind that if you have 60% of the houses in the neighborhood comprised of students, it is not as though you have a family where in one house there are 2, in the next house there are 4, and in the next house there's an elderly couple. You end up living with houses that are built for normal density that have 5, 10, 15 students in them. And it makes it very, very difficult for us, because it really does create, a very abnormal environment. And also, in these large student houses, there are very few controls over the behavior. So it's not the same as in a house where you have parents that control a number of children. It is not. We do have young people living on their own sometimes for the first time. So this is why we are very opposed to these large developments inside our neighborhoods. So again, we ask this committee to deny this application because we feel it does not serve in the best interest of the neighborhood. It does not serve in the best interest of the people of Ainsley Wood, and it certainly does not serve in the best interest of students. We all have the right to live well and to live in manageable environments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Totis. Appreciate you coming down very much. All right, and motion to receive, Councillor Aidan Johnson, Councillor Maria Pearson, all in favor?
Carried.
Carried, thank you. Are there any additional members of the public wishing to address the committee on this item at this time? Are there any additional members of the public wishing to address the committee on this item at this time? Last time. Are there any additional members of the public wishing to address the committee on this item? All right, I'm seeing none. May I have, so we've done a motion to receive the delegations, and may I have a motion to close the public meeting? Councillor Brenda Johnson, Councillor Maria Pearson, all in favor?
Carried.
All right. And regarding the staff report, I'll open it up for discussion to the ward councillor. Aidan Johnson, please.
Thank you very much, Councillor Partridge. And I would like to thank Vinnie, and I would like to thank Tortoise for bringing some very subtle analysis of the problem that we're facing in Westdale and Ainsley Wood to Planning Committee. And I'm glad that you, my colleagues, have heard these arguments, because this isn't the last time you're going to hear them. Next planning meeting, we're going to be talking about an even more complicated student housing file pertaining to Ainsley Wood and Westdale regarding 111 Winston. And there, a principle applies that Tortoise talked about today, which is the principle that it is bad to have a situation in which landlords are doing more or less what they want within the houses that they own in Westdale Ainsley Wood, and then getting approval for it. That is a recipe for over-intensification. It is a recipe for unsafe student housing. It is a recipe for an unhappy neighborhood in which students and non-students are not getting along. That principle is very much at stake here. As I said in my earlier remarks, this sets a negative precedent. And that is why I urge you to please support me in rejecting this application from a worthy constituent of Ward 1. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Matthew Green, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as many of you know, Ward 3 shares some of the similar complexities of these illegally intensified units. In fact, back in March, I put forward a motion that would basically lobby the provincial government to prohibit these minor variances after the fact. And I would agree with the residents' analysis that rewarding those who just choose to skirt our process is not a good precedent to set. I would agree that planned intensification is necessary for healthy mixed use and mixed income neighborhoods. And I would agree with the analysis that, that doing so would set a precedent and quite frankly set the wrong message to the community, not just in Ward 1, but across the city that, that folks can do kind of whatever they want, whenever they want, and then go to the OMB as though we're some kind of legal fiction. So I am standing firmly behind you, my councillor colleague, through you, Madam Chair, in this. Not just that it sets a precedent in Ward 1, but that approving these types of processes under this particular system and under these particular regulations is indeed going to prove to be very messy when it comes to future applications. And so I stand firmly behind opposing this project and would also like to go on the record once again to remind those that are looking to quote unquote invest in our communities that there is a process. I would ask that they respect the process, and if they want to be good neighbors, the best way to show good faith in our community is to respect the processes of our permit and licensing and planning divisions. So that's why we're here at planning today, to make sure that all the work that's gone into our neighborhood plans and our secondary plans and our official plans is respected. And I would certainly hope that we wouldn't want to start making exceptions, despite how good they might be now, especially after the fact. And I'm looking forward to hearing what the province has coming back on my motion back in March. That would address this thing respecting, I mean, in our ward, they use Section 19 all the time, which is the as-of-right duplexing. And they use that as though it was a legal fiction, the oops, I'm sorry. It's not really a triplex, I'm just doing a duplex. The next thing you know, there's, bathrooms in the basement and fire code we heard about and all these different issues with complexity. So I'm looking forward to future conversations on what appropriate, healthy neighborhoods look like. And certainly looking forward to the conversation that's going to happen at the rental licensing subcommittee when some of these recommendations really start to get fleshed out. So certainly lots of complexity. There's certainly a need for affordable housing. There's certainly a need for student housing. But overlying, Madam Chair, if I may end with this, there is a need to respect the process of our community planning committee. So thank you very much, and I look forward to the vote after which.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Green. Well said on behalf of all of us. If I could just turn the chair over to Councillor Johnson. I just have a couple of comments I'd like to make as well. And I think Councillor Green has really said it well for all of us. There is a process, and that process is so very important for everyone to follow, and it does affect every ward in this community, whether it's a rural settlement area, whether it's in the inner city downtown, whether it's in Westdale. There is a reason we have these processes, and people need to follow them. My other concern, though, is even if we did approve this, the good people that own this home right now are not going to be there forever. So what happens when the ownership changes hands? There is no guarantee that they're going to respect any of the bylaws that we have. And too often in the other areas of this city are we dealing with property standards and property issues and people living in deplorable conditions that, you know, again, the city is expected to go in and clean it up. That's not the case with the current owners. I want to stress that. They're, you know, admirable people, but it's what happens afterwards, and that's what becomes so very important when we make these decisions around this table. It isn't about what is happening immediately and currently if we make the decision, but it's about the long-term plan and the effect that it's going to have on the residents who live there. So I'm very pleased to also support the ward councillor, who is doing an excellent job, Councillor Aidan Johnson, and those are my comments for now. I will take back the chair. Thank you, Councillor Johnson, Brenda Johnson. And I need a motion now on the staff report, which is to deny the application. I'll come to the ward councillor. Moved by Councillor Aidan Johnson, seconded by Councillor Matthew Green. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much. All right, now moving on to item 6.2. This is the modifications to the City of Hamilton zoning bylaw number 6593 regarding parking exemptions for certain commercial uses along the James Street North and South corridors and the H District zone in the former City of Hamilton, which is wards 1 to 8. So let me just read out my notes here, which I am required to do under the Planning Act. Members of the public, in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act, please be advised that if a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submission to the Council of the City of Hamilton before Council makes a decision regarding modifications to the City of Hamilton zoning bylaw 6593, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of the Council of the City of Hamilton to the Ontario Municipal Board, and the person or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the Ontario Municipal Board unless, in the opinion of the Ontario Municipal Board, there are reasonable grounds to do so. So I need to ask this question 3 times. Are there any members of the public wishing to address the committee on this item? Are there any members of the public wishing to address the committee on this item? Are there any members of the public wishing to address the committee on this item? And I'm seeing none at this time. So may I have a motion to waive the staff presentation? I'll come to the ward councillor. Councillor Jason Farr, please.
Yeah, move to waive. Seconded by
Maria Pearson. All in favor? That is carried. All right. And a motion to close the public meeting. Councillor Brenda Johnson, Councillor Rob Pasuda. All in favor? That is carried. And I'll come to you, Councillor, for a motion on the staff report.
Yeah, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Pearson. And that is the recommendations A, B, C before us. And I'll quickly thank Peter Ilio, who is now going to work just as quickly as he did on this file with our subcommittee of this committee on the parkland dedication assignment, right? You're almost done that too, right, Peter? He did a great job. This is a further amendment of the amendment we approved some months ago, and for some reason we didn't include James North, and we addressed also the H District, as this report identifies, and it relates to parking, quite obviously, for our commercial areas. So thank you very much again to Peter. That's all I really have to say. It's much appreciated, and I know I speak on behalf of many establishments existing, about to exist, and thinking about existing, particularly as it relates to James North and South.
All right. Thank you, Councillor. And so we move that. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. We're moving on to presentations now. So I now invite Kathy Plose to the podium for her presentation respecting Nature Counts 2 Natural Areas Inventory. Councillor Farr, please.
Sorry, I spoke with, hold on, Kathy, I don't know if my colleagues will have the appetite. I spoke with Ida about this, but I was hopeful, given that we have Mr. Collette here as a delegation. This is regarding the Hess Village paid duty issue. I have acquiesced on a few occasions on this. We've been putting it off for some months. It's finally at committee. Dean is here to offer a 5-minute presentation, followed by, I'm sure, just a few questions, and then ultimately I'm hopeful that I can move the item forward, hopefully to this time. Dean is not having a baby today. In fact, he's not having the baby. His wife is having a second baby, but very soon, and I'm just wondering if I could appeal to the good nature of my friends and colleagues around this table to allow that to be bumped up to this particular portion of the agenda.
And so that will be up to the committee. It is farther along in the agenda. Councillor Brenda Johnson, please.
Thank you. And as my colleague is saying this, I'm looking up in the audience of people who are sitting here waiting for 8.1. So at the beginning of this agenda, I think it would have been considerate to let them know that their item would be pushed back even further because they've been waiting since 9:30 this morning to speak to that item. So I'll leave it to my colleagues, but at this point in time, I'd really like to respect the process, given all the people that are in the audience willing to speak on this 8.1.
Councillor Aidan Johnson, please.
I'm simply chiming in, Councillor Partridge, to second the motion from Councillor Farr to modify the agenda in the way he proposed.
Councillor Pearson.
Madam Chair, just to clarify and just confirm with Councillor Farr, it's 5 minutes, just the 5-minute presentation, but we're dealing with the item at the end. That's the motion, correct?
I was hopeful that the motion could follow the presentation. You'll have a few questions, I'm sure. I have just a few as well. And then we could bring the motion forward as well. I appreciate where the process comes into play, but I'm just looking up there. We have put this off on a few occasions now. I think it was Councillor Johnson who asked for a police report. That delayed it another month. All the while, the paid duty issue is prevalent because it is the summer months, so we continue to wait. And again, as for a personal reason as well, I'm hopeful that we can maybe adjust the agenda accordingly. And I thank Councillor Johnson for seconding that motion to move these items forward.
So if I can interject, I think the motion would require a fair amount of discussion, and I am very cognizant of the fact that we have a number of people, not just one, we have a number of people who are here to speak to 8.1. So I would certainly suggest that perhaps we could move up the delegation presentation, but I would not want to deal with the motion until later on in the agenda, because I do feel it is going to push our agenda back considerably. Yes, Councillor, go ahead, please.
I appreciate those comments. So if I could ask through you to Ida, can you tell me where Dean's delegation would be in terms of our schedule currently? We have a 7.1 presentation followed by a 7.2 presentation.
So the motion would be the delegation would be when we deal with the motion.
Sorry, I wasn't informed that. I have the order of delegations according to the agenda, Madam Chair. So through you to Ida, 4.6 on the delegations today. We've gone through 1, 2, I think 3 delegations so far, and 4.6 would be the 6th delegation.
Madam Clerk.
Normally we have the delegations with the item. So since the item is 9.1, then the delegation would normally be once item 9.1 is considered.
Yeah, we don't have a discussion item. This is a motion. It is not a discussion item or a consent item, and delegations are with the applications or with the motions. So the motion is going to be at the end of the agenda when we're dealing with the motions. So again, if you would like the committee to consider moving the delegation request up, I think that's one part of it. But in terms of moving up the motion, I would not support that. I think that needs to stay within the process at the end of the agenda.
I appreciate that. So I'll just test the will of committee with the motion that's currently on the floor and hope that we can move the delegation up. That's the motion, and part 2 of the motion is to follow that with the motion.
Okay, so that's moved by yourself and seconded by Councillor Aidan Johnson. All in favor? All opposed? Okay, thank you. Probably would have been best to separate those 2 items out. Having said that, I will now invite Kathy Plose, one more time with feeling, down to the podium for her presentation respecting Nature Counts 2 Natural Areas Inventory. Welcome, Kathy. Ida, could you please assist Kathy? Ida, do we have copies of the presentation? It was in the added agenda items? Oh, there it is.
Yes, Madam Chair, they were distributed.
All right, thank you. Kathy, whenever you're ready, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you about the Nature Counts 2 project. The purpose of my presentation is to just provide some information to Planning Committee to let them know about the exciting work that we've been doing within the natural areas in Hamilton. So first of all, I'll talk about just an overview of Hamilton's natural heritage. What is Nature Counts? Just a summary of the results, how we use this data, and what we have planned next. So Hamilton has a very unique natural heritage. We're fortunate to have many unique natural areas and landscapes, including the Niagara Escarpment, the coastal wetlands of Cootes Paradise, the interior forests of Dundas Valley, and Beverly Swamp. There are extensive swamps in Flamborough, which are vital to air and water quality in Hamilton. There are provincially significant geologic features at the Eramosa Karst. Hamilton is also fortunate to be within the Carolinian Canada Zone, which contains unique species which are typically found much further south. And this zone is characterized by very high biodiversity. So what is Nature Counts? Nature Counts is a comprehensive field study which identified the plants and wildlife species within the natural areas of the city of Hamilton. The purpose of the project was to provide current information on plant and wildlife species, vegetation communities, and natural areas boundaries to agencies responsible for protecting and enhancing natural features. The project also provided recommendations on natural areas management and future studies that would be conducted. Finally, the project will help us to understand the effects of climate change, invasive species, and human pressures on the environment. This project is a joint partnership between the Hamilton Naturalist Club, the Hamilton Conservation Authority, and the City of Hamilton. Each of these three main partners have provided unique contributions to the success of the project. The Hamilton Conservation Authority provided office space, resources, staff expertise, project organization, and implementation. They also maintained the database. The Hamilton Naturalist Club provided project organization, field expertise and staff, and fundraising. The City of Hamilton provided funding, project organization, and implementation of results. Today, we have some representatives from the Hamilton Naturalist Club and the Hamilton Conservation Authority here today. And we have, I can just point them out in the audience, Gord McNulty, who is the Hamilton Naturalist Club Director at Large. We have Bruce McKenzie, who is the Hamilton Naturalist Club Publicity Director. And we have Paul Smith, who is the Hamilton Naturalist Club Conservation and Education Director, and he was also responsible for writing the section on breeding birds in the Nature Counts report. We also, I see, have from the Hamilton Conservation Authority, Mike Stone and Scott Peck. So the first, just a little background history. This is actually the third of 3 inventories. So the first inventory, called the Natural Areas Inventory, was led by the Hamilton Naturalist Club in 1991, and its purpose was to identify natural areas for the protection in the region of Hamilton-Wentworth Official Plan. So in this study, a team of professional biologists identified the vascular plants, mammals, birds, reptiles, fish, butterflies, and amphibians living within 92 study areas. This original inventory resulted in the identification of 67 environmentally significant areas, or ESAs, in the Regional Official Plan in 1994. In 2001, the partners completed another inventory, this time of 107 sites. This was called Nature Counts, and as a result, it increased the number of ESAs in the Regional Official Plan to 81. Now, we have Nature Counts 2, which was initiated in 2011. It examined 53 sites and includes recommendations to add new ESAs and expand existing ones. So I'll just go through a brief summary of some of the highlights, the results. Of the 53 natural areas surveyed, this was done over 3 years. You'll note that the total number of natural areas was less in this survey, and that's because we looked at 3 very large areas, which were Beverly Swamp, Dundas Valley, and all along the entire Hamilton Escarpment. So these were really big areas, and they were intensively studied during Nature Counts 2. Based on the 3 inventories, there are a total of 2,020 species in Hamilton, and we found 71 new species during Nature Counts 2. These are just a handful of some of the new species we found in during Nature Counts 2. The pawpaw is a tree, and it's probably our most unusual native tree. This tropical-looking tree has flowers that smell like carrion, and it bears edible fruit with a banana custard flavor. And then the other interesting one that I want to point out was the first bald eagles were successfully nested, and these are the first breeding bald eagles on the Canadian shoreline of Lake Ontario over the last 50 years, and they chose Cootes Paradise in Hamilton as their location, so that's a particularly exciting event. The good news that we found from the study, so after conducting these inventories over 23 years, it's now possible to see trends in species occurrences. The good news is that Hamilton has a high diversity of different habitats, and this leads to a very high number of plant species. So we found 962 species of plants, and this is highest compared to other areas within the Golden Horseshoe. Nature Counts 2 also included the first inventory of dragonflies and damselflies, and 98 species were found. We found 6 new breeding bird species, and that brings the total number of breeding birds in Hamilton to 164. So this study found that it's great news that some species are rebounding. For example, the bald eagle, not the golden eagle, the bald eagle. And it's apparent that some of the habitat restoration work that's being done within Cootes Paradise by the Royal Botanical Gardens is benefiting some species such as the bald eagle. Unfortunately, the study also showed bad news. We are witnessing population changes that are related to climate change and human pressures. I should note that these negative trends reflect those found in other areas of southern Ontario, so it's not necessarily unique to Hamilton. The news is not good for reptiles and amphibians, which includes frogs, toads, salamanders, turtles, and snakes. The population sizes of reptiles and amphibians have decreased, and the number of locations where they're found have declined. Also, in 2003, during Nature Counts, the first Nature Counts, of the 30 reptile and amphibian species in Hamilton, 30% were considered rare. Now, Nature Counts 2 has found that 53% of species are rare. And this is likely due to things such as road mortality and habitat loss and degradation. We also know that species which depend on grassland habitat, such as meadows, are declining. And you've probably heard of species such as bobolink and eastern meadowlark, which are now species at risk. Finally, although Nature Counts 2 found 44 new plant species, 38% of these are non-natives. Non-natives are not good because they outcompete native plants and they do not provide habitat suitable for native wildlife, and thus they reduce biodiversity. So now that we have all this great data, how is it used? The data will be used to update the boundaries of core areas or environmentally significant areas in the natural heritage system of the official plan. It is also used to assess the significance of any newly studied areas to determine if they should be protected in the official plan. The data is used to inform policies to protect the natural heritage system. For example, If the data tells us that the grassland birds are declining, in the future, the city may wish to include policies to protect and enhance important grassland areas. The data is also used in the daily review of planning applications, so staff use the data to guide applicants on the scope of any required studies, such as environmental impact statements. Conservation authorities and other partners use the Nature Counts data to prepare habitat restoration and management plans for their publicly owned natural areas and also for monitoring. The data can be used to assess general trends in plant and wildlife populations and the ecological health of the city. Monitoring trends in species occurrence and population increases our knowledge of the state of Hamilton's natural environment so we can quickly address changes. Finally, many landowners generously allowed Nature Counts biologists to walk on their property and gather data. They were very excited when they were provided with the results of the inventories on their property, and this leads to increased education and awareness. In fact, a key goal of Nature Counts 2 was to produce some educational materials. So this is a sample of the species checklists. There were 5 species checklists produced so that people can be aware of mammals and birds within the city. And we also provided a What's Alive in Hamilton Guide to Green Spaces, a children's activity book, a video, and some open houses were held during the project. All of these materials are available at Hamilton City Hall and the offices of the project partners. So for next steps, in the Nature Counts 2 report, there were recommendations for each study area. 6 new ESAs and 27 expansions to existing ESAs are proposed. These recommendations will be reviewed by city staff to determine how they can be implemented. Other recommendations in the report include additional field work, monitoring species of concern, and habitat management. Future special projects may be carried out using the data, including habitat restoration, invasive species management, landowner stewardship, and research on buffers. It is important that data collection and monitoring continue. Future data collection may focus on specific areas or data gaps. In 1996, the City of Hamilton Wentworth and the Hamilton Naturalist Club together won the Lee Sims Municipal Award in recognition of the achievement that the Natural Areas Inventory contributed to the field of environmental planning. Because the partnership to update the NAI has continued, Hamilton Nature Counts project is considered a leader in natural areas data collection and management. The Nature Counts project provides a wonderful example of how agencies and a volunteer-based non-government organization can work cooperatively over more than 23 years to advance a common goal to understand and protect our natural areas. By working together, agencies and NGOs are able to efficiently pool resources and accomplish a large-scale conservation project. And finally, I just wanted to sum up with a thank you. As I mentioned, there are 3 main partners to this project: the Hamilton Naturalist Club, the Hamilton Conservation Authority, and the city. And these partners provided the main day-to-day management of the project, but this list here shows that there were many people who provided in-kind resources, funding, and expertise to the project. So I'd like to thank everyone on this list, and also particularly thank the many landowners who generously provided access to their properties during the project. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Catherine. If you can do me a favor, please. I know you've highlighted the Hamilton Naturalist Club and the Hamilton Conservation Authority, but I understand you have a backup singer group up here that if you want to introduce some of them that are in the audience, and if you want to start with Bruce McKenzie and work your way over to Scott Peck. You already did that? I apologize. Well, you got double billing. Sorry about that. Any questions for Catherine at this moment? Yes, Councillor Pasuta.
Thank you, Madam Chair Johnson. Kathy, one of your comments was grassland birds decline. You look to enhance it. Question being the farmer here is, Madam Chair.
Kathy?
Through the chair to the councillor. It would really involve, first of all, identifying where the largest, most significant areas would be. Generally, it's not going to be active farmland. These birds don't use actively farmed fields such as soybeans, wheat, corn. However, pasture land they will use. So the intent is not to necessarily identify pasture land as part of ESAs, but there may be policies such as what the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forests is now looking at in terms of timing, so ways of mitigating timing for harvesting hay, that kind of thing. So the city may identify more significant areas as grasslands within, and these would be areas that were naturalized grasslands rather than pasture land.
Kathy, so we're talking pasture lands. We're Right to Farm Act in there. We have to harvest the hay. So pasture lands where cattle actually pasture. Madam Chair, please.
Through the chair to the councillor. No, I mean the intent is not to identify active pasture land within an ESA.
Sorry.
On here, I don't see the Niagara Conservation Authority on this. Not offer, we're not asked. Through you, Madam Chair, please.
Kathy?
Through the chair to the councillor. Yes, that's a good question. We did, they were involved in the two previous inventories, and we offered them to be involved in this, in Nature Counts 2, and they declined. I believe the reason was at the time that they had just done a comprehensive inventory in Niagara, so they didn't feel the need to participate.
Councillor?
Okay, well, I'd just like to say thank you for the report and everybody that's worked on it. It's a good report.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Pearson, can you take the chair for a minute, please? Thank you. Through you, Chair, to Kathy. First of all, I'm really sorry to hear about the declining snake count. And I say that with a straight face. One of the things that's coming through, and years ago, the purple loosestrife was always the big fearmonger that we've got it's taking over our marshes, our ditches, and that sort of thing. The new one I'm getting from my residents now is the giant hogweed. Are you seeing an incline on these? Have you got concerns about this? Is there anything I can respond back to the residents?
I myself, within Hamilton, I'm not seeing a lot of giant hogweed. I'm seeing it elsewhere, and maybe the Naturalist Club or the Conservation Authority might have something to add to that. I'm not seeing it running rampant within Hamilton, but if we are hearing concerns from residents, then you know, we can look at it and direct them probably through the Hamilton CAs to how to control it.
And that's wonderful, thank you. It's within the Bimbrook Village, and it's actually along the city's trails, so I'll just go through staff. That's great, thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you so much for your study. I'll take back the chair. Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, you raised a valid point. I haven't seen the giant hogweed yet, but I know there's a lot of, I may pronounce it wrong, phragmites, and it's becoming very predominant, especially through my ward and through the north side of the QEW. Are there issues with this plant? I know it's an invasive species. Don't want, and what is being done to eradicate it?
I didn't hear the name of the plant.
Phragmites.
Phragmites. Thank you.
Long. They look like almost.
They're in our stormwater management ponds mostly.
But they're all fluffy at the top.
Yep.
Yeah,
Thank
like
you, Kathy.
Through the chair to the councillor. Yes, that's probably one of the top ones on the list. I know that the City of Hamilton is doing some controls through Cara Bunn's group. So we're trying to control it on our own property. Again, the Hamilton CA would also be controlling it on their property. So I think all the public agencies are trying to. It is a big concern. And it is a concern because it is so dense. Native wildlife don't use it, and it forms this impenetrable shield that, I mean, turtles can't even crawl through it. So, it's definitely a big problem. It's on our radar, and that would be something that in the future would be a good thing to provide additional support for any agencies or the city that wants to control it.
Thank you, Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, and I'm glad to hear that because I think it's imperative, and I'm just wondering if we work on some type of media information. I'd be happy to pass on to residents that may have this on their property. I actually had a resident that was growing it in their front yard, and I told them, no, you have removed it. But we have a lot of the issues actually all along the shoulders of W, the North Service Road, any of the highway accesses. So are we involving or looking at involving the provincial level, staffing in that level to address it, or is it going to be the city's
Kathy?
Through the chair to the councillor. I'm not sure. I'd have to check with you on that. I don't think the province would contribute to the control of it. I think it would be
Thank you, Councillor Farr.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Great presentation, Kathy. I read that with interest earlier as well. I don't know the slide number, but the one that identifies the 6 new bird species, please. This, as you're looking for that, this is the 3rd phase of this work, and I'm just wondering if you're able to identify those 6. I see you've got no, not that slide. Those are them there. No, those are new species, the bird species. I thought there was a slide specific to birds.
Oh.
I don't have there's no numbers on these. So. It says trends, the good news, on the header. Identify those birds at this time? I don't mean to put you on the spot. You know what? Even more specific through you, Chair. Are the turkey vultures part of this phase, or you identified them in the past?
Through the chair to the councillor. Yes, we have identified turkey vultures, but were not one of the new species.
Not one of the new ones, but more recent. Through you, Chair, how recent would you say this turkey vulture phenom has occurred in this area?
Years. Through the chair to the councillor. So you're seeing a
lot of them.
A lot of them, yeah. Chances are that they are probably, you see a lot of them and they're migrating through. They may not necessarily be breeding. So we typically count the birds only if they're breeding within Hamilton. A lot of them may be passing through, but they're actually, maybe Paul Smith can comment on whether they're breeding in Hamilton.
Maybe, could I come down to the microphone, Madam Chair, please? Thank you. I sort of heard the answer, but it might be good for the record. I didn't mean to put you on the spot. I don't expect you to know every species. There's quite a number.
Thank you. Just to repeat, certainly the turkey vultures have been around for quite a few decades. They are more common now than they were. Their numbers are increasing significantly in the province in general and likely in Hamilton as well.
So what do they, through you, Chair, what do they feed on?
Carrion.
What do they eat?
Carrion, typically after it's been dead for quite a while.
Would you suggest that roadkill would be a popular diet for the
That's been killed for a while.
Through you, Chair?
Definitely.
Carcasses would be included.
Chair, would you say roadkill was popular?
Certainly, no doubt about it.
So I think anybody who was on committee last year knows what I'm getting at here. Would Marty, through you to Marty, would you have any counts on how well the turkey vulture, which is fairly new to these areas and, as our expert says, more and more common and increasing significantly in the province of Ontario and breeding in the area, what effect that's playing on our bottom line as it relates to animal control operations and picking up roadkill through you, Chair.
So Marty, how many are getting picked up by staff and how many are getting picked up by turkey vultures?
Madam Chair, I would have no idea.
Neither would I. Nice going.
So through you, Chair, our animal controls, particularly in the rural areas, don't keep a record of the jobs they perform, the roadkill that they pick up?
Through Madam Chair, we do pick up roadkill. It's not top priority service. As well, there's different, we're experimenting with some services in the rural areas where Public Works, as they're driving by, are now picking up roadkill as well. So we probably could get information. I don't know how reliable it would be.
Just I'll leave it at that for now.
Now we're getting into road
I think
safety.
yesterday we put enough on your plate, so with the parking, but thank you. I'll probably pursue this again in a few years' time.
I'm sure
I really
you will.
appreciate Paul. Is it Paul? Thank you for your
Thank you,
answers.
Paul.
Appreciate it. Caught you off guard. Kathy, I really enjoyed this presentation.
Councillor Johnson, questions for the speaker?
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Councillor Farr for demonstrating that sometimes things are funny because they're true. So the reason that one reason among several reasons that I think this excellent work on behalf of biodiversity matters is actually there are subtle benefits to the city that have nothing to do with beauty and nothing to do with green space that flow from biodiversity. And another one that I just want to bring up, and I have a question about the deer population that's tied into this. Because of the growth in coyotes and bald eagles among other species, we're now seeing a resurgence of predators who can take care of the nasty deer who eat garbage and create all kinds of emails in my inbox from Westalians who are sick of these very non-Bambi-like invaders coming into their gardens and creating all kinds of havoc, eating the most beautiful roses off of bushes, et cetera, et cetera. So God bless the bald eagles and their appetite for deer. Do you have any comments or information about the fawns? Actually, you know what? I want to be more specific. Their real appetite is for fawns, true little would-be Bambis, right? They like the little ones because they can't run. So, do you have any? So it's a serious serious question that is funny because it's true. What can you tell me, if anything, about the deer population?
Don't feed them. Go ahead, Kathy.
Please.
You add on to that.
Through the chair to the councillor. I know that the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forests does periodic helicopter surveys of deer populations, and I actually don't know. I don't have any recent data in terms of what they're doing in the last year or two. The last time I understood that they did a survey about 2 years ago that deer populations were very, very high, alarmingly high.
If I may, Scott, you look anxious to answer this one. With a straight face, if you will. Or not. No, I was teasing. Thank you, Joanne, for giving up your seat. Yes, it is. Morning, Scott.
Morning.
Afternoon, sorry.
I don't know how anxious I am to answer the question, but I'll give you what we've been doing as part of our terrestrial and aquatic monitoring programs at the HCA. We have been doing some deer count work. We've been doing deer browse work in the Iroquois Heights area, and we've also flew with the assistance of the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry. We flew we redid a deer survey flight. I'm thinking that was in early 2013, I believe. The results of that survey really indicate that in the area that we were looking at was really predominantly the Dundas Valley up into Highway 5, the Flamborough area, is that the number of deer that we have is high. It is above what the sustainable level is considered. It's something that's important to note that each helicopter survey is just a snapshot in time. One of the things that we'll be doing, and it'll be coming back to the HCA's Board of Directors later this year, is that there was a Deer Management Advisory Committee that we've had. That final report or that updated report after 5 years of work is coming back to our board probably towards the end of this year, and we can certainly make that available to City Council at that time as well.
Thank you. And Councillor Johnson.
And is RBG involved in those conversations? And if they're not, could we please include them, given that the lands are continuous?
Thank you. Scott?
Through the chair, certainly that is something that I'm positive that the RBG is part of that DMAC committee that we've had. There was a report that comes out, and our ecology staff do work with RBG ecology staff to make sure that our data is comparable and that we're looking at the same areas.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thanks. I'll take this offline after this question. I'm curious about this because the city has a stake that, in my opinion, we're not completely living up to, in that Churchill Park, ecologically and physically, is really part of Cootes Paradise. And Churchill Park is a joint thing, if you will, between the city and the RBG. So the RBG and the city, have a dance of many decades duration about who's in charge of what, who owns what, via Churchill Park. I'm making a positive remark, which is, as Ward 1 councillor, I want for the city to play a more active role with RBG around these biodiversity issues. So please keep me abreast of what's going on. I'm the council rep on RBG. I also have the honor of sitting on Conservation Board. I just want to make sure that as a city we're doing everything we can, both for biodiversity and for the very practical stuff like deer control, which is a real issue in Westdale. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you, Scott, for your input. Any other questions to Kathy? Kathy, is there any way we can also make this report available to the Niagara Escarpment Commission, please? Because I noticed they were not on this list, and I just got an email requesting that. So are we okay with that? Thanks. So I don't need to make a motion. It's just direction. Thank you. So may I have a motion, please, to receive Kathy Plaw's presentation? Councillor Pearson, Councillor Johnson, all those in favour? Thank you. Thank you, Kathy, for all that. And thank you very much, Naturalist Club and Hamilton Conservation Authority, for your attendance this afternoon.
Okay, great. All right, thank you, Kathy. And I'll invite Anita Fabic to the podium for her presentation respecting Bill 73, which is Smart Growth for Our Communities Act. And while Anita is doing that, I'd also like to recognize we have a couple of students up in the audience, and they're working here for the summertime. They've got the blue shirts on. Wave. And I'd just like to welcome them to the committee, and bless your hearts for being here all day. Anita, whenever you're ready, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm here today to present some of the changes that are being proposed through Bill 73, which is the Smart Growth for Our Communities Act. And these are proposed amendments to the Planning Act. Just a bit of background. Between October 2013 and January 2014, the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing consulted with municipalities and other stakeholders on what improvements to the land use planning and appeals system were needed. The ministry at that time did make it very clear that they would not be considering a review of the OMB. They would not look at removing any municipal flexibility in addressing local planning priorities and other matters related to growth and development charges. The city provided a number of comments to the province and some recommendations in January of 2014. Bill 73 is the result of that ministry consultation. Bill 73, at a high level, proposes changes to the Planning Act that would look at more effective citizen engagement, providing more stability for planning documents, and strengthening the protection of provincial interests. The Act received the first reading in the Legislature on March 5, 2015, and second reading on April 2, 2015. Bill 73 will look at amending both the Development Charges Act and the Planning Act. This report does not review any of the changes that are being proposed to the Development Charges Act. Deadline for comments to the province was June 3, 2015. Draft comments were submitted to the province on June 2nd. Once endorsed by Council, this report and its appendix will be forwarded to the province as the city's final comments. Upon review of Bill 73, staff noted that really what it does is reflect a lot of what the city already does as best practice for land use planning, including an extensive summary of community consultation and staff reports, ensuring that we have detailed public consultation policies in our official plan, and using planning advisory committee or different advisory committees at the city to provide advice on land use planning matters that affect the city. So I'm just going to highlight some of the changes that are proposed by Bill 73. The first relates to a 90-day extension. So what Bill 73 would do would be allow for a one-time 90-day extension to the 180-day time frame to make a decision for an official plan amendment. The person requesting the amendment, or the applicant or the city, may request this extension. This extension can be terminated at any time. Staff have provided comments to the city around the fact that the extension would provide more time, and that's certainly something that we would be supportive of. However, it only applies to an official plan amendment. It is only for a maximum of 90 days, and it can be terminated at any time. Through our comments, staff continue to request that the province review the opportunity to lengthen all legislative timeframes. This would apply to official plan amendments, zoning bylaw amendments, and plans of subdivision, and give municipalities the opportunity to restart the time frame if additional information results in a need to recirculate the application to different agencies or public bodies for additional comments. In addition, staff also continue to recommend that should the province provide this type of an extension, this one-time extension, that the ability to terminate the extension be removed. Bill 73 would also remove the right for what we call a global appeal, which means an appeal to an entire decision to adopt a new official plan. The Act would continue to allow appeals for parts of a decision or parts of an official plan, except any part that implements Greenbelt, protected countryside, and specialty crop areas under the Greenbelt Act, and as well as the population and employment forecasts. In addition, Bill 73 removes the ability to appeal the second unit policies that are contained within an official plan. Staff are supportive. However, we continue to recommend that the province remove the right to appeal any conformity exercises or any amendments that support matters that are provincially approved, and also to eliminate the right to appeal for a non-decision. Bill 73 would also permit alternative dispute resolution in resolving matters relating to official plan amendments, zoning bylaw amendments, plans of subdivision, and consent applications. Staff are supportive of the use of alternative dispute resolution, but also recommend that this be expanded to apply to minor variances as well. Bill 73 would require that when an appellant to an official plan amendment submits a notice of an appeal, that their notice of appeal needs to outline how the decision made by council is inconsistent or lacks conformity with a provincial plan. Staff are supportive of this additional detail as it will provide clarity around appeals. However, we continue to recommend that appeals to an entire official plan or zoning bylaw require the applicant to demonstrate proof that they have worked with the municipality in a fulsome way and that they've engaged with us. Bill 73 would require council and the OMB to have regard for information and material that was considered by council in making its decision. In addition, when the OMB makes a decision regarding a matter that is appealed for a lack of decision, the OMB would be required to consider the information and the material that council had received. Staff are supportive of this, but continue to recommend that the OMB take into consideration the state of soft infrastructure around a subject property and include this information into their decision around the timing of development of that property. Staff also ask that no new information be presented at the OMB, and if this does occur, that it be referred back to council. And finally, Bill 73 looks at the requirement for single-tier and upper-tier municipalities to appoint a planning advisory committee. Staff are supportive of this. However, we do seek further direction around the role and the scope of this type of committee, and also looking for confirmation that the city's existing citizen advisory committees, such as ESAG or the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee, would meet this intent. And this is important in order to reduce duplication and allow the city to utilize existing resources in providing advice on land use planning matters. Staff continue to have additional recommendations that they wish to have the province explore further, and these were outlined largely in the report that went, and the comments that went back to the province in January of 2014. We continue to ask for an alignment of major provincial plans and policy documents. We ask the province to review OMB operations, practices, and procedures. We ask that pre-consultation become mandatory on all development applications. We ask the province to develop tools for municipalities to use, such as regulations for conditional zoning and inclusionary zoning, in order to support the city's housing and homelessness action plan. We ask the province to extend notice to include tenants and not just property owners, and to increase the circulation notice to 500 meters. We also request the province to require applicants to have neighbourhood public meetings before they submit an application, so that information can be provided to staff. And finally, we ask the province to support a public health perspective to achieve healthy, compact, and complete communities. So this report and its appendix will be forwarded to the province as our final comments. The province has indicated that they will be setting up a number of working groups to look at some land use issues in much more detail. One of these specifically identified by the province is minor variances. So we continue to ask and request the province to include us in these discussions, especially around what constitutes a minor variance, so that we can share our experiences, and also ask the province that we be included in any other working groups that they put together in order for the city to have the opportunity to provide further input. That concludes my presentation. I would be happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
All right, thank you, Anita. Good presentation. I have Councillor Jason Farr, Councillor Matthew Green, and myself on the list. Councillor Farr, please.
Thank you, and once again, our staff working in a timely fashion to be able to present this to the province as requested by the province. And so, Anita, just a few questions so I'm clear. The first one, how are we addressing with our appeal here to the province the non-decision issue that we sometimes come across here in Hamilton?
Through the chair to the council, we're asking the province to remove the right for an applicant to appeal for non-decision.
Just completely remove that right, no matter how long we may take on our side.
Through the chair to the council, correct.
Okay, interesting. The slide that talked about the, just so I could understand it, talked about the OP amendment being exclusive on the extension slide. There it is, the 90-day extension. Wow, you read my mind. Bill 73 highlights 90-day extension. But what exactly are we appealing to the province on the 90-day extension? We can't, that can't include at all zoning bylaw or subdivisions, you said, through the chair?
Through the chair to the councillor, correct. The way that Bill 73 is structured, it only applies to an official plan amendment. Okay. So if the time to make a decision for an official plan amendment is 180 days. So Bill 73 would give the opportunity for a one-time 90-day extension. That could be requested by the city, or it could be requested by the applicant. The concern that we have, a couple of concerns, one being that 90 days may not be enough. So I don't think we would like them, the province, to look at making changes to the Planning Act that would extend the time frame for all applications. So for official plan amendments, zoning bylaw amendments, and plans of subdivision. So it would be sort of a standard extended time frame rather than an extended time frame only at someone's request.
Okay.
And then the other concern we have is that, I'm not sure if I mentioned this, but that it can be terminated at any time. So if the city asks for a 90-day extension, the applicant could in turn terminate that, and then that would be it. There would be no additional time allowed.
Excellent. And that would help with our resources issue too, I would assume, through you, Chair?
Through the chair to the councillor, correct. I mean, applications are complicated, and we're finding that additional time and sometimes additional submissions are required in order for staff to make a recommendation. So any additional time would benefit the municipality.
And through the chair, important probably for the record now, since I've harped on it and you have answered accordingly, we're not seeking to delay things. When we can work expeditiously, we will, right?
Through the chair to the councillor, correct.
Yeah, okay. And finally, I thought I heard you say at the start of your presentation, Anita, through the chair, that the province doesn't want to talk about reviewing the process of the OMB. But we're still asking the province, did I hear you say near the end, to review the process of the OMB?
Through the chair to the councillor, correct. So when they began their consultation in 2013, they made it very clear that they were not looking at eliminating or changing the OMB's operations, practices, and procedures. And our comments to the province back in 2014 and today are that they need to have another look at the OMB and its operations and practices and procedures. I mean, I think in order to look at global changes to land use planning in the province, they need to consider the OMB and look at ways to improve or, in some cases, speed up the process there.
I talked to Mayor Rick Goldring of Burlington not too long ago about this, and I'm sure he would back us on that particular request as well, notwithstanding what the province commenting on not wanting to deal with the issue. That's all. I'm more than happy to, if Anita and staff are looking for approval of this document, to move it accordingly. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Farr, and I will come back to you. Councillor Green, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Certainly a great synopsis of some of the frustrations or gaps that I've witnessed here around the Planning Committee and from past decisions, and some of the legislative, I guess, loopholes that you guys have been so successful in identifying and commenting on. My question to you through the chair, Ms. Fayback, would be, how do these recommendations compare by way of precedent to other provincial planning processes?
Anita? Oh, sorry, ma'am.
Nope, that's good.
Sorry, which planning processes would you be referring to?
So obviously some of these challenges are unique. As I understand it, not every province has a municipal board. So I'm just wondering if you could comment on how these policy points that have been brought forward as recommendations compare perhaps to other provinces that already might have some of this stuff in place. Like if you could just give, I don't want to put you on the spot, but through you to the chair, if you could just give the audience and the members of the Planning Committee maybe a comparison and contrast to other examples that you can think of, or through you to Mr. Robichaud, on where this might stack up to other provinces.
Anita?
Through the chair to the councillor, I don't know if I have the information in order to do a comparison across provinces, but in preparing for this report and reviewing the changes to Bill 73, I did look at other municipalities, their concerns and comments and recommendations that they were bringing forward. It depends on sort of which municipality, if it's an upper tier or lower tier. I didn't get into it. There are some changes proposed by Bill 73 that apply to an upper tier municipality, so for example Halton Region. So there are some differences and nuances there, but looking at what we are recommending and what others are recommending, I think we're all very much on the same page, especially when it comes to things like the 90-day extension, making sure that if we do look at additional time, that is sufficient. We also, we're all fairly supportive of reducing the opportunity for what I call the global appeals, so those as of right across the board appeals, and trying to look at eliminating that. I think municipalities are all very supportive of that, as well as information being considered by council. So anything that's brought forward to the board should be referred back to council so that they can make a decision, and as well as the planning advisory committees. I mean, most municipalities have their own type of advisory committees. I mentioned we have ESEG, and there are a number of other committees that provide advice on land use planning matters. And I think we're all looking for some clarity on what that means, but also looking for confirmation that the processes that we do have would meet the intent of those changes.
Maybe more specifically, on the 90-day extension, are there restricted time periods for commenting in every province? Because my understanding is that some provinces perhaps don't even have restrictions. They're not limited to. And it's through you, Madam Chair, been my experience, very short experience here, that some planners might use it as a tactic, given the length of time we currently have, to simply run out the clock and then go to the OMB. And I'm just wondering if there could be a comment maybe through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Robichaud or anybody else. Are there any other provinces that don't have that restricted time period for commenting?
Through you, Madam Chair. Ontario and Manitoba are the unique provinces in Canada in that they both have the equivalency of an Ontario Municipal Board, in which matters can be then referred if there's a failure to make a decision within a prescribed time period. I would say that some of the other provinces give municipalities a lot more power and authority to regulate and control development. First of all, by not having an OMB process, it gives the municipality a lot more certainty of the outcome. And then secondly, as Ms. Fayback indicated, by giving them other tools, zoning tools, such as either conditional zoning or strengthening sort of their development permit system or building on the model in the United States of inclusionary zoning, it gives those municipalities a lot more tools to implement their plans and strategies, whereas in Ontario, we're sort of a poor cousin relative to what some of our other neighboring jurisdictions have. And you are correct. There are certain elements in Ontario, in the development community, who use the right of appeal to the OMB for non-decision, sort of as a way to queue jump or to expedite certain applications over other applications. And as what Ms. Payback was indicating too, often new information comes in. So by the time that we as staff have a chance to digest that new information, or if the application is substantially altered or changed, we want to go back and consult with the community. But if we're working against a 120-day time clock, we really don't have much time actually to receive that new information, do the technical review, consult with the agencies, have a neighborhood information meeting, circulate that, digest all that, and then come forward with a meaningful, public meeting and a staff report. So that's why we're looking to have a little bit more flexibility at our end in how we receive, process, and bring forward applications. We're committed to doing it in a timely fashion and being open for business and accommodating development interests, but we also have to balance that with good planning and full public engagement throughout the process.
That I certainly appreciate that, Madam Chair, because I think it is worth noting that nationally, it appears that this bill is, or this highlight is looking to catch up to other provinces in terms of progressive planning policy. And on that, as a good segue, I appreciate that, Mr. Robichaud, through you, Madam Chair, on inclusionary zoning. Where would there be some other provincial progressive policies regarding inclusionary zoning that we would hope our province would look to as setting the standard to give municipalities the tools for that way of making sure that our own Hamiltonians aren't displaced in a mass gentrification?
Anita?
Through the chair to the councillor, one of the ways would be through bonusing. So if inclusionary zoning is, the opportunity for a certain portion to be allocated for affordable housing. So looking at bonusing Section 36 and as a way to provide that type of, have this sort of the same outcome as inclusionary zoning.
And I guess my question is, I certainly appreciate that. Where are the other provinces on that currently? I would just automatically off the top of my head think that maybe BC might have some progressive policies. If through you, Madam Chair, to Ms. Fayback or Mr. Robichaud or anybody on staff who might want to comment in terms of what is the standard that we'd be looking to that's already set nationally as a progressive standard for inclusionary zoning? Which province does it right?
Or is there one?
Through you, Madam Chairman, Vancouver is unique too because they have a royal charter or a special charter that gives them extra powers and authority. City of Toronto is sort of unique too because they have some additional authorities and powers that other municipalities don't have in Ontario. But I would suggest that probably BC is probably the province that's given the municipalities the biggest range of tools from a planning and a land use perspective. And then through those municipalities, Halifax, Toronto, which have their own specific legislation that gives them additional powers above and beyond what would be provided under their equivalent municipal acts or planning acts.
Did I hear him say the province of Toronto? Was that?
City of Toronto.
Oh, the City of Toronto. Oh, my apologies. I heard wrong. I do appreciate that.
I apologize if I said the province of Toronto.
And my hope is that through these recommendations, you have listed as an additional recommendation through this report, inclusionary zoning, and it's certainly something that's coming up. We have this beautiful document, Madam Chair, called the Homeless and Housing Action Strategy Plan, which relates to the work that's being done in emergency and community services. But I can tell you emphatically, one of the citywide concerns, and I say citywide because that's the feedback that we're getting, is the fact that given that we have, again, posted the hottest real estate market in probably the country right now, record sales, that folks are getting displaced out of our own communities, Hamiltonians, long-term Hamiltonians, people who've been here for generations, and it's becoming unaffordable for our own citizens to be able to live in our own city. And so I'm hopeful that through this process that there's meaningful opportunity to pursue with legislative force inclusionary zoning to make sure that the healthy neighborhoods that we're talking about include mixed incomes. Because it's not good enough just to do development for development's sake if we're doing it at the expense of displacing long-term Hamiltonians. So I want to go on the record right now and say I fully support that additional recommendation and fully support, as I have in past motions, whether it was Section 37 or Section 36, the idea of the bonusing and what that might look like as a public good, and certainly supportive of the work that's been laid out in our city's housing and homelessness action strategy. So I do appreciate, Madam Chair, through you to the Planning Committee, your highlighting of that. That is a very pertinent issue for the residents of Hamilton, particularly in Ward 3, but of course across the city, with affordability being, at an all-time scarcity right now, that this be something we take very serious, and I'm certainly looking forward to the recommendations coming back from staff on the Section 36 or 37, I can't remember which one, bonusing clause, because it's something I think that we can use as both a carrot and, if need be, a stick to make sure that folks still have a place to live in our city. So thank you for this report, and I hope that we're able to, as a province, catch up to the rest of the country in terms of progressive planning, and certainly look forward to your continued input and work on this file, Ms. Fayback. Thank you very much. Madam Chair, I appreciate the time.
All right, thank you, Councillor Green. And if I can turn the chair over to Councillor Brenda Johnson. I just have a couple of questions and comments myself. Through you, Madam Chair, Anita, on the additional recommendations slide, and similar to Councillor Green, I am very, very happy to see or to hear that inclusionary zoning is going to be one of the additional recommendations that we zero in on. But it's under developing tools for municipalities. So is there a fulsome explanation of what we mean by that that's going within our comments to the province?
Through the chair to the councillor, you're speaking of inclusionary zoning, correct?
Yeah, well, okay. on the additional recommendations where it says develop tools for municipalities, I think that's where you spoke about the inclusionary zoning. And so, you know, is it a fulsome report that really spells out what it is we're asking for?
Through the chair to the councillor, I could just sort of summarize the recommendation. I don't want to read it word for word, but essentially we're asking the province to investigate providing municipalities with the authority to seek affordable housing through the use of inclusionary zoning. And we're specifically relating this to our own city's housing and homelessness action plan in order to look at increasing affordable income projects in the city.
All right, thank you. That's what I was hoping to hear you say. And through you, Madam Chair, would that also include in those additional tools the ability to request that developers provide a certain amount of housing for seniors? Would that be captured in that inclusionary zoning, or can we say something specific to that?
Through the chair to the councillor, we could be more specific, absolutely. If we're looking at, we could add affordable housing projects and seniors housing as well, just to be clear.
I would appreciate that. I don't know if you need a motion for that. I'd certainly be prepared to put it forward. But, you know, in Flamborough, we, you know, the demographics are changing. We have certainly, you know, a high number of youth in the community per capita, probably the highest ward in the entire city per capita of youth, but also our seniors. And the challenge we have in rural communities is when our seniors can no longer stay in their rural homes, they want to stay within their community. And the only community that they can move into is Waterdown. And right now, Waterdown is not senior friendly. All the development that's going on there right now are 3-story townhouses. If I could just blow them off the face of the earth, I would, you know, in terms of any more planning coming forward. Because we just don't need any more. What we need are one-floor, senior-friendly developments. And we need geared to income and affordable housing. And we are sadly lacking that in Waterdown with all the development going on. And Councillor Johnson may have a similar situation with all the development going on her ward, because we are the two of the biggest that are going on. So it's really important to me as a councillor for that area to have that seniors requirement put in there, or request put in there. It's not as big an issue perhaps in some of the other wards, but you know, certainly when you're in a rural community, people don't want to leave their community. They want to stay there. They've spent their entire lives there, and they want to retire there. And you know, we have some residents that actually had to move over to Ancaster. Not that there's anything wrong with Ancaster, but it's nowhere near as nice as Waterdown. And they
Yes,
have
there
a
is.
better counselor in Waterdown, if I may say
right.
so myself. But anyway, so, you know, it's just, it presents a real challenge to my residents that they then have to look at moving out of their community that they dearly love and they don't want to leave. And I just think it's blatantly unfair that they need to then look at doing that. So I really appreciate if you could add in that seniors. But I clearly want to you know, put the, I don't know if we can put the pressure on or if there's anything more that the planning committee can do to strengthen that request to the province, please let us know. Because I just think that is so hugely important, especially for the rural settlement areas and the rural areas. The next thing I wanted to just zero in on is right under that where it says applicant-led neighborhood and public meetings. You know, that again is something that should just be an automatic to have to make it a requirement. I hold public meetings for every application that I bring forward here and do it before it comes to the table. I try and have one, if not two, public meetings. So that, you know, people have a chance to see what is going to come into their neighborhood and provide comment on it. So, you know, again, how are we spelling that out? If you could just read me that as well.
Sure. Just give me 1 second while I find it.
No problem.
But what I would say is I think, while I'm looking for it, that is one of the circumstances where I think the province in Bill 73 is sort of looking at implementing what we already do as a best practice. I mean, when somebody comes in for a formal consultation, we're always encouraging them to do that, to have that neighborhood meeting in advance and then provide those results as part of their application so that staff and the ward councillor can have an understanding of some of the issues or concerns that may be raised. So it's actually on page 15 of 16 of the staff report, and what it says is that applicants be required, I'll backtrack by saying that this was one recommendation or one change that came forward from Planning Committee back in January. And what it says is that applicants be required to hold appropriate neighborhood public meetings as part of the consultation process with respect to all major applications, for example, official plan, and zoning applications, and that where applicable, the neighborhood associations be advised of such public meetings.
Excellent, excellent. I'm very happy to see that, and I just want to also comment what a terrific job that you have done on this and managing this file and bringing the report forward, and we all very much appreciate it. Those are my comments. I'll take back the chair.
And I'd like to.
All right, and Councillor Brenda Johnson, please.
Thank you, and thank you for raising that issue as far as people not wanting to move out of their communities. It was something that was very prevalent in the Scooby process, as Anita and Steve and Michelle and Alyssa all know. And on that point, Anita, is that something that the provincial planning needs to dictate, or is that something we can actually incorporate into our secondary plans? That there should be the mixed housing for all ages and not just as Councillor Partridge alluded to, the three-story walk-ups, the maisonettes. Those are things that are not attractive to people who have disabilities, people who have are older in years, and I can attest to that. So is there anything that we can put in there that basically says, even though we can keep the density, if you look at the villages of Lancaster and 20 Place and Garth Trails, they all kept the density up, and they just did it in such a creative way that it's an adult lifestyle living.
Anita?
Through the chair to the councillor, I think if you look at provincial policy and then sort of the hierarchy down to our local planning policies, I think really that's sort of the basis of our policy. So it's all about complete communities, complete and walkable communities, and allowing people to age in place. So through our official plan policies and through the new zoning, through our existing and the new zoning coming forward, we're looking at ways to make sure that those opportunities are there. So looking in encouraging mixed-use developments, encouraging walkable communities from a community perspective, but also from a site perspective as well, so that people of all ages and all abilities are able to make their way through the community, making sure that everything is within a close walking distance. So, usually we look at about 400 to 500 meter distance. So making sure that there's services that are available. So I think from a planning policy perspective, I think our policies and what we're moving forward with our new zoning bylaws, certainly we'll look at achieving that. It's what gets built.
Thank you for that. And through you, Chair, the applicant-led neighborhood public meetings I'm really on board for, and I also have lots of meetings, as you know, with my ward. The 90 days that you're requesting, is that going to be enough? Take a look at we're asking for now as a requirement that the applicant put in the neighborhood public meetings. Is 90 days, do you find that sufficient, or would you love to have even more?
Anita?
Through the chair to the councillor, just so I'm clear, there would be no time frame associated with that, so the 90-day extension would apply to an application that's been submitted. So really what we're saying here is that in advance, that they make sure that they go out and they have that consultation before they make an application, and so that they submit that information to us as part of an application.
So you still feel that the 90 days is more than sufficient?
To the chair to the councillor, just so I understand, the 90-day extension, do I feel that that is sufficient? No, I do not. I'd like the province to go back and look at all of the different types of applications and the timeframes and look at what is an appropriate additional amount of time. I mean, when we look at what we have to do with meeting with consultants and reviewing information, 90 days may not be enough. I think in some cases we're able to bring applications forward much quicker than that. It really depends on the situation, but I think what we as a municipality are asking for is the province to give us a little bit more breathing space and more time in order to be able to appropriately review and assess applications.
Thank you for that, Anita. And just a quick comment. I totally agree that more time is needed. How many times now in my ward alone the applicant has jumped the queue and went right to the OMB because that 120 time frame was already adhered to and away they went. It didn't matter that 120 days, there was a lot of issues that needed to be sorted through, but they jumped it right into the OMB that gave them some sort of a bartering tool with the city to get their application approved. So I don't know if 90 days, if you'd like this planning committee to entertain something that's a little bit longer, please feel free to throw a number out there and I'd be happy to move it at the appropriate time.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Johnson. And so I have no further speakers around the table. So thank you very much, Anita. Again, great work on this. We have a motion to receive the staff presentation moved by Maria Pearson, seconded by Brenda Johnson. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Councillor Johnson, please.
Yep. A quick question to Anita or Steve. If we were to ask you to amend your request for the extension, what would you like it to be? 7 months, 8 months, 2 years?
Give her a chance to get back to her chair.
That's why I'm talking.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Our first preference would be that the province eliminate the right to appeal for a non-decision in its entirety. Alternatively, I think what we were suggesting is that we, as indicated on page 14 of the report, that where the application is being amended or revised, that they reset the clock. Good. So that we don't have to get going back through the process.
Right.
Or alternatively, that they simply clarify as to when these non-appeal decisions, like often we're working in good faith with the applicant.
Right.
And then this is what happened in your ward, in Winona, and then they appealed it on day whatever, and it caught us by surprise. We did not anticipate it. So this is the situation. So ideally, no rights of appeal for non-decision, or alternatively, they reset the clock. So if a new stormwater management report comes in, the 180-day clock should reset as we go through that process, because that may have land use changes. That would be our preference.
Okay, so you also asked for a 90-day extension on top of all of that if they couldn't abide by any of the other suggestions. So the 90-day extension was also on top of that. Do you want to revise that?
The province is proposing a 90-day extension, but that 90-day extension could be terminated at any time if either of the parties decides to say no. So you could have a 120-day, reach the 180-day mark, both parties agree to a 90-day extension, so now you're on day 185, and the other party could say, no, I'm not going to wait any longer. That doesn't provide any certainty, so we would rather that if you're going to grant an extension, that it not be sort of at the whim of either party to terminate it at any point in time. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. But you also said through your chair that it takes both parties to agree.
That's through you, Madam Chairman. That is the language as I'm reading it within the proposed changes, that either party can request an extension, both parties need to consent to it, and then either or party can terminate that extension at any point in time. My thinking is that this works better in a situation where a lower tier municipality has forwarded their official plan
Right.
to an upper tier municipality for approval.
Right.
And of course, it would be in the interest of the lower tier municipality to continue to work with the upper tier municipality. Where you're dealing with development applications, not all developers are getting frustrated, or they don't feel that the process is playing out according to they may just terminate that extension at any point in time, and we're back into the situation of uncertainty.
Thank you. And through you to Steve, it's a little bit redundant when both parties have to agree, because if both parties would have to agree, then you've already on that in good faith bargaining in the first place. So one of them probably wouldn't jump the queue anyway. So if both of you are agreeing to an extension, it's sort of formality when we're exercising that right now.
You, Madam Chairman, that's sort of our experience, both planning and growth management. When we're
Right.
working in good faith with the applicants, working through the issues, we targeted a public meeting. We may say we want to have a neighborhood information meeting before we finalize it. Then we all know that it's moving forward. It's that other situation. So you are working in good faith. You assume that the other party at the table is agreeable and they're seeing progress in the file moving forward. Why you need to then get both parties' consent formally, and then either or party can terminate that extension at any point in time, doesn't really provide that degree of certainty that we as staff need, that members of council need, nor the community needs in terms of when this may or may not get appealed to the OMB.
Okay, thank you. So I go back to my original question, Steve. Do you have any suggestions for this planning committee to help you change those numbers, or ask a request to change those numbers, or are you happy with the way things are?
Through Madam Chairman, I think that the staff recommendation put forward that the province either eliminate it, or that they reset the clock when new information is provided, would give us the tools and the necessity and the timelines that we need to deal with applications in a timely fashion.
Okay, thank you. And through you, Chair, to Steve, be prepared. I'm going to be asking you about one of those applications at the end of this meeting called the Winona Costco. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. And if I could turn the chair over to you, I have one final question. Through you, Madam Chair, to Anita or Steve, exactly what is the process going forward now? Staff have put their comments together. You've presented them now to the Planning Committee. Do they get submitted? Do you have an opportunity to meet with the provincial staff? What exactly is the process that they are going to go through once they receive our comments?
Steve?
Through the chair to the councillor, so basically these comments will be forwarding to the provinces or final comments. We have submitted a draft to them. They have not indicated what they plan on doing with the comments. What they have said is that they plan on establishing a number of working groups to have further dialogue. So what we are asking is that we be included as part of those working groups in order to be a part of that dialogue and have an opportunity to share our experiences. As far as Bill 73 goes, there is no anticipated timing for a third reading. I think I'm assuming they're going to be looking through the comments that have been submitted by all the different municipalities and other stakeholders, and likely, the earliest would be something in the fall.
Okay, thank you for that. And through you, Madam Chair, understanding that the comments being submitted by the City of Hamilton planning staff were only one of, I believe it's 444 municipalities. Could I just get clarification on that through you, Madam Chair?
Through the chair to the councillor, yes, we would have been one of many municipalities, as well as stakeholders and members of the public as well, who could provide comments.
All right, thank you. And those are my comments and questions. I'll take back the chair. Having no other speakers, I need to have a motion to receive the report. This is, to approve the report. Moved by Councillor Brenda Johnson, seconded by Councillor Maria Pearson. All in favor? That is carried. Okay, great work, staff. So next we're moving on to discussion items, and I would like to invite Diana Yakney from the Planning Department to the podium for a presentation respecting the proposed official plan amendment, OPA, and draft rural zoning bylaw. And I believe that's what most of the people left in the council chambers are here to speak to or have interest in. Those who have registered for delegations will be able to speak. Oh, Diana, you can certainly start whenever you're ready, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Chair,
and members of Planning Committee, members of the public, and staff. Today's meeting on the official plan amendment and rural zoning bylaw is a follow-up meeting to the public meeting that took place on March 31st. Since the preparation of the March 31st report, additional comments have been received by staff, and those comments are included within appendices D, E, and F of the current staff report. And these comments help to finalize the proposed rural official plan amendment and rural zoning bylaw that staff are seeking approval of today. As mentioned during the March 31st meeting, development applications currently in process are not addressed in the proposed rural zoning bylaw, as they are subject to their own public review process. Once the bylaws come into force and effect, they can be recognized as part of the rural zoning bylaw. Current in-process zoning bylaw amendment applications include a Freelton subdivision and airport mini storage. And since the preparation of the March 31st report, zoning bylaw amendment applications for 548 Millgrove Side Road and 250 Concession 4 West have come into force and effect, and we have now included them as part of the rural zoning bylaw. In addition, there are 6 areas identified as being excluded from the rural zoning bylaw, and these areas include the Pleasant View area of Dundas and portions of the Greensville Rural Settlement area. These areas are not being zoned in the new rural zoning bylaw for varying reasons, including ongoing studies and pending NEC decisions. To recap, we have prepared a new rural zoning bylaw to implement the policies of the rural official plan, to define uses so that specific activities are clearer and broader. For example, the extent of small-scale retailing permitted is at a larger scale than current bylaw permissions will allow, and will allow for year-round sales. The rural zoning bylaw has also been prepared to support the rural economy by permitting a broader range of agriculturally related and secondary on-farm uses. Additional on-farm secondary uses include a kennel, home industry, agricultural brewery, cidery, and winery, secondary ag processing, an agricultural research operation, agritourism, as well as landscape contracting secondary to a nursery. These additional uses strengthen value-added opportunities for the rural economy. Finally, the rural zoning bylaw has been prepared to create consistency in zoning amongst the former municipalities. Currently, there's a lot of variation between existing bylaws of the former municipalities, and the rural zoning bylaw will apply the same standards throughout the rural area and apply more permissive standards for agricultural uses. For example, a lot coverage of 70% is proposed for greenhouse operations. As a result of the work done as part of the rural zoning bylaw, the need for an official plan amendment was identified and is required to clarify and update existing policies to be more reflective of current agricultural processes, to refine environmentally significant natural heritage feature mapping, update mapping and policies within the rural settlement areas, and include source protection policies. These amendments conform to the Greenbelt Plan and are consistent with the PPS. To recap from the March 31st meeting, there are 11 zones being proposed for the rural area, and they include 2 agricultural zones, 3 zones that will apply within the rural settlement areas, 2 zones that pertain to existing uses, 3 natural heritage feature zones, as well as 1 aggregate zone. The designations within the rural official plan directly correspond to the proposed agricultural zones. The brown and purple areas shown within Schedule D of the rural official plan before you correspond to the lands designated agriculture and specialty crop, and these lands have been included within the agriculture A1 zone. The beige areas corresponds to lands designated as rural, and these lands have been included within the rural A2 zone. To provide protection for natural heritage features as well as implement the P6, P7, and P8 zones, the updated site plan control bylaw identifies that site plan control may be required for new agricultural buildings located within 120 meters of core areas. If staff determine that the location of a proposed building is not likely to impact the core area, site plan control can be waived. In addition, specific agricultural buildings have been identified which will require site plan control no matter where they're located, and they include mushroom operations, kennels, and standalone agriculturally related commercial and industrial uses.
The updated site plan control bylaw also correlates to the terminology found within the zoning bylaw to provide for consistency, and reduced fees and faster timelines will apply to agricultural buildings and structures. Some of the changes made since the March 31st report include clarified regulations, such as identifying that there's no restriction on the number of commercial motor vehicles associated with an agricultural operation, and identifying minimum setbacks for accessory buildings to a single detached dwelling. Special exceptions were also amended or applied to specific properties based on requests from property owners and further review by staff. And staff also implemented the direction of council-approved motions, which will be discussed in further detail in the following slides. At the March 31st Planning Committee meeting and the subsequent April 8th Council meeting, 3 motions were approved. The first motion directed staff to permit and recognize landscape contracting establishments existing as of March 31st and located in Ancaster and in Flamborough. There were 2 contact dates provided within the motion. Those landscape contractors that contacted the city by May 15th and were existing as of March 31st in Ancaster and Flamborough were to be included as a special exception in the rural zoning bylaw. And those landscape contracting establishments that contacted the city following May 15th and no later than August 30th of 2015 are to be included as a separate bylaw amendment as a special exception and presented at the October 6th Planning Committee meeting. So in response to the direction of this motion, staff have applied special exception number 253 to a total of 38 properties. Of those 38, 2 are in Ward 12, 17 are in Ward 14, and 19 are in Ward 15. The details pertaining to the specific properties are included within appendices F, F1, and F2, F3 of the staff report. The extent of the special exception 253 boundary that was applied was applied only to the extent of the property that contained the landscape contracting use. And minimum setbacks for new buildings and structures and outdoor storage areas were also included within special exception 253 to assure that there are standards by which any future expansion can be evaluated. And those regulations are reflective of the setbacks included within the A1, A2, and P6 zones. There were also a number of landscape contracting establishments that have not been included within special exception 253, and those properties are also noted within Appendix F of the staff report, and they were not included as they were either located in the urban area, they were located within Niagara Escarpment Development Control Area, or they were not in existence as of March 31st. The second motion directed staff to review the regulations and zones in which abattoirs and livestock assembly points are proposed to ensure impacts to residential uses are mitigated. As a result of the direction of this motion, staff reviewed the proposed regulations further. Both of these uses are only proposed to be permitted within the rural A2 zone, as they are agriculturally related and permitted by the rural official plan. At the March 31st meeting, regulations proposed pertaining to maximum gross floor area, retail area, and outdoor storage were the same for both uses, while larger lot area and setbacks were required for an abattoir as opposed to a livestock assembly point, as shown within the current slide. It is important to note that both of these uses may trigger the application of a minimum distance separation calculation should a barn for livestock be proposed. And an MDS calculation would identify the minimum distance setbacks that would need to be met for a barn to nearby non-agricultural uses, such as the nearest neighbor's dwelling, and these setbacks would be beyond the setbacks of the A2 zone. In addition, the establishment of an abattoir is also subject to an extensive federal approval process. Based on further review by staff, and as both abattoirs and livestock assembly points involve livestock, the minimum lot area and setback regulations for these uses should be the same. Accordingly, the minimum lot area standard of 5 hectares and a minimum building setback of 100 meters to any lot line, as well as that no livestock be kept within 60 meters of a lot line, that were only previously applied to abattoirs, have now also been applied to livestock assembly points. Finally, the third motion directed staff to investigate the range of uses permitted within the proposed existing rural commercial E1 and existing rural commercial E2 zones compared to the uses permitted in the rural industrial M3 and highway commercial HC zones in the Flamborough zoning bylaw. The current slide compares the uses permitted under the current highway commercial zone in comparison to the proposed existing rural commercial E1 zone. While the range of permitted uses under the highway commercial zone is larger, it is important to note that the majority of E1 zone properties have also had a special exception applied to the property to clearly identify the existing uses permitted. The next slide compares the permitted uses under the rural industrial zone to the proposed existing rural industrial E2 zone. As indicated in the previous slide, while the range of permitted uses under the rural industrial zone is larger, the majority of existing rural industrial E2 zone properties also have a special exception applied to the property. It is important to note that the terms used within the special exceptions themselves have been more flexible. For example, if a property was currently zoned rural industrial with a special exception to allow the manufacturing of steel pipes, the proposed special exception under the existing rural industrial E2 zone would simply identify that manufacturing was permitted, thereby not limiting the type of product or products that could be manufactured on the site. In addition, the regulations included within both the proposed existing rural industrial E1 and existing rural commercial E1 and existing rural industrial E2 zones are reflective of the highway commercial and rural industrial zone regulations, providing for flexibility for future development on lots zoned E1 and E2. As the Greenbelt Plan and the Rural Official Plan provide direction that legally existing uses and uses that have site-specific approvals can be recognized, staff have not made any further changes to the range of uses permitted within the E1 and E2 zones. However, recommendation D of the staff report before you would direct staff to review the E1 and E2 zones and report back to Planning Committee should the Greenbelt Plan policies addressing existing uses and site-specific approvals be amended to allow a broader range of uses. Finally, there are a few minor amendments to the official plan. Attaches Appendix A, and the bylaw attaches Appendix B to the report, which I would like to bring to your attention. On page 31 of Appendix B, Regulation 9.12.34DI relating to landscape and fencing requirements for mineral aggregate operations, the following words have been added. But shall not be required adjacent to land zoned extractive industrial M12 zone. The full regulation would therefore read as follows. A minimum 1.2 meter high fence shall be provided and maintained around the licensed boundary of a mineral aggregate operation, but shall not be required adjacent to land zoned extractive industrial M12. This change was previously agreed to by staff through correspondence with Lafarge regarding the new zoning bylaw. However, it was inadvertently omitted in the final bylaw. In addition, and based on recent discussions with St. Mary's Forests and Wells' involvement with Councillor Partridge, the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment as it pertains to the former proposed St. Mary's quarry lands need to be revised. So accordingly, staff amended the site-specific policy under the official plan and the special exception 259 under the zoning bylaw as it pertains to the use of these lands. The changes made provide for additional clarity in implementing the conservation easement agreement that is registered on these lands. And accordingly, staff have included recommendation E to the staff report before you to address this change. Thank you for your time, and we'd be pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you, Diana. Good presentation. And good work on this project as well, to both you, Heather, and Joanne. Great work. So I have Councillor Brenda Johnson, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Diane, and thank you to you and your staff for coming out to site-specific properties to take a look. And we've done some housekeeping along the way, and I really appreciate it. In fact, there's a motion coming forward with 2 properties that are housekeeping motions. And also, thank you for clarifying the abattoir. That was one of the concerns of one of our residents because of the strip of houses along French Road, and it paralleled with Upper James. that in fact the property always could have one on site, but given the setback rules that are in place right now, it would be totally impossible for them to have something of any grand of scale. It would just be normal farming operations. So a farmer wants to harvest a pig, then they can do that on site, but not on a grand scale for that. And I wanted to put that out on the record. And I think that's it for now. I do have some questions after we have some of our presenters coming forward, please. Okay.
All right, thank you. And I have no other speakers on the list, so I'm going to put myself down. If I can turn the chair over to you. And Diana, first of all, we held 5 public meetings just in Flamborough alone, I believe. Councillor Pasuta and I had a few extra public meetings. They were very, very well attended. And I want to thank staff for taking the time to be out there, but more importantly for listening to the residents about their concerns and making some adjustments. And it wasn't just a couple of adjustments, it was quite a few adjustments. And I will be bringing a motion forward a little later, which does capture a lot of the changes that we need to make. But I also want to the residents to know that we also met with, I don't want to say hundreds of property owners, but going across the rural community, there were a lot of property owners that came in and met with myself. We had staff attend. And Councillor Johnson, I know you did the same thing. Councillor Pasuta absolutely did the same thing. And it really made a difference when the residents, the property owners could come in and sit down with staff. And some of those property owners are here now, and actually have you listen to them and really get a better understanding of what their challenges are and the impact that some of these changes were going to make. And so, again, listening to them and being able to make some adjustments accordingly. So I really appreciate that. The one group that we did meet with was St. Mary's Cement. We did have a representative from St. Mary's Cement, and attending as well was Graham Flint from Force, along with Jan Whitlaw, and we had staff there and really went over the whole conservation easement. I mean, it was just a massive community fight. The challenge that went on for 9 years, we fought that quarry. And we won. And I think that's really important. So, you know, the community was happy about that, but it is so essential that we capture the true restrictions of that conservation easement, that they are captured into our zoning bylaw here and the changes that are being made. So my question through you, Madam Chair, my question to you, and perhaps Joanne may want to comment on this. At the end of that meeting, everybody agreed to go away and really think about, was the intent of the conservation easement captured in the changes that were made? And Joanne, thank you, because you really did a very good job of explaining how the conservation easement was being captured in that, and I certainly appreciated it, and I know they did as well. There was a subsequent email that came in within the last couple of days, and it did have just, a couple of extra words that they wanted to be put in. I heard you in your presentation mentioned that some of the changes for the St. Mary's property were not captured. So I want to just be assured on, that the changes that are going to be made to the bylaw. I thought that's what I heard you say, but if you could just elaborate on that, because I really want to make sure that we capture everything that needs to be in there. Through you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Partridge, correct. I think we've captured, based on the discussions what we had and the follow-up email from Force, we have now captured the additional wording that they wanted to be added, and I think it's reflective of the conservation easement agreement.
Okay, thank you very much. I will take the chair back. We will have many more questions after this, but you could be standing up there for quite some time. And as Councillor Johnson said, we do want to hear from the delegates that are registered. So may I have a motion to receive the staff presentation? Councillor Brenda Johnson, Councillor Rob Pasuta, all in favour? That is carried. And now I need a motion to receive all the written comments for items 8.1I to 8.1VI. Councillor Brenda Johnson and Councillor Maria Pearson. All in favor? That is carried. Okay. Now, for the record, and Madam Clerk has touched on this, please be advised that the public meeting for this item was held on March the 31st, and so the public meeting was closed as of March the 31st. But we do have a number of approved delegates who have registered to present today, and I will call upon them. And I just want to remind everybody that you have a 5-minute limit on your presentation per delegate, please. So if I could call Mr. Ed Fothergill from Fothergill Planning and Development, come down and say a few words. Welcome, Ed, and if you could introduce yourself, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Ed Fothergill, Fothergill Planning and Development.
And right into the microphone. You may have to just bend it up a little bit. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Before I begin my presentation, I would like to thank staff. This was quite a complex and difficult issue, even for people that are in the planning business. And certainly I found in dealing with my clients, it's doubly difficult for those in the public who really know nothing about planning. And it is a very complicated issue. And the trick is to balance public and private interests. And I think staff were well aware of that and did an excellent job. Joanne and Heather in particular helped out quite a bit, and they were there at a lot of the meetings and the discussions. I think special thanks does have to go to Diana Yakney. Diana was terrific on this. A lot of detail, a lot of consultation, a lot of patience. Diana was very professional, and she was always very responsive. I know I sent her dozens and dozens of emails, and she responded back very quickly, and I know my files were just a small drop in the bucket. So thank you to Diana for all your responses and efforts to really try to get to an issue that kept everybody happy. I had a number of other clients who had inquiries, but 10 in particular that I was involved with, and we had some discussions about. 7 of those 10 we were able to resolve. 3 we didn't quite get together on. And I do want to talk to you very briefly about all 3, if I can, in my 5 minutes. The first is Marty McCann. We were here at the public meeting, and I won't go through that presentation. He has an important operation there. The existing business is recognized, but he also had zoning, and he always intended to expand his operation on a larger parcel to the south. Staff felt they were not prepared to support that, so I'm here to ask that the committee amend the bylaw to allow the 2,800 square foot kennel. The use is allowed. It's the size of the building that's limited in the bylaw. So instead of 500 square meters, he would like to build up to 2,800 square meters. Now, just to give you a perspective on this, the current zoning allows him this use and allows up to 35% coverage. His request of 2,800 is about 5.3% coverage. So even accepting what he's asking for is a significant downzoning of his property. So we think that's fair, that's reasonable. It was expected from him when he bought the property, when he developed the site. So we'd like to be able to have that in the future. Since our last meeting, we have made an application to City for formal consultation to start that process. So for his property at 899 Brock, we would ask that the provision be made that he would be allowed a kennel of up to 2,800 square meters. We're also asking for setbacks of 20 meters as opposed to the normal 60 for a kennel, because this really is not a traditional kennel operation, and the 20-meter setback is consistent with what is placed on the property to the north. So we're hoping the committee can consider that amendment. The second deals with Freelton Truck. It's an existing salvage yard that also sells used vehicles, and they also have vehicle repairs. But unfortunately, there's no records at the city of the vehicle repair operation. It has gone on for some time, and this use also has a business license from the city. It's a public garage license. There's no definition of a public garage in the Flamborough bylaw. But there is a definition in the City of Hamilton bylaw with respect to a public garage, and allows repairs. So he's licensed to do repairs in a sense, if you look at the Hamilton bylaw, and his license allows him to do the repairs that he's been doing on the site for some time. So we see this as a bit of a housekeeping matter, simply to recognize what's been on the site for a number of years and allow that to continue along with the salvage yard and the motor vehicle sales. Understanding the motor vehicle sales excludes the sale of new motor vehicles. It's only used. So that's an amendment we would ask the committee to consider. The third one is Mr. Bojeski, 1050 Highway 56. He has the vehicle repair operation. He also has sold vehicles from that site. So again, he would like to have that recognized in the bylaw in addition to the motor vehicle repairs. It's been a use in the past, and again, it's recognizing what is there. So those are the three we would like to consider, the committee to consider, in addition to the standards in the bylaw. Again, I think it was a great effort by staff. I also want to recognize the work done by the local councillors. There were an awful lot of meetings, an awful lot of phone calls, and I think Councillor Johnson, Pizzuta, and yourself, Madam Chair, did a great job in trying to bring parties together, have the neighbors and the residents understand a little bit more about the planning process to make sure there are proper controls in place, but yet still allow people to properly operate their businesses that they've done for a number of years. So it was a really difficult balancing act, but I think the end result, with a few amendments, turned out very well.
Okay, thank you very much, Ed. Appreciate that. Councillor Brenda Johnson, please.
Yeah, thank you. And Ed, I don't know whether you've seen the proposed motions that are coming forward. I believe that number 8, Frailton Truck Parts, 963 Regional Road 97 is on here, and so is 1050 Regional Road 56. The only one I don't see on here is Brock Road, 929 and 89. I'll leave it up to my colleagues to let those ones. But I was waiting for you to talk about the others that were on your list, but you're not bringing those forward right now.
All the others on the list were satisfied with the site-specific provisions that were put in the bylaw.
Okay.
There was a lot of work done to fine-tune the wording, and all the others we were able to agree on.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pizzuta, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair Partridge, and welcome. So, Ed, yeah, Frailton Truck, we've got that one through permit. Garage A license, but that's done through the lake.
Right.
Staff. On a kennel, it's true, it's more or less a... You did have an application. You have met with staff, or you haven't yet?
We've met with staff. We've since submitted an application for formal consultation, but we haven't had the formal consultation meeting yet. That's still coming up.
And I'm trying to know how to approach this. I mean,
Yeah, I would want to just take questions of the delegates right now. Thank you.
okay, and you're looking at...
That's correct. The same as on the north property. So the same provisions on the 899 that would apply to, I believe it's 929, or whatever the property is to the north.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, Councillor, and thank you, Ed. I have no further speakers at this time. Motion to receive the presentation. Councillor Pizzuta, Councillor Brenda Johnson, all in favor?
Carry.
That is carried. Thank you. I'll now invite John Bennett, Coalition for Rural Ontario Environmental Protection, down to the podium, please. John, welcome.
Thank you very much, Chair Partridge and councillors, for allowing me to speak to you today. You all make public speaking look very easy. I'm going to make it look difficult.
Sure, you'll do just fine.
I've already had to throw away part of this where I say good morning. But my name My name's John Bennett. I'm here representing the Coalition for Rural Ontario Environmental Protection. I'm a lifelong resident of Hamilton. I grew up in the East End. I currently live in rural Flamborough and run a business with 6 employees in Dundas. Our organization represents residents of rural Hamilton, including individuals, farmers, and small business owners. My main reason for speaking to you today is our concern about Special Exception 253 in the bylaw to create new zones for rural areas of Hamilton. And this special exception would grandfather existing illegal landscaping operations in rural sections of Flamborough and Ancaster, and they have no significant limitation or regulations on land use. Landscape Ontario is a commercial lobby group, and they'll have you believe that landscapers are part of a green and growing economy. They engage in horticulture and are akin to agriculture in many ways. But in actual fact, many of these are semi-industrial businesses, the majority of whom do not do any growing at all and purchase their plant products elsewhere. Much of their operations have to do with building of retaining walls, concrete and stone patios, walkways, driveways, decks, fences, sheds, excavating, grading, and hardscaping, and this is just taken directly from some of the members' websites. They use heavy equipment, dump trucks, front-end loaders, bobcats, and snow removal machines. And these are clearly semi-industrial commercial businesses, similar to paving businesses, which I believe should be located on commercially zoned land. Our members have ongoing issues that they faced from these operations. Noise operations up to 18 hours per day in summer every day. Winter snow removal machines being loaded late at night or early in the morning. Nuisance, 5:30 a.m. loading of vehicles, trailers, dump trucks, and staff. Illegal dumping of waste from jobs on the property. We've seen pressure-treated wood brought to various properties, and this waste incinerated illegally, including unintended fires and general environmental degradation. And part and parcel of that, paving, grading, and gravel filling of this land in order to accommodate their vehicles. Enforcement can be done through bylaw, through fire, through noise rules, etc., but it can be ineffective, and it requires the neighbors to babysit businesses that clearly should not be operating there. Our members have been directly involved for the past 2 years during the public commentary phase of the bylaw zoning process. We've spoken to staff and councillors. We've attended public meetings to make our views known. For the exceptions themselves, dozens and dozens of landscapers have applied for the grandfathering exception, and there are more to come in a subsequent bylaw written later this summer. A total of 39 landscapers have been currently approved, and some of these want to reserve acres and acres of prime farmland for gravel, chemical and salt storage, truck parking, infill, and construction of multi-thousand square foot buildings to house their equipment. Some of these are mom and pops. They consist of a single truck and trailer. These are not nuisances to anyone, and perhaps this is who the committee had in mind when they originally instructed the staff to draft these exceptions. But the larger companies, some of whom have existing commercial space in Hamilton, are the issue. Without significant regulations on hours of operation, lot setbacks, noise, dust, and visual barriers, this will have the effect of de facto commercialization of prime agricultural land. Many of these operations will be the size of a large strip mall. If you look at the amount of acreage that's being requested to be exempted in the documents in front of you, we're talking 5, 6, 7, 10 acres in some cases, where carte blanche use of the land would be essentially commercial. Hamilton, rightly or wrongly, has a reputation as a poor environmental steward. I'm a lifelong resident, but imagine the stink if we're accused of paving the greenbelt. Jumping ahead a little bit, there's really no argument for allowing clearly commercial businesses to download their costs onto rural residents. At the March 31 Planning Committee meeting, an argument was made that there was insufficient commercial space in Hamilton to absorb these businesses, but there is commercial property available, and a quick online search of Realtor.ca database shows several locations in Hamilton, including Nebo Road, Ditton Road, South Service Road, and more, that can easily accommodate these operations. But more importantly, there's the legal aspect. Our association has retained a professional land planner, Allen Ramsey Planning Associates, and an environmental law firm, Garrett Pickfield, and the Canadian Environmental Law Association to advise us. And our experts made it clear that municipalities do not have the right to enact bylaws that do not conform to the appropriate provincial acts, including the Planning Act and the Greenbelt Act. Your own planning staff recognize this, and in Section 5.1 of the report in front of you, you will see that it says it is important to note that Special Exception 253 was created solely in response to the above motion, and the Planning Division staff are of the opinion that this special exception is not in conformity with the Greenbelt Plan. We've asked our legal counsel to review SE 253, and we've received their opinion. We did provide it in electronic form last night to the chair and the clerk, and I understand the clerk has forwarded this to the rest, as well as I provided a printed copy as well today. Thank you. I'll just sum up by reading the relevant section. This is from our legal counsel. It's our opinion that the exception contravenes the Planning Act, and as such, council has no authority to approve it. Section 35B of the Planning Act dictates that all decisions of municipal councils that affects a planning matter shall conform with provincial plans, which include the Greenbelt Plan. Special Exception 253 does not. Policy 3.1.31 of the Greenbelt Plan establishes that only agriculture, agricultural-related, and secondary uses are permitted with prime agricultural areas. Exception 253 applies to Ancaster and Flamborough, which are predominantly prime agricultural areas. The only authority council has to permit landscape contracting establishments in the agricultural designations in Flamborough and Ancaster is where these establishments are agriculture-related, secondary to the primary use, or where, in accordance with Policy 4.5 of the Greenbelt Plan, the establishment had already legally existed. The Greenbelt Plan does not allow this, and council has no authority to pass a bylaw to create an exception from the Greenbelt's prohibitions. For this reason, we are of the opinion that the Special Exception 253 contravenes the Planning Act, and council has no authority to approve it. So in summary, we've been putting up with years of noise, nuisance, pollution, heavy equipment, dumping at all hours of the day, backfilling of prime agricultural land by companies that should know better. Enforcement of existing bylaws, fire regulations, and noise ordinances is difficult and requires our members to babysit problematical firms. The committee's desire to legalize these operations will result in virtually no effective enforcement, and the ability of these firms to do untold damage to acres and acres of rural Hamilton, that which the province calls the protected countryside. The optics are terrible. Council is setting up at least 4 separate classes of landscape operators, most of whom will not be able to compete with the grandfathered few. And finally, there's no legal basis for grandfathering these operations, and relevant provincial law makes it clear that council cannot do so. I urge you to reconsider and rescind the Special Exception 253 and to re-examine how best to define the related secondary use provision. Staff did provide a mechanism for recognizing secondary use on agricultural land. We would be open to discussing how best to help mitigate this, and happy to make someone available to provide further commentary.
John, could you wrap it up, please?
That's it. Thank you for your time and attention.
Okay, good timing. Thank you very much. Councillor Brenda Johnson, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. John, I read with interest your letter that you've put the city on notice that you are willing to appeal bylaw. I have never heard of crop. I've heard of cone. I've heard them all,
Yeah.
but crop. How old is crop?
We're relatively new. We're a collection of residents that have gotten together and understood that it's best to appear as one voice.
Hear you. That's fine. Through you, Chair, to John, are there any other municipalities that have accepted landscapers within the Greenbelt or within their rural official plan?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, in my knowledge, no. In the Greenbelt, no.
Thank you. And being the only person to oppose this, as you did, sure, my interest grows. One of the things that the staff had brought forward to sort of mitigate this and to sort of accommodate a major problem with and solving was that they were proposing that there should be some growing on land so that they actually grow their products as they're using them. So would you be more like that a little better than what it stands right now, just painting them all?
Yeah, through your chair, I don't want to make it clear appear that I say we should put these people out of business. What I believe is, sorry?
Me either.
What I believe is, though, that providing carte blanche exceptions, where there essentially is no limitation on what they can do. I know there is a ring fence that staff had recommended, but ring fences are imaginary lines, and these are fluid businesses that can creep over. We would recommend things like screening, significant setbacks, possibly hours of operation, possibly noise and dust abatement. But as it sits, none of that is on the table. There are secondary use provisions, and perhaps that could be discussed there. I'm not sure how it can work with inside the grandfathering, but that's not my area of expertise.
Thank you. And one last question through you, Chair, to John. Did your group discuss the slippery slope metaphor?
Through the chair to you, Councillor. I had a bunch more, but I knew I was going to run out of time. I run a business with 6 employees. The slippery slope is why can't any business locate in the rural area? I lease commercial space in Dundas. I could just as easily have it in my house. I know what my obligations are to my neighbors, and I know that they wouldn't appreciate delivery trucks, employee vehicles back and forth at all hours of the day, so we've made what I believe is the proper choice to pay commercial rates and commercial tax rates and BIA rates in Dundas and locate our business there. The same thing applies to plumbers, the same thing applies to paving companies, it applies to any industry that would prefer to get ahead at a lower tax rate or lower, more lax regulation, I guess I would say. So.
Thank you, John. And I have a quick question for staff when we received John's presentation, please.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Pasuta, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair Partridge, and good afternoon, John. John, I hear your concerns loud and clear. We talked about waste and burning of pressure-treated wood, hours of operation. Landscaping is not like agriculture. You have the Right to Farm Act. We can do that. Not had, or at least I have not. I don't know, Councillor Partridge, if you had, or Councillor, talk to staff about any bylaws we could put in place as far as monitoring the operations for the burn permits, but still there's hours. I mean, we need to discuss that. Can this, and this will be a question for staff after, can this be brought up and put in as a bylaw to within that we determine setbacks with staff to get them farther back away from property lines and from the road? Part of why we're mapped out exactly where the operations are, Madam Chair, from satellite opportunity, first they're contained to that area, no larger, and then access on that piece of property, so they pay their fair share. Sorry, a lot of this stuff was talked about every member being part of Landscape Ontario. We can't enforce that.
Correct.
And I know that there is some through all of what I'm concerned with here and what your concerns are and the crop members are concerned with, rest. Can I ask you, somebody asked me about your organization. They said it was
Yes, I can certainly provide that to you as well, and I believe it was in the submission through Chair to Council that we made.
So I'm just trying to think here. I don't want to. So, sorry. So, not around this table.
Thank you.
Going forward, but what suggestions would you have for some of the landscape operations that you know of organization? What would be some?
Well, sorry.
John, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Chair. We do have diverse issues, from some from very small to some from very large issues. Some of which have gone back to 1998 in particular wards. To give you, as I say, I've given some suggestions as to the ways to work with this. I don't know whether or not the secondary use is the best approach for this, and to come up with perhaps something a little more acceptable to both sides. Things like lot size, etc. But it's something that I'm more than willing to discuss. But we probably need to have more discussion with our members to give you better feedback.
I don't want to put you on a spot, but Madam Chair, if you could have discussions.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you very much, Councillor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Pasuta. Councillor Green, please.
Thank you very much. We, in one of our previous conversations, we're talking about prime agricultural land, and I'm interested in that. You mentioned that on a property there might be, just to refresh my memory, how many acres per property might these things take up?
Through your chair, through the 39 identified landscapers that wish to be recognized, some of them start at 6 acres, 7 acres, 8 acres. Some are very small, 0.06 as far as I can see. It's a driveway with a man with a truck and a lawnmower. But some of them are fairly large, and I would say these are the size of large strip malls.
So if I can, that may be the size of the property they're located on, but that is not the size of the operation that staff have put a line on that property within the boundaries.
No, Chair.
If operation could be. And Matthew Green, you have the floor, please.
Yeah, I would like to, if you could finish your thought, feel free to do that.
Sure, Chair. Chair, no, I would say no. That's the space that is actually recommended to be grandfathered on a larger property.
I think we'll have staff clarify that.
Yes,
that's
it's
not
listed
something
in there.
for you to clarify.
Fair enough.
So,
I'm sorry. Thank you. Yeah.
Go ahead, Councillor.
I apologize through you to put you on the spot. I will ask that question, staff. My question will be what the total land use of prime agricultural. We just had this conversation about wanting to preserve it. I just want to make sure we're consistent with that. And so I'll be asking staff that question, what the total potential loss of prime agricultural land would be based on these kind of zoning changes. So thank you. I'll leave that for staff and appreciate the presentation.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Green. And I have no further speakers. So thank you, John. Appreciate you coming in.
Thank you.
Motion to receive, Councillor Brenda Johnston, Councillor Maria Pearson, all in favor? Okay. Councillor Johnston, you have a question? Go ahead.
Yes, please. Through you to Steve. Steve, we've just been put on notice that if 253 is approved today and it gets ratified by Council on Friday, what does that mean as far as going to the OMB is concerned? Are we sending our own staff? Are we sending, can you just give us an overview?
Through you, Madam Chairman, with the specific reference to the site-specific amendment proposed 253, that was the direction that came out of the Planning Committee at the March 31st public meeting, that staff develop and come back with a mechanism to recognize/legalize the existing landscape contracting operations within Flamborough and Ancaster that self-identify themselves. As indicated in the March 31st staff report and in this current staff report, Planning Division staff do not support this. We feel that it is contrary to the general intent of the Greenbelt Plan. In the event that 253 is appealed to the Ontario Municipal Board, then legal services will be required to retain outside planning consultants to defend that site-specific provision of the proposed rural zoning bylaw.
Thank you. And through you, Steve, I asked John this question. I just want to confirm it with you. Are there any other municipalities that are allowing landscaping to be within their greenbelt, within their rural zoning, since the greenbelt's been enacted in 2005?
Steve?
Sorry, through you, Madam Chairman. I'm not aware of any of the other municipalities at the local level that have updated their zoning bylaws to bring in the Greenbelt, to bring it into conformity with the Greenbelt Plan. Some of the upper tier municipalities have done the exercises and they've completed their official plan conformity exercises, but I'm not aware of any of the lower tier municipalities in Halton, Peel, York, or Durham, or Niagara Way that have updated their zoning bylaws specifically to implement the provisions of the Greenbelt Plan, so I can't answer your question.
Okay, and one last question to you, Mike, our legal advisor. We've got staff recommendation against 253. We've got no other municipality that anyone in this room can think of right now that is allowing landscaping since 2005 to exist within the Greenbelt. Your professional opinion is you're going to have to get another planner, and do you feel that it's going to be an uphill?
Through you, Madam Chair, the test underneath the Planning Act is that the zoning bylaw must conform to the Greenbelt Act. Planning staff have rendered their opinion that the amendment doesn't. I would have to, legal would have to go outside and retain an outside planner, try to find one to defend council's decision in that regard.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Now, we do have Georgina Beatty, who does need to leave, so I would ask committee if we could just move Georgina up to be the next presenter. There is two between her. I could have a motion, Councillor Brenda Johnson, Councillor Maria Pearson. I'll call Georgina down to the podium, please. Welcome, Georgina. Nice to see you.
Thank you, and I'm particularly thankful for the opportunity to move forward. We have Winona Farmers Market today, and I'm supposed to be there at 3 o'clock.
I don't want you to miss that, for sure.
No, we have a booth, so I have to be set up.
Yes, well, go ahead whenever
Thank
you're
you very
ready.
much. Members of the Planning Committee and Madam Chair, I appreciate the opportunity to discuss new information with you today with regard to the new rural zoning bylaw. As many of you know, our family has been involved in this rural and agricultural zoning process since at least 2009. Throughout this time, we have been following what we perceive to be the correct process. And we are very, very grateful to staff. A number of them are here. We have worked with them, and we're grateful for that opportunity. We even accepted an agreement with the City of Hamilton staff regarding the zoning of our property in June 2010, which we are still seeking to uphold. Imagine my surprise when I picked up the July 2nd Stony Creek News to read that, and I quote, "Members of this planning committee had agreed to allow a 9.9 acre site located between 50 Road to the east and Barton Street to the south in Winona to be designated out of the Greenbelt on June the 16th. Those are the minutes, I believe, that you just approved. Thanks to Councillor Johnson, that has been at least delayed. But the point is, we have been working within the perceived planning process, using the only resources that we have to protect the land that has been in our family for 4 generations, only to learn that a developer who has never lived on the subject lands described above, who has far more resources than we will ever have, with full-time staff to work on these types of files, has used another process to put pressure on this committee to remove the lands from the Greenbelt. There was no notice of this application to the abutting landowners, and according to the Stony Creek News, there was no notice to the local councillor. Not only has this developer circumvented the Greenbelt process, but also by supporting this request, this decision has virtually decided, in our opinion, what planning will do with our parcels of land located south of the subject lands. Undue pressure to take our lands out of the Greenbelt. Thus, we feel a decision on our request has been unduly biased. How can landowners such as ourselves, with very limited resources, who have been working with staff in order to protect our highway commercial zoning uses, receive fair and equitable treatment? Given the limited amount of time available to review this report that's before you today, this final report, we have sought to find where our concerns, as recorded in the March 31st public meeting minutes, have been stated. So from this point in my presentation, I have a number of questions. I'm hoping that I can find out on what page specifically our request has been addressed.
So, Georgina, I think your ward councillor will definitely have those questions for staff, so please go ahead.
Are we included on page 1 of 20 in the executive summary in motion 3, where the report notes that staff will be looking to expand the list of additional uses within the Greenbelt. If we are part of this general review, why is it that Appendix B has so very many specific site locations and maps noted, but we cannot seem to find ours? Is it correct that the City of Hamilton proposes to request that large portions of land be added into the Greenbelt? Then the city would be removing other lands from the Greenbelt, a land swap, if you may. If so, am I correct that lands such as ours, if taken from the Greenbelt and urbanized, will help to compensate for lands being included in the Greenbelt elsewhere? As noted, Appendix B has many, many properties listed with what appear to be specific exceptions for those sites. Have all of those property owners been made aware of these specific recommendations? If so, this would imply a series of negotiations, which of course I applaud. What are the next steps then for further discussions with regard to our concerns? Now, given the fact that you have been kind enough to put forth my opportunity to speak, I may have to leave and not get all the answers to these, but I would certainly appreciate getting them at one stage. I would also like to point out that with regard to this, the lands as outlined in the Stoney Creek News this morning on the way here, I'm sure when you discussed it, you weren't thinking that what they were going to be planting was actual truckloads of dirt that are being imported, not part of the land, but we had to slow down in order for dump trucks to get into that property from off-site. Thank you very much for your opportunity, time to speak. If you have any questions.
Thank you, Georgina, and your councillor will definitely be getting back to you. A lot of the addresses that are listed in the report are certainly because as councillors, we worked with our property owners. We met with staff, and we had their specific issues dealt with and put right into the report. So I'm sure that your councillor, had she known about your issues, would have done the same, but I'm sure that she'll be able to do that as well. Councillor Johnson, go ahead, please.
Thank you, and thank you, Georgina, for your patience. Just to be clear, we did meet with staff? Okay. So you're talking about between pages 1 of 20, and I'm looking at page 8 of 29, where it states that your concerns, and the response was property will not be included in the rural zoning bylaw and will remain subject to the Stoney Creek bylaw. And that was satisfactory to you, correct?
But that's a general statement, is it not on page 8? It doesn't.
Page 8, it says property. This is Georgina Beatty, 1375, Highway 8, and it talks about your oral and written concerns. The response from staff is property will not be included in the rural zoning bylaw and will remain subject to Stoney Creek bylaw 3692-92.
And I was wondering for how long.
Okay. So I'll clear that up with staff. I know you want to get questions of the presenter finished. Yeah. But I will go to staff to make sure that this is a site-specific. It remains site-specific because it answers your concerns, and it was exactly what you had coming into this room 5 years ago. It's exactly what you're going to be going. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Thank you very much, Georgina.
Thank you.
Motion to receive, Councillor Brenda Johnson, Councillor Chad Collins, all in favor? That is carried. Councillor Johnson, please.
Thank you. Through you to Diane, Joanne, or Steve. I know you're well aware of this file. We've met with the Beatties for quite some time, and one of the things that was resolved was that things will stay status quo from what it was 5 years ago, 10 years ago, well, since 1992. Can you please confirm?
Through you, Madam Chairman, yes, it still will remain in the Stoney Creek bylaw.
No additions, no subtractions, exactly as is.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'd now like to call Matt Johnson from Urban Solutions Planning and Land Development Consultants to the podium, please. Welcome, Matt.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the committee, staff, and the public. My name is Matt Johnston, a registered professional planner with Urban Solutions here in Hamilton. And there's two properties I'd like to speak on behalf of the owners today. And the issues with both of them aren't so much that we weren't able to get on the same page as staff in terms of moving through this process, but more because the details really didn't become known until down to the wire, and we weren't able to necessarily flush anything out. So it's not that we're on opposite sides of the spectrum yet, but just that we're just getting through the details at this point in time now. The first property that I'm here to speak on behalf of is 565 Brock Road in Flamborough. The subject property has a long-established use on the subject lands.
Excuse me, Matt, is it 565 or 585? I have 585 in my road map.
Five 565.
Thank you, I'll change that. Okay,
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
Again, the subject land has a long-established use on the property. It's relatively small in size and in area, so it doesn't quite lend itself to a true farming operation. The use that occurs generally supports and is complementary to the rural landscape, including the area aggregate industries. And for that reason, we think there's merit in a site-specific exception to permit a general contracting yard with accessory commercial vehicle repair, maintenance and storage, and aggregate storage with topsoil preparation in addition to the existing dwelling located on the lands. Again, the property doesn't lend itself to the agricultural to farming at this point in time. It supports the rural community, and for that reason we believe there's merit in that exception. And I'd request a motion to implement that change. If there's no questions on that property, I'd be glad to take them. If not, I can move on to the second property in
Go
question.
ahead, on to the second one.
Second property is municipally known as 788th Concession Road West in Flamborough. That property is currently under development right now for a 21,000 square meter aquaponics facility. There's also a second building permit application that was submitted in October of 2014 for an approximately 17,000 square meter aquaponics facility. Both those uses, or both those buildings and their size, are permitted by the bylaw. The proponent has been upfront all along with the intent on ultimately getting a federal license for medical marijuana growing and harvesting. That's been known from day one, and there is a section in the bylaw that limits the size of medical marijuana growing and harvesting facilities to 2,000 square meters. Given the sequence of events and the status of the existing permit submitted back in October of 2014, we're respectfully requesting an exemption to that 2,000 square meter cap, where it could be up to 21,000 square meters. Again, the zoning bylaw contemplates buildings of this size in the agricultural area. It's just that when the aquaponics facility goes from using tilapia to grow produce to switch over to federally licensed medical marijuana, that we run into a problem with the zoning bylaw. And that's the exception that we're looking for this committee to recommend approval for.
Okay.
With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Do we have any questions for Matt at this time? Councillor Pasuta, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My mic up, I got heck for this. Probably the largest proposed and being built now. I guess I just got some information. I have to talk to staff. I'll deal with staff after we go through this. interest of the community out there because of the size of it. And I'm going to sit on this till I ask some questions of staff to go at a maximum limit of 2,000 square. I just reserve the right for later, Madam Chair.
Absolutely.
To move forward. And that's
Thank you. Thank you very much, Matt.
Thank you.
A motion to receive the presentation, Councillor Pasuta and Councillor Conley. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And next, can I call Michelle Oosterveld from Country Estates down to the podium, please? Michelle, welcome.
That's okay. Thank you. I'm just going to read my letter here that I put together as a result of an email received from the Flamborough Chamber of Commerce last Monday that had to do with crop, which cropped out of nowhere. My name is Michelle Oosterveld. Myself and my husband Henry and our 4 children own Country Estates Landscaping. We have lived on Beaforth Road in Flamborough since April 1994. That's 21 years on a 10-acre property. That's before the Greenbelt and before the City of Hamilton was given Flamborough. We pay residential, commercial, and agricultural taxes on different portions of our property. And none of this makes sense to me. There might be 167 landscaping companies in Flamborough, but there are many times that number in other businesses operating in Flamborough. And why just landscapers? On Beaforth Road alone, there is an electrical company, a general contractor so big they build schools and has a giant shop, me, a welding company, greenhouses, another landscaping company that was there before me, a shop with a lift to fix cars, a vacation rental home, and another set of greenhouses. And that's just between 5th and 6th concession. In a 20-minute drive from my house, these are businesses that I pass or either have a sign out or someone I know. There's welding, a bakery, a canoe maker, 3 electrical companies, plumbers, air conditioning and heating, picture framer and artist, a horse trailer company, a lawyer, an accountant, a naturopath, counseling, carpenter, stonemason, 3 tree service companies, firewood, a yoga studio, dog grooming, house cleaning, irrigation, pet walking, parking lot maintenance, bobcat service, appliance repair, embroidery, draperies and sewing, daycares, sewage and waste removal, small engine repair, tutoring, and parking dump trucks. I am not throwing anyone under the bus. I am throwing everyone under the bus. We all need to stand together to keep our homes because while these are the places we park our trucks at night, make no mistake, these are our homes. Every single business and the 167 landscapers live where we park our trucks at night. These are families, hundreds and hundreds of families, most of whom have been here for decades. You can't just go after the landscaping families and not the families of electricians, plumbers, etc. We are not doing anything different than them. We park our trucks in our yard at night and we drive away to work in the morning. We do not work on our property 24/7 or we would be broke. I don't know anybody who can, we're all out working right now. There's nobody at my house or my yard. We have no customers coming to our yard. We don't sell anything from our yard. We use the roads like everyone else and we buy commercial stickers for those vehicles that cost us thousands and thousands of dollars that are supposed to be used for the roads. The many giant tractors, combines, and sprayers that drive down my road do not pay tax, the road tax. They run on colored diesel and they don't pay any fuel tax. Also on my road and just around the corner are 3 horse farms that produce many tons of manure that have to be dealt with. We are also surrounded by corn that is horrible for the environment. Corn seeds are treated with the chemicals that are responsible for decimating the bee population. Conan Nurseries is a 2-minute drive from my home, and they use tons of fertilizer on their 100 acres of trees that are not good for the environment. There is an easement across the back of my property where the TransCanada pipeline runs. Go after them if you want to protect the environment. I have 200 raspberry bushes the bees love and gardens and places for monarchs to stop by. Those businesses are okay, but mine isn't. I am just one family of 6, and I have no say or control over what happens to me. We were here long before the Greenbelt. We're not a farm, and we're not pretending to be a farm. Originally, it didn't even include us. Millionaire developers that I can't begin to compete with wanted to develop areas south of us. Without me even having a clue, the line was moved, and we were inside the Greenbelt. So you can't build a shopping mall on my 10 acres. Fine. But no one is going to buy my 10 acres, plow it under, and make a living farming on it. And that would be an environmental disaster. We have many species of frogs in our pond. We have meadows in a pine forest. Every spring, a pair of owls make a nest and has a couple of babies in our pine forest. We sit and listen to them at night, and it's awesome. The bee forests that farm this land only just moved away a couple of years ago. They owned all the land from 5th to 6th concession. They sold it off mostly in 10-acre parcels 50 years ago. It's not going back to farming. As landscapers, by our very nature, we are stewards of the land. My kitchen is 45 years old, but the front of my house is gorgeous. The dozen landscaping families I know personally all have beautiful properties. Just down the road, people have their wedding pictures taken on a landscaping family's front lawn several times a summer. We have planted hundreds of trees on our property over the 21 years we have lived here, and we have 1,000 seedlings planted out back. Sorry.
That's okay.
We have planted hundreds of trees on our property. When we moved here, my oldest son, Michael, who's now 22, was only 9 months old. Our property has never been sprayed with herbicides or pesticides because I didn't want my children or dogs playing on poison. In 21 years, we have never had a complaint. We love all our neighbors and we take care of each other, especially with all the crazy ice storms and power outages we've had of recent years. Except the neighbor to my north. 13 years ago, without any notice, he put in a driveway on our property line 40 feet from our home. He took out the drainage ditch that runs between the two properties. The water had nowhere to go, so it flooded my basement twice in 6 months. I almost lost our home insurance. We had to raise our backyard by 2 feet. We had to replace our septic system and run weeping tile 100 feet down the side of our home to catch the water where it runs into a culvert in my backyard and empties into the pond. That cost $25,000. That's a nuisance. I don't have the power to get rid of him, and if I did, I would never go after hundreds of families' homes and livelihoods just to get rid of him. There are hundreds and hundreds of families with businesses on their properties in Flamborough. This is our community. This is our home. Our children were born and raised here. They go to school here. They work here. We are coaches, managers, trainers, sponsors of local sports. We are volunteer firefighters and members of community groups and parent councils. We don't park our trucks at night and go and live in another community. It's wrong of you to be thinking of us as businesses. Every single business in Flamborough is a family that contributes greatly to our community. We are entrepreneurs, and that makes us the kind of people that get involved. It would be a huge loss to have that many people with so many talents leave our community. So where does that leave us? We need to be able to have our shops. Our shop was built 50 years ago, long before we moved in, and our home and family in one place. But you need our taxes and our talents. We have paid our commercial taxes all these years. It is in your best interest to make sure everyone, not just landscapers, pay their fair share of commercial tax, millions and millions of dollars for the city. We also employ hundreds of people that count on us for their jobs. In the landscaping industry, many of our employees live and pay tax in Hamilton. There are just too many of us not to work with us for an amicable solution to this problem. We only found out about Crop Hamilton last Monday. It would be completely unfair to not allow us to organize, get our own lawyer and planner, and make our side of the argument. And the timing is very smart on their part. At this time of the year, all our families are working 14-hour days, and working on this letter and being here right now means I am not getting caught up in quotes and calling customers back. I haven't slept since last Monday after reading their letter, and I ask you to please work with us on this issue. Give us time to make our side of the argument, and please do not ever forget that every single business comes with a family whose children are directly affected by your decision, the very families that are major contributors to our community.
Thank you very much, Michelle.
Thank you.
Very much appreciate you coming down. And just so you know, and I will ask this question of staff, the next step, there is an OMB appeal, and since you've been here as a delegate, you will be able to participate in that, and you will be able to have your piece, gather people together, represent, have a lawyer there, and I'll ask staff to give a more fulsome explanation of that process. Councillor Pasuta, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair Partridge, and thank you for your presentation. Clarify a couple points for me, and I'll get a little closer to the mic. You mentioned about farmers don't pay tax for fuel.
Colored diesel.
So I'm a farmer and I buy colored diesel. My tank's 2,500 liters.
My point is responding to the letter from Crop that says that we're destroying the roads, but the farmers aren't. So what I'm saying is I'm driving pickup drowns down the road, and combines, like we pay our tax when we buy our stickers. It costs me thousands and thousands of dollars for my stickers, and that's supposed to be for the roads. That's a direct response that landscapers, just us landscapers apparently, are destroying our roads. So my point is we're not the only people on the roads, and we pay our fair share of tax that is supposed to be to upkeep the roads. And I'm not driving a combine down the road every day.
Hey, Michelle, let Councillor Pasuta, he has the floor, let him finish his speech.
In my business, just want to clarify a couple of things. My son drives a diesel truck. I buy colored dyed diesel for the farm use. I pay more per liter than he does.
Colored diesel isn't supposed to have the fuel tax on it, because
Madam Chair,
I buy colored diesel for my Bobcat.
Okay, Michelle, I'm sorry, the councillor has the floor.
Sorry.
I pay upwards of 18 to 22 cents more a liter than my son buys in the station for. That's on my farm when I buy it. Comment about corn. Reflect on that a little bit.
Okay, Michelle, go ahead, please.
Yeah, the corn is responsible. There is chemicals in the corn that are, they're Nick something or others they're called. I know that they have to, they're starting to have 50% less starting this year, but they are responsible for decimating the bee population. All I'm saying is that my argument is that it's all agricultural land and we're doing all these horrible things to it, but commercial agriculture also does horrible things to the land, and you can't just come after me and use the green belt to get rid of me because you're not happy with your neighbor.
You mean landscapers when you say me, right?
That's what I mean, yes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pasuta?
Just going to rebut a little bit that we're growing responsibly. We're growing crops, we're growing corn, we're providing products for the people, for consumers. 10,000 items, Madam Chair, over 10,000 items in the grocery store. The drugstores have a corn product in them. If you want to stop agriculture, we know there's an issue with bees. It's not totally our fault as farmers. It's beyond that. There's mites, there's other problems. Care of the bees, so we can go down that road. But you know what? Why don't we just cancel farming totally, buy your stuff from China, whatever, and deal with that. That's where we're at. Thank you.
Councillor Pasuta, thank you. I appreciate that. Councillor Brenda Johnson, please.
Thank you, and thanks, Michelle, for coming down here. I know it's not easy coming all the way down and staying away from your job and getting here, so really appreciate your input. I just want to get down to the one thing that I think that you're coming from. When you got the letter from the Flamborough, were you assuming that it was just to go after the landscapers to get them to be paying extra land taxes?
I already pay my commercial tax.
Oh, I get that.
So I'm fine with that. My problem is that this crop that just popped up is against letting us stay where we are, thinking like I do pay my commercial tax.
Okay.
So what I'm concerned is that what they want is for me to not be able to live on my home and property.
Okay, so but when I read yours, through you, Chair, when I read the second part of your letter, or the first part of your letter, I'm throwing everyone under the bus. Are you assuming that it's just the landscapers that are being targeted, that you want everyone to be treated the same so that all the businesses in your area, they all pay the right tax, they all pay the right zoning, everybody should be playing on the same level?
Well, that would only be fair, don't you think?
Yeah, no, I
Yeah,
just want to know where
but
you're coming
crop is only coming after landscapers, which I don't think is
You're talking
fair.
to the city of
Okay,
Hamilton.
Counselor.
Thank you. Through
the chair.
You're talking to the city of Hamilton. That's just somebody that's come to the podium just as you are. So I just want to be clear that you want not just the landscapers to be looked at, but everybody to be looked at. So everybody has to pay the same taxes under the same microfilm. Everybody plays on the same level playing field.
I
correct?
believe everybody should, because then you're not just dealing with 167 landscapers. There's literally thousands of us, and 1,000 families can stand together stronger than just coming after landscapers for some reason, when I'm not doing anything different than the plumber down the road, parking my trucks there and going to work in the day.
And if I can, through you, Chair, to Michelle, the issue that's at the table right now is to allow the landscapers to be where they are.
Yes.
And the argument against that is if you allow the landscapers, you should allow everybody else to come in as well.
But we're already there, and there's 1,000 of us.
I get that, and you're speaking on behalf of landscapers, and you also said that there were other businesses in the area as well.
Way more than us, yes.
The slippery slope begins with the landscapers, but everybody else should be included.
Yes, but you can't have 1,000 families that have been there for decades and just kick us all off one day. What needs to be done is for everybody to work together for an amicable solution. You get your tax money from everybody. You have our talents from all of us that live in the area, and we get to stay where we have for decades.
Okay, and through you, Chair, to Michelle, the question at the table is whether to allow the landscapers. So that's why we're here today as part of the rural zoning, is to allow all those landscapers. So it's really making your argument, but you're taking it one step further to allow everybody else as well.
If I may interject, I think what Michelle's point is she's here in opposition of what CROP has presented. She's not
correct.
here for the issue on the agenda.
That's correct. That's exactly.
Letter that CROP has presented.
Specifically for, again, the 4-page letter that was issued by CROP. Yes, that's right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Michelle.
Through you, Chair, to Michelle, that's not what she's presented. So thank you. I just want to be clear.
It is, though.
Thank you.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councillor. And I have no further speakers. Thank you very much, Michelle. I appreciate it. Motion to receive, Councillor Pasuta and Councillor Conley. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Nice smile there. I'll now invite Tony DiGiovanni to come down to the podium for his presentation, please. And just a reminder, everyone has 5 minutes. Welcome, Tony.
Thank you very much. I'm the Executive Director of Landscape Ontario. It's an association of 2,400 member companies operating in the nursery and landscape field. The members of Planning Committee, thank you for listening to the concerns of many of our members regarding the proposed rural and agricultural zoning bylaw. Your decision to allow the grandfathering of landscape establishments to operate on rural and agricultural land was the right one. It demonstrates empathy for the many families that earn their living by installing and maintaining Hamilton's gardens, landscapes, and green infrastructure. It also recognizes the immense economic, environmental, and community contributions that the families that operate horticultural businesses make. The purpose of this presentation is to respond to the concerns of the Coalition of Rural Ontario Environmental Protection, CROP. I'd like to begin by saying we have listened respectfully and carefully to the concerns of CROP. All of us can imagine living beside horticultural and landscape operations. Sometimes work on farms and landscape operations can cause issues for neighbors. Sometimes storage can visually impact the property in a negative fashion. When Landscape Ontario made a presentation in favor of allowing landscape businesses on rural and agricultural properties, we also acknowledged that most of the issues that have arisen in the past have everything to do with property standards, not zoning. The vast majority of landscape businesses have historically operated on rural properties for generations. The vast majority of owners of these operations live where they work. The vast majority are operating in complete harmony with their neighbors. I would like to briefly repeat from our original submission. Horticulture is part of agriculture. Landscape operations are horticultural businesses. The equipment and skill sets of a typical agricultural business are very similar to a landscape operation. Landscape operations are practicing agriculture on rural properties. They are the original green industry. Their job is to recreate and maintain nature in urban settings. They are environmental specialists. Their environmental values are aligned with crop. They exist to protect and enhance environment. They are best suited on rural properties because they need outdoor space for equipment and materials such as plants, soil, mulch, and composts, and they need to be able to maintain plant material until such time as it is required. Their skills and equipment also allow them to expand into crop production. Most commercial properties do not allow outdoor storage. Most commercial properties do not have the infrastructure and land necessary to maintain plant material. Rural and agricultural land allows diversity of operations and therefore greater potential for economic success. Crop maintains their right of appeal to the Ontario Municipal Board if grandfathering goes through. I'd like to inform the committee that this has been dealt with by the OMB a number of years ago. They allowed a landscape operation to continue operating on rural property. Landscape Ontario is also prepared to make our case before the OMB if necessary. CROP also makes the case that some of their members have been dealing with nuisance impacts from existing landscape businesses. Landscape Ontario would be pleased to be involved in specific cases that may involve some of our members. Landscape operations are specialists in enhancing properties. I'm sure that nuisance impacts can be reduced. All it takes is willingness from both sides to be open to mutual beneficial solutions. However, it is not fair to use a specific case or cases to impact the hundreds of other families that are operating without any nuisance complaints. I urge CROP to let us help their individual members deal with specific issues they may have. In a more general sense, I urge the Planning Committee and Council to work with Landscape Ontario to ensure that nuisance impacts are kept to a minimum. I can also say with certainty that landscape operations should be able to operate with much less impact than other businesses. Landscape businesses have historically and traditionally operated from rural properties. They were there before the Greenbelt. They continue to operate freely and without complaint. It is our view that nursery and landscape businesses are perfect for Greenbelt locations. We have made this view known to the Greenbelt Review Group. Landscape operations are in the green space and green infrastructure business and can be sustainable on much smaller parcels of land necessary for traditional agricultural operations. We are prepared to contest any legal action taken by CROP to negate your grandfathering provision. CROP points out that there are problems associated with noise and nuisance at all hours during the spring, summer, and fall work season, increased traffic, illegal dumping, and burning of landscape waste and operation of heavy equipment on already stressed roads. Landscape Ontario maintains that most landscape companies operate without complaint. The owner usually lives on the same property, and therefore they would share any nuisance impacts with their neighbors. Any specific issues can be dealt with by developing reasonable property standards guidelines. CROP also maintains that the value of rural residential properties will be negatively affected by allowing landscape businesses to operate. Landscape operations are in the property enhancement business. Their work increases property values. They are able to maintain their own properties in a way that increases property values for the entire neighborhood. CROP also maintains that landscape businesses should operate from commercial properties. This is problematic because most commercial properties do not allow outdoor storage, nor do they have the infrastructure to maintain living plant material. It is also difficult to maintain year-round rents when involved in a seasonal operation. Commercial properties also limit their ability to expand in growing crops. I'm not sure what my time frame is now.
I think fine, Tony.
Fine? Okay. In summary, CROP maintains that zoning exemptions allow unacceptable impacts from existing businesses to continue. Landscape Ontario maintains that the vast majority of landscape businesses operate without complaints. They are in the land care business and are able to improve properties so they enhance the environment. And we would be pleased to work with CROP on dealing with existing issues that some of their members may be experiencing. Using a few negative issues to negatively influence the vast majority is just not fair. Dealing with minority nuisance impacts is easily done without forcing landscape businesses to leave their homes. CROP is against grandfathering. Landscape Ontario maintains that grandfathering reduces the impacts to families and the economy and recognizes the positive contributions to the economy. It is the decent and empathetic way to introduce new regulations. CROP maintains that landscape businesses should be classified as illegal. Our point is that landscaping is horticulture and that horticulture is part of agriculture. The skill sets are similar. It is agriculture performed in urban settings. The industry is classified under agricultural rate codes in WSIB. Historically, most landscape businesses have operated from rural and agricultural properties because of the similarity of work. The very first landscape program was offered by the Ontario Agricultural College at the University of Guelph. Traditionally, landscape businesses operating from rural properties are not classified as illegal. CROP points out that the grandfathering provision does not include regulations. Landscape Ontario would be pleased to work with CROP in the city to develop a framework that would reduce negative impacts. No one wants to live next to any operations, landscape or otherwise, that are not sensitive to their surroundings. Landscape companies have been operating from rural and agricultural lands for generations. They have improved their community from the environmental, economic, and social perspective. They are in the environmental and beautification business. They enhance rural properties and values, and we look forward to working with CROP and the City of Hamilton to ensure that any nuisance impacts are kept to a minimum. Respectfully submitted.
Tony, that was excellent. Thank you. Councillor Brenda Johnson, please.
Yep, thank you. Through you to Tony. Tony, you mentioned that landscapers have already been to the OMB and were successful.
Yes. One landscape business.
I'm sorry?
Through the chair, one landscape business in Ancaster.
In Ancaster,
Yeah.
thank you. Was that before 2005?
It was probably before 2005, yes.
So before the Greenbelt came
Yes,
in effect.
yes.
Thank you.
I'm pretty sure it was probably about 15 years ago.
And
Yeah.
quick question, last question. Staff has proposed a compromise, if you will, that landscapers can stay on the property if they grow their product. You keep coming back to horticultural and that it's part of the growth and they're part of the agricultural. So how do you feel about the compromise about them growing on their property?
I love that compromise. I mean, it's something that's happened in real life. I mean, Braun Nursery, I don't know if in this area, started off as a landscape contractor living on their land. Yeah. John Putzer Nursery is the same thing, started off as a landscape contractor. There's secondary use, absolutely. And I'm very pleased with the grandfathering situation for existing landscape companies that they use.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I have, Councillor Pasuta, please.
Madam Chair, thank you, Tony, for coming in. So, what are the benefits of joining for landscapers? Because you have members, and there's people that are not members, right? Correct?
Many non-members.
Non-members?
Yes.
So in a situation, as we had, John came down and spoke, issues with the landscape business beside them or across for them, and if they're a Landscape Ontario member, really what influence do you have on them, other than they're a member?
Sorry.
Go ahead, please.
The influence that we have, first of all, we have standards before they can actually get in. They have to be in business at least 3 years. There's a code of ethics and so forth. And I would say that the greatest influence we have is that they're our family. We consider them family. They own the association. And so there's a certain sense of peer pressure. They're brought together because they want to make the industry better, more professional. Our job is to grow a prosperous, professional, and ethical industry, and so just in that sense, their values would be values that would want to please the public in general. So back to your question, peer pressure is probably the biggest influence, and in the end, we can kick them out of the association.
So, Madam Chair, if they don't agree with your standards, they don't want to join, there's nothing you can...
It's voluntary. That's right. Yeah.
Have no heavy hand with them.
No heavy hand. We're not a policing organization. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Pasuta. And if I can turn the chair over to Councillor Johnson, please. So, Tony, you talked about the number of members that you have, and I think it was over 2,000 landscapers.
2,400 companies that belong to the association.
2,400, and that's across the whole province.
Across Ontario. That's right.
Across Ontario, okay. And I do remember, long before I was elected, working with one of the larger landscape operations, and in working with the Conservation Authority, and they got the Ontario Landscape Association involved, and it ended up being the beginning, I understood, of a very positive partnership between the Conservation Authority, it was Halton Conservation, right, and between the Ontario Landscape Association. Is that common practice?
It's common. We tend to be on this. We tend to have the same value systems. I mean, right now we're part of the Green Infrastructure Coalition. That includes 2 conservation authorities. So we're aligned in terms of the way we think.
All right, and thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I was particularly pleased to hear your willingness to work with John Bennett and his neighborhood group, which is called CROP. I think that's particularly good on you, and I think it just speaks to the strength of, again, fostering those relationships and partnerships to just support our rural businesses right across the spectrum. So I just wanted to say thank you for that. Those are my comments.
Thank you.
All right, and I will take the chair back. I have no further questions or speakers. So motion to receive the delegation. Thank you, Tony. Councillor Maria Pearson, Councillor Chad Collins, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much. Now we have, Madam Clerk, can I just clarify, we have 5 motions in front of us that need to be dealt with now before we deal with the actual report, but I'm just wondering if committee members have questions for staff. Councillor Green, then Councillor Pasuta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is through to staff, as I alluded to earlier and reserve the right to ask now, what it would be estimated, ballparked, the total number of prime agricultural land that would be or has been taken offline due to the process of the commercialization of these properties. I've heard that there's 139 potential businesses, and we heard in a previous conversation about the concern for prime agricultural land. So my question is, what is the total number, ballparked, of prime agricultural land that has been taken offline due to this amendment? Through you to staff, Madam Chair.
Steve?
Through you, Madam Chairman, staff have not had an opportunity to do to look at whether the lands are designated as agriculture or rural within the Rural Hamilton official plan, but the total area that is proposed to be covered by site-specific exception 253 is approximately 31.5 hectares, or about 80 acres. And of that, so it's roughly 80 acres of land that's within the rural area, which would be a combination of either agriculture or non-agricultural lands within the rural area.
Councillor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It gives me some perspective and certainly some scale to what we're talking about here in total. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Understanding that those acreages, many of those businesses have been around for 40 years. And, okay, Councillor Pasuta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm talking a lot today.
I don't think you are, but go ahead.
Thank you. So, Madam Chair, through you to staff, and this may be one for Marty or for Ken up there, talked about issues. Landscaping wouldn't be agriculture in a sense, the right to farm. Would I be correct on that? If you could answer that, I'm not sure if that's above.
And you're putting the question to Steve Robichaud?
Well, Marty, Steve, any of the staff that would like to try to answer the question if they can.
Okay, was the question clear?
Through Madam Chairman, there would be 2 possible scenarios. There would be one where you have an integrated operation where they have a nursery, and with a a landscaping contractor component. That nursery would fall within the right to farm component of the characterization. If it was just a landscape contractor, which had a series of vehicles and stockpiling of materials, that would not meet, in my opinion, a definite, a farming operation.
I'll go a little deeper then, Madam Chair. So what would the acreage be, the land coverage for a nursery? Would it be behind a shed, or would it be an acre, 2 acres? Any idea?
Steve?
Madam Chair?
Through you, Madam Chairman, the draft or the proposed rural zoning establishes a minimum size of 5 hectares. So that is to establish a nursery in accordance with the proposed rural zoning regulations.
That would be, Madam Chair, that'd be 5 hectares of working land, tilled land.
Of that 5, go ahead.
Diana, perhaps you would answer this.
Through the chair, through Council Pursuta, so of the 5 hectares, 65% of that 5 hectares would need to be within the A1, the A2, or P6 zone and used for the actual growing of nursery crop or other agriculture, corn, soybeans, whatever, but it has to be for growing.
You know the answers to the questions, but I'm just trying to expose everything. Okay. Madam Chair, how do we deal with, as we heard, the potential burning of pressure-treated wood on a property? The burning of green material, green bushes and that, where when we get a permit to burn, it has to be dry material, dry wood, clean wood. How do we deal with noise issues early in the morning, late at night? All of those issues, how do we handle that? No, we've never discussed that through the whole process, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask Marty to comment on that. Certainly with the burning, there may be smoke that's involved, and so I'm not sure whether bylaw would address that, or Steve or Ken.
Through you, Madam Chairman, in terms of any outdoor burning, that would be subject to obtaining a burn permit from the fire department. And then once they're issued that permit, they're allowed to then do that burning operation. With respect to any noise or other nuisance-related effects, that would be generally referred over to Marty Hazel's group to respond to that.
Okay. And Madam Chair, so Marty, what would be done, a landscape operation that starts making noise at 4 o'clock in the morning within a neighborhood that's fairly tightly knit, let's say Linden?
Marty?
Through you, Madam Chair, I guess it would be an enforcement issue that we would have to look at. If it was a common problem associated with that type of business, and we could look at creating a license category to place some type of criteria in place for them to operate their businesses.
Councillor?
Okay. Of setbacks and all that, Madam Chair, we've been dealing with each one individually. Okay, I'm good for now.
Okay, thank you. I have no further speakers on the staff report or for staff. Councillor, could you just turn your microphone off, please? Unless you want to continue speaking, which you can do. Thank you. So I have no further speakers. So, Madam Clerk, just for confirmation, we now move on to dealing with the motions for the specific staff report. Is that accurate?
That's correct, Madam Chair. May I suggest maybe you do the ones that staff have recommended, the housekeeping, the 2 housekeeping ones, and
Yes.
then the ward ones.
Okay, thank you. Yes, so the 2 housekeeping ones. So I'll turn the chair over to Councillor Brenda Johnson, if I may. Okay. Thank you. And so it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Robert Pasuta. And the first one is the proposed official plan amendment and draft rural zoning bylaw, PED 13167C. And this is the following wording be added at the end of regulation 9.12.3.4DI of the proposed rural zoning bylaw, Appendix B, page 31. The wording, but shall not be required adjacent to land zoned extractive industrial M2 zone, end of quote. The full regulation will therefore read as follows. So that verbiage will be replaced with the following. A minimum 1.2 meter high fence shall be provided and maintained around the licensed boundary of a mineral aggregate operation, but shall not be required adjacent to land zoned extractive industrial M2 zoning. And so if I may speak to that,
So it's moved by yourself, seconded by Councillor
Pasuta.
And you're speaking to it, and if
And
anyone
I
else
was,
wants
yes.
to, let me know.
Yeah, if I can speak to it. And this is with regards to the St. Mary's property. And we had, Diana had covered that off in her presentation, that there was some wording that needed to be changed. So this is the first amendment, and then I will have another one that will also deal with the St. Mary's property.
All those in favor?
Carried.
Carried. And you're next, ma'am?
And the next one, thank you, Madam Chair, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Robert Pasuta. And again, it is recommended that E be added to staff report PED 13167C as follows. That official plan amendment Appendix A and amending bylaw Appendix B of PED 13167C as it pertains to lands located at 475, 515, parts of Lot 2, Lot 3, part of Lot 4, and part of Lot 5 on Concession 11 Road East be amended as follows.
And can I stop you there? Everybody's got it in front of them right now. Are there any questions? So we'll just do this because I have a feeling we've got quite a few coming forward. So if
we
you've
have
got
three.
It in front,
we have three.
You've got
three more.
So this is one here. So all those in favor?
Carried.
Carried. Thank you. Next one.
Thank you. So those are the three. And now, if I may, keep the chair over to you, Councillor Johnson. I'd like to move on to my motion.
And I have one as well.
Yes, and so does Councillor Pasuta.
Okay.
All right, so it is moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Pasuta that 8.1 proposed official plan amendment OPA and draft rural zoning bylaw PED 13167C, which is wards 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15, and that staff be directed to. Now, do you want me to read all of this out,
How
or
about just the
everybody has
addresses?
it in front of them?
How about just the addresses? Because I have two long ones here. So just give me the addresses and we'll go from there.
So the single page one is mine,
Right.
and the double page is Councillor Pursuita's.
So this is the
so
one at
the
10?
address on item A, it
Right.
would be 1055 Highway 6.
Right.
Item B would be 524 Concession 6 Road West.
Correct.
Item C is at 167 Highway 5 West.
Correct.
Item D is 67 Concession 6 Road East.
Correct.
Item E is for properties located at 369, 381, 383, 385, and part of 377 Concession 6 Road East.
Correct.
And item F is pertaining to 357 Highway 5 West.
Correct.
And item G, 374 Concession 5 Road West.
Thank you. So all that from A to G, motion has been put forward, it's been seconded. All those in favor?
Carried.
Carried. Thank you.
And Madam Chairman, I'm going to second Councillor Pasuta, so if you would keep the chair, please.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Pasuta, if you want to rhyme off all the addresses in place.
Question 3 to staff. Not supposed to happen, but it may happen today. May I throw amendments out on these as I move forward? I had discussions since yesterday.
Let's go to clerk.
And we're amending it so you can add further amendments.
So, Councillor Pasuta, we're going to start off.
That one is good. We've got the motor vehicle repair shop there.
So 466.
Try this. We have there's 3 on here, and that's at Peters Corners. 2 of them are trucking operations, and one is County Ag Marsh Brothers Tractor. Mr. Marsh has and staff we had a conversation yesterday with staff. He sent a list in of items he would like to try to maintain. We and staff have seen this. Couple he wanted to keep, and I don't know if we're going to have any discussion on this, Madam Chair, but I want to move this along fairly quickly. Got manufacturing on here, and they're okay with that. Talked about a truck terminal retail capabilities, if that was possible. That is the one that's going to be 1379 Highway 5 West.
So truck
Terminal.
terminal, sorry.
Has auto service and sales. That down.
Okay.
Sales of goods. I'm not sure that it goes in here with the conjunction with storage and distribution of chemicals, fertilizer, farm supplies, and machinery, including lawn and garden, which he's already really doing at this point in time. So I don't know.
That's allowed?
So, allowed.
Okay.
Correct so far?
Okay. Is that?
Of course, I said the storage and distribution of chemicals, fertilizer, and farm supplies, and machinery, including lawn and garden, which he is doing now at the present time.
You're correct. The farm supply is already included.
So that.
I'm just picking and choosing here for him because I'm trying to just help him out here. We have sales and leasing of rental and industrial equipment establishment, which
Covered under sale.
covered under sales, I believe, Madam Chair, because they've hadn't done that for years. They were a rental agency for farm and industrial equipment. And we bring that and kind of finesse it at council, so.
Yeah, that's probably a better word.
Through you, Madam Chairman, I was just going to suggest that we can, what we were just trying to do is take this list against the list, the terminology in 05200, because some of these uses would already be permitted under the various, as Diana indicated earlier in her presentation, because the definitions are so broad. So between now and council, we can translate that list. If that's the wish of Planning Committee, we can translate this list into the proper terminology for the purposes of 05200 to be embedded in the councillor's motion, provided it's adopted by Planning Committee today.
Okay, so I'll go to the mover and the seconder.
The other two go ahead. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I'd want to see that happen.
So B. Uh, 557 highway.
There's that one's okay now. That's
Okay,
good.
thank
Staff
you.
worked on that one. Thank you for that.
141.
Breeze Welding. I had a conversation with Mr. Zimmerman last night once again, and we got in, thank you staff, a welding shop including crane service, and he asked about manufacturing because that's what he does there with the crane service in the shop. He manufactures specialty stuff and ships it. That would be 3 minutes.
Madam Chairman, the word manufacturing would have to be added to the range of permitted uses to provide for the flexibility for the property owner seeking on his property.
Another one for wordsmithing?
We would just add after number 3, we would just add a fourth permitted use being manufacturing.
Okay. So we'll just add.
Short Road is fine. That was a long time, years of work on that one. That one's great. Thank you. The next one down, which is 1190 Highway 8, that's the that's fine. The next one down is fine on 565 Brock Road. We have 680 Highway 8, fine. I can add, and there's been some miscommunication with one of my residents who has a business. Any communication anyhow, Madam Chair. It was Millgrove Garden Supplies.
Okay.
Carried.
Thank you. And just Highway 6, and we have Highway 8 goes from Lauderdale all the way over to the former township. Opposite corner, and the other one goes.
Yes, and thank you for just clarifying that, because Highway 8 actually goes from Winona all the way to Kitchener through Flamborough. So in this area, no, and I agree with you 100%. Ida, could I just ask you for a motion for Councillor Pasuta, please, to work with staff? Something he can write it out on. Okay, terrific. And Councillor Johnson, would you like to bring your motion forward now? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Ida, do we need, you've got the orange sheets for us to sign, do you, for those motions?
I'll record them from the yellow sheets.
All right, so we'll sign them and then we'll give them to you. Okay? All right, thank you. All right. Well, thank you very much, committee. Excellent work today. And if I may, can I turn the chair over to you? I want to make some comments, but I think I'd better pass the chair.
We're making comments about 8.1 now before we approve it as amended?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, we are. So we're now on the staff report 8.1 as amended with all of the motions that we've just gone through. And I just want to say thank you to my residents. And thank you to the Flamborough Chamber of Commerce and to Aaron Kirsten. You know, we've been working on this for, I think it's 2.5 years now. There has been a lot of meetings with the community, with residents, with the business community especially. I don't know how many phone calls and meetings that we've had. But it's, you know, as much as it's been a long road, it's something that the City of Hamilton planning staff had to do as a result of the province. So these are provincial requests. And, you know, as a municipality, we are a creature of the province. And, you know, the Greenbelt Act, the Clean Water Act, there's been so much legislation that has come down from the province, you know, since really 1999, even before that. But the ones that are affecting us right now in report 8.1 are to do with all of those. So it hasn't been easy, but we've all worked incredibly hard. And I particularly want to recognize staff. I want to thank them for their patience. I want to thank Heather, Travis, and Diana Yackney, and Joanne Hickey-Evans, Steve Robichaud, and all their team for the work that they have done on this. I know it hasn't been easy. We've had some very difficult public meetings. And, you know, staff don't go into these meetings wanting to tick everybody off and wanting to create anger and mistrust. And in many cases, it is just a result of not communicating the information between people, not, you know, it's the education and the awareness. So I'm pleased to a certain degree that we have come this far and we have done everything that we've done. Is everybody going to be happy? No. There's going to be some businesses that are not going to be happy, but you know, we've, I think, come a long, long way from where we were when we started this process. So those are my comments, Madam Chair, and I thank you for the leeway. I'll take back the chair now. So we're talking on 8.1 on the report itself as amended. Councillor Brenda Johnson.
Yeah, I too want to thank the staff. I think that it's been a long process, and I think this is one file that they are just dying to get off their desks. So thank you very much, everyone, and thank you for meeting with all the, and I'll speak very parochial, for meeting with all my residents who had concerns about their specific issues, their specific properties, and I really appreciate the fact that you sat down and with the idea of problem solving, and I really appreciate that. And I want to thank my colleagues for supporting the motions that I put forward. What I like to do, though, is I like to, in this past, since March 31st, I've been accused of not supporting businesses and not wanting more taxes for our coffers, and I just really want to set that record straight. I'm not opposed to businesses, and I support business and recognize that businesses of all type are key to the success of this city, and I try wherever possible to assist businesses as best as I can. But I am opposed to businesses that are setting up shop in the rural, agricultural, or non-permitted use of properties. I oppose these businesses because they are illegal and they have a negative impact on legal, commercial, industrial tax-paying businesses in our city by having the ability to undercut their prices because their overhead is not as high. Having said that, I commend the landscaper businesses for coming forward and asking that they be made legal and that they in turn will pay their proper share of business taxes. This is good news. But for reasons that I mentioned as I go along, I cannot support taking a paintbrush to our official plan and permit where legal businesses are just to become legal. Land uses are clearly spelled out in our official and secondary plans that went through a very long public consultation process. These plans take into consideration factors of compatibility. It permits the city to plan infrastructure and servicing. It allows us to upgrade our roads and create traffic networks and routes to accommodate trucks and heavy equipment. A plan is in place to manage drainage and other impact on the environment, and a site plan approval process is required to make sure that the site meets those needs. I understand that these are landscaping businesses are not located in the same area, but I do know that by doing this, we are opening a door for many other businesses to step forward and ask for the same consideration. I think you've heard from some of the speakers earlier that there are a lot of businesses out there that will probably come forward and they want to be treated with the same treatment. This is not a slippery slope, as one person wrote me. This is a greased pole. So the last I looked, farmers, this is what the Greenbelt, I asked the gentleman earlier, when's the last time this was at the OMB? It was before the Greenbelt, so therefore the staff have to take the Greenbelt into consideration when they are doing their official plan. I understand that many feel that as long as businesses pay taxes for this good city, well, it's okay, and then why would we have an official plan? Just let them go out and set up shop everywhere. The biggest thing that I have, folks, is that it gives the community a comfort level what to expect next door. It gives them a comfort level to understand that when they move out into the rural area and they're living in the rural area, that that's what's respected around them. We have rural businesses, we have rural farmers, but we don't have commercial that just set up for the sake of setting it up. I would like to ask the following questions to have a better understanding of the impact, though, of this motion. When we do approve this, I'd really like to understand whether or not that we're going to get extra money to fix our roads, because that's what it comes down to. A lot of the businesses out in Ward 11, which is a huge problem, set up shop with heavy machinery, and they chew up my roads. These are non-truck routes, and my roads are getting creamed. So that's the biggest problem that I have right now. We have planning staff who oppose this. No other municipality has this precedence since 2005, and this makes the OMB decision predetermined, in my opinion. So still support the Ag and Rural Affairs Committee, who supported the landscapers as they are growing on site, as well as the businesses owners who did it right and followed the city requirements. As I heard earlier, let's respect the process. So will we be reimbursing all the business owners who did it right and follow the city requirement of setting up your business in a properly zoned area? Yes, there are businesses who were asked about setting up in the rural area and were advised not to. It wasn't permitted, so instead they located in the proper area and they paid the price of their land, went through costly site plan approval process, paid development charges, and paid the cost for required studies. What do we say to those legal businesses? Are we going to reimburse them now? So again, I have to support the Agricultural and Rural Affairs Committee, as well as the businesses who did it properly, and I cannot support 253, but the rest of the
Okay, thank you, Councillor. So you're opposed to 253, but you are in support of the rest of the report. Is that correct? Okay, thank you. Councillor Pasuta, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair Partridge. And there's a couple issues we're going to work through with staff to have them for council meeting coming up. And one was the Garden Supply 682 5th concession. Marty McCann's Brock Road. Need to talk to staff about that because it kind of came up out of nowhere on me. And of course, the 788 Concession Road West, which is on a farm. Once again, there's some new information I need to talk to staff before I'll do anything. So, other than that, this has been a long, tough process for staff. I can tell you from the public meetings and from many calls from my residents and businesses calling into staff, both to Heather Travis and Diana Yackney, that they're very pleasant people to work with. They usually bureaucrats are tough and don't have feelings and don't care. This was a different process, and they respected your work and your job. They talked kindly of you many times through the process that you're trying to help. You weren't trying to cut them off or anything, and you continue to take their calls and try to work with them. I bugged you a lot of times. I felt bad bugging you, especially Heather. I was bugging her, but you know what? Maybe it's saying this the wrong way, but Dan and Heather really matured at their job on here. I can see them as somewhere down the line in a future management job here at the city. So I'd just like to say thanks to Diana Yackney, Heather Travis, Deborah Bleak, and John Hickey Evans, and Steve. Felt a tough, long, enduring job, and we're at this point now. I'd like to say thank you to staff for all your hard work. You get paid. This was above and beyond, and you worked many long nights and weekends on this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, Councillor Pasuta, and I have no other speakers on this report. So, and I have a mover and a seconder on the report, Councillor Pasuta and Councillor Maria Pearson on 8.1 as amended. All in favor? Carried and opposed? Opposed to 253. Thank you, everyone. Excellent work. I thought we were going to be here till 8 o'clock tonight, so. Okay, so next on our agenda, hang on. Up here. So now we're moving on to motions. Members of committee, you will recall that Councillor Jason Farr's motion respecting Hess Village paid duty policing pilot was deferred until receipt of a report from the Police Services Board. That report is included in your agenda as item 9.1I. May I have a motion to receive the report, please? Councillor Chad Collins, Councillor Jason Farr, all in favor? Carried. Okay. Councillor Farr, prior to placing your motion on the floor, we'll first hear from our delegate, Mr. Dean Collette of Sizzle and Coy in Hess Village. Mr. Collette, please come down to the podium. And thank you so much for your patience as we worked through our heavy agenda today. It's appreciated.
That's no problem, actually. It's as you're aware, Madam Chair, I live in your ward, so
yes.
Spending the last 6 hours hearing about Flamborough issues was a bit of a breath of fresh air. It's not always that Flamborough dominates the City Council. And I'll be able to tell my wife, who, by the way, is at term, so she could go at any moment.
Yes.
But we were having a discussion yesterday when we were sitting in our backyard. We live in a little survey, and we back onto, we live in Millgrove, we back onto a farm that's currently growing corn. And one of the questions that she had for me is she's been reading a lot about wind turbines, and she was very worried and concerned because it's quite windy in our backyard that maybe one day it would be turned into a wind turbine farm. Now I can go home and tell her that that's never going to happen.
Yeah, tell her that is never going to happen. We have a moratorium citywide. So.
All right. At any rate, I'm going to be brief today. If you don't mind, I'm just going to have a quick drink of water.
No, please, take your time.
So for those of you that that don't know me, and I do know quite a few of you, my name is Dean Collette, and I am part of a partnership group along with my brother and my other partner Boris. We own 2 establishments in Hess Village called Sizzle and Koi. We are also property owners, as are the majority of the establishment owners in Hess Village. I'm dating myself now, but I believe that other than Jim Scarrett, who owns the Lazy Flamingo, my brother and my partner Boris and I are now the senior owners of establishments in Hess Village. We've been in Hess Village now for close to 18 years. My presentation is brief. I was going to have sort of 3 sections to it. I'm basically going to cut a section out. The one section that I'm going to cut out is sort of the history of the pay duty program and how it came about. I'd be more than happy. Many of you are already aware of it, as Councillor Farr has sort of talked about it before. But if you do have questions on anything, I'm of course will be here and available for that. So the 2 things that I do want to talk about is the first thing is going to be the current perception of Hess Village, and then the second thing I'll talk on when I finish that is the development that led to the situation that caused Hess Village to require paid duties. So this, by the way, this tall, good-looking fellow to my right here, this is Kyle Skinner. He's been our full-time general manager for 11 years. So he's helping me. I'm not completely computer literate when it comes to plugging in a USB and doing a presentation. But behind me as I speak, you'll see various photographs of different patios of establishments in Hess Village. The reason that I decided to bring that today is unfortunately for us, you know, we suffer from a little bit of fatigue, as does, you know, anybody that's really had to talk to me about this issue, particularly Councillor Farr. For the last 7 years, we've been trying to deal with this pay duty issue, because since 2007, my partners and I have contributed over $500,000 to the pay duty program. And it is it's a program that has caused a great amount of duress and stress, not only financially for us, but also in terms of what a lot of the perception that gets floated by the media, and the perception, quite frankly, that people in the city of Hamilton have come to develop of Hess Village over the last 7 or 8 years. As you can see from the photos, and if you click through a couple, you'll see that, you know, as far as streetscape, street level patios go, I would challenge anybody to find a prettier street in all of the city of Hamilton, and that's a direct result of the hard work and quite frankly, the sweat of the owners. And like, if you go out there, for instance, if you were out there this morning at 10:30, and I know this because I see it every day, for instance, at the Gown and Gavel, you're going to see either Jerome or Diana, who are the owners of the building and the business, out sweeping the street in front of the Gown and Gavel. Because we take pride in what we've done here. We all have made significant investments without any help from the city, and we've sort of been labeled as this sort of late night place where young people go and cause trouble. And in actual fact, there's 15 establishments in Hess Village, 10 of which have a vibrant food program. We have a great variety of food, everything from Cuban, Mexican, Asian, Italian, and nobody talks about that. The reason they don't is they talk about the sensational headlines that the media likes to focus on. And quite frankly, even though we haven't had a single major incident in Hess Village this year, there's been no fewer than 8 articles, and I've appeared on radio twice with regards to policing, simply because we continue to have to talk about this unresolved issue with regards to the pay duty program. You know, for us, we would prefer that people would talk about the positive things in Hess Village. You know, Kyle, if you could go to yeah. So again, these are more of these establishments. So this is a photo of something that took place in June. We did our first festival in 9 years, and we did a bit of a moratorium on festivals. I've talked a little bit about ownership, and I'm going to elaborate on it a little bit at the end of my presentation. But the fact of the matter is, the majority of the owners in Hess Village are very responsible owners. And you know, there came a time when the festivals became a little bit bigger than were manageable, and they weren't being run the way that some of us liked them to be run. So there was a bit of a moratorium on festivals. we've decided to bring the festivals back. Now, one of the issues that you have with festivals, you can see how very well attended it was. It started at noon and we ended it at 10:45 at night. This was not a late night raging party that, you know, would upset the neighbors. This is something that families came to. My wife brought my 2-year-old daughter. There was lots of kids there. It was very well attended. Councillor Farr attended. We were grateful that he did that. He actually came and introduced one of the local talented acts that we had. We had, I believe, 9 acts, all from Hamilton. And, you know, a festival like this, we had no city funding for. It was funded by the owners. And it cost us, our net loss on the festival was $25,000. We knew that going in, but we ponied up for it. In order for us to be able to do these things, like in fact, I got an email today from Hamilton Magazine asking us to do joint advertising for all of the restaurants. They want to do a two-page spread. They want it to look like an advertorial. They think that it would be beneficial. I think it would be beneficial. The problem is we're under such financial duress, partly because of the pay duty program and also because of the negative press that we've received in Hess Village, that it's become really, really difficult. A lot of the owners are in survival mode. And when I'm here today, I'm here to tell you that there's 15 different establishments in the village. They all call me for some reason. I'm the de facto spokesperson, I guess the seniority, but also, you know, mixed in with the fact that I've been the one that's sort of been trying to find a political solution for this. And they're very, very stressed about it. Now, you know, one of the things that gets floated in the media all the time is this sort of notion that, well, if the bar owners were more responsible and not so greedy and weren't doing all these things in contravention of the AGCO bylaws, we wouldn't have this problem. Well, let me first of all tell you that there is no area in this city that comes close to the type of scrutiny that we operate under. Nobody. We are under the constant watchful eye, and we welcome it. We don't have an issue with that. Have there been a few rogue owners over the years? Yes, but most of them are non-property owners, are in small establishments, and believe me when I tell you, they do get dealt with by both the police and the AGCO, and they get spun out and moved on. Here's the issue, and here's why there has to be a pay duty program. We were not in charge of development in Hess Village. That was the city's department. And from a period over the last 20 years, which peaked sometime around 2009, we saw the licensed capacity in the village grow immensely to the point where it's at almost 5,000 patrons. Now, if you think of that in perspective, if you have 5,000 people showing up on a Friday or a Saturday night in the summer months to attend, and just 1% of that group is not, shall we say, the best behaved or the most desirable patron, that's 50. If there's 5%, that's 250. So the reason that those pay duties are necessary, no matter how the businesses are operated or who's operating the business, even if the businesses are being operated to a T, and I can tell you on most nights that is what's happening because of the situation that we deal with of being inspected. We know that our numbers are going to be checked. We know that the AGCO is sending inspectors in to check for sobriety and over service. We know that the fire department is always concerned about making sure that we stick to numbers and we do things. We work with the police, we work with the fire. The issue is we're responsible for what happens inside of our premises, but we need to make sure that the 5,000 people that are let out at the end of the night are protected from the 50 to 200 that maybe are there for nefarious reasons. Many of those people don't even go into establishments. So this program is spun from just the actual fact that in a block-and-a-half radius you have 5,000 licensed seats. That responsibility of development didn't fall on my shoulders. It didn't fall on my fellow business owners' shoulders. It fell on the shoulders of the city. We are fine with the city allowing development the way the city sees fit. But at the end of the day, for them to allow the development to happen and then to turn around and say to us as owners, well, now you're responsible to take care of what happens on that street, even though you didn't have the ability to impact the development, in our opinion, is what the major issue we're having here is. It's not whether or not we believe that we should be able to operate our business ad hoc and without responsibility, and whatever happens, fine, we'll just pay a pay duty bill. That's not what happens here. What happens here is you've got a group of individuals that are entrepreneurs. They've poured their life's work and life savings into this. And by the way, most of these establishments were turn-of-the-century homes that I can tell you that the two buildings that we had were in terrible shape when we took them over 11, 12 years ago. But we worked with a local architect and worked very hard to maintain the facade at great expense, but in order to keep the building modernized for modern use. We went the extra mile. We went through all of the proper channels. I saw today they were talking about a lot of, the Westdale issue, some of the issues in Flamborough where people were doing development without actually going through the proper channels. We did go through the proper channels, and we've kept the beauty of the street. Not only have we kept it, we've enhanced it. But for some reason, we seem to get painted in the media, and again, my reason for coming here today is I thought it was important for us to sort of at least have a voice in this. But the fact is, we take great pride in Hess Street. We believe that 11, 12 years ago, when very few people were investing in downtown Hamilton, a lot of us were told we were crazy. Downtown Hamilton, why would you invest your life savings and your life's work in downtown Hamilton? Well, now here we are 12 years later, and of course downtown Hamilton is celebrated across the province, and here we are in Hess Village, and we're sort of given zero credit for that. And do I think that we're largely responsible for it? Of course not. But I do believe we played a part in it. And I do believe that we are of value to this city. I'm here today to say to you that the compromise that Councillor Farr is proposing is not something that we as operators believe is perfect. In a perfect scenario, we wouldn't be paying for pay-use policing. We don't believe that the bylaw is legal. We've had a legal opinion on it. But we all know that if we're going to do a legal challenge with City Hall, we need to have a war chest of $250,000 to do it, and I'm sorry we don't have that. But, what he's proposing, I believe, is a compromise. I've been able to sort of talk to some of the other property owners that have, quite frankly, been pretty steadfast that they don't want to have to pay anything, but they believe that if we can get this compromise, it allows us to once and for all deal with this issue. And it allows us to then concentrate on all the positive things that we have going in Hess Village, to continue to work with the police, to continue to work with the city, and to make Hess Village the jewel that it is without it being a constant strain on us that are property and business owners there, worried about quite frankly, a very, very large and stressful bill. Subject to any questions, that's my presentation today. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Dean. Appreciate that. Do I have any questions for Dean? Seeing none? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Farr.
I almost don't want to because the delegation was, I think, profound enough. So I'll be brief with my questions. You be brief with your answers. Just to confirm a few things, Dean, it has been a long day for everybody, and I appreciate, too, that you have a family you want to get home to. How much did you say, first of all, you paid in policing since yourself?
Since 2007, just my partners and I have spent over $500,000.
Right, and that's just one or two establishments, three.
It was 3, it's now 2. We sold the smaller one, we have the 2 larger ones.
And all the while, you, like every other business person, are paying business taxes, I assume?
Yeah, we pay well over $50,000 a year in property tax. And we also generate a huge amount of all types of level of taxes, from provincial, municipal, federal. I mean, the amount, for instance, we now have to pay two groups. One's called Resound, one's called SOCAN. Just to play music, right. It costs us, for each establishment, $2,500 a year. I mean, we pay on so many different levels.
And many years ago, you told me, and you started my own research through my office 2 summers ago, that was followed up by some media research and now confirmed in the police report we just officially received here in Planning and Economic Development Committee, that you know of no other place where business owners who pay their taxes, who through those taxes get the services like policing and so many others all throughout our city. You know of no other place in the nation that has this sort of two-tiered system where it's exclusive to Hamilton across the nation, where this kind of put it on the backs of the business owners to pay for paid duty police?
Well, part of what I've done over the last 20-odd years that I've been in the business is I travel a lot. The only entertainment district in Canada that I haven't been to, and I'd like to go to because I hear it's great, is in Newfoundland. But I've been to every entertainment district. I've been to the Market. I've been to Crescent Street in Montreal. I've been everywhere, and all of them have special duty police that patrol on the weekends, yet every one of them it's paid for by the municipality. King Street West in Toronto, paid for by the municipality. Crescent Street, Montreal, paid for by the municipality. When I speak to other establishment owners in other municipalities and they hear about our pay duty program, they're quite frankly, they're shocked.
Councillor?
Yep, thank you. Yeah, and primarily that's been the argument. I'm going off the questions that I've worked on, but that's been the argument. And through you, Madam Chair, to Dean, it's unfortunate, but you'd mentioned this. There's been 8 articles just this year alone. We've tried in the past, and we've had a very collaborative effort, I should mention, with the neighbors that sit around the Hess Village Liaison Committee meeting table, the staff, former Councillor Brian McCaddy and I, now Aidan Johnson of Ward 1 at the table, the neighborhood associations, and of course the Hamilton Police Services. We've even attempted to put out positive press releases. Unfortunately, you don't get that kind of attention. But here we are all the while attempting to, and maybe it's partly or more than partly my fault, focusing on this one issue, this unfair, which I think is fair to say, or at least unprecedented anywhere else in Canada, probably North America, where the business owners are paying this service, their taxpayers and everything else, but yet you're getting the negative attention. So would you say the focus was, the focus, unfortunately, how do you balance that focus? How do you contribute that unfortunate attention that you're receiving based on, as you mentioned, the 1% to maybe 5%, I think it's closer to 1 when you consider we permitted with our bylaw 5,000 people in one space. We created this as a municipal government, this entertainment district. How do you defend against that as business people in our entertainment district?
Dean, through the chair.
Okay, so how do I defend?
How do you try to remain positive as business operators when you can't get the kind of attention that focuses on the 4,990 people who are actually enjoying themselves? And you showed the slideshows where we have pride in ownership, where we have people running businesses, trying to be successful, and doing all they can well beyond property standards. And that sort of thing, when you got to compete with that negative aspect of the
So through you, Madam Chair, there's a couple of things at play here. The first one is immediately by alleviating a significant portion of the cost, it allows an environment for the operators to, instead of being worried about being hauled in front of a tribunal in the fall because you're still owing for some of the season's pay duty bills, which has happened to almost all of the operators, we then look to building positive things like the festival that we did. We are in talks with a corporate sponsor right now, Red Bull, to do a family weekend. We were contemplating doing a road closure and turning Hess Street into a snowboard park for 3 days, and that would be a winter event in February. We're in talks with other sponsors about closing Hess Street next summer to put volleyball courts, to do the kinds of things that when people attend, like the day of that festival, most of the people that attended, and we were busy from noon on, most of the people that were there were people that live downtown. And I spoke to one. Actually, it was 2 ladies that were there, and they enjoyed. They came, they listened to the music, they enjoyed lunch, and they said, they've lived here 20-something years, and it was their first time in 20 years having been in Hess Village. One lady had never been, and the reason she said she didn't go is because her daughter goes on Friday nights. Her daughter's 22, and she said, "Well, I don't want to go somewhere that my daughter goes." And It's the perception that Hess Village only caters to a certain crowd. What I can tell you about Hess Village is we have 2 live music venues. A new one just opened. We have a Mexican restaurant. We have an Italian restaurant. We have a Cuban restaurant. We cater to a diverse population. The problem is turning the media attention from the negative, sensationalist, to the reality, which is Hess Village. And I invite anybody to come and meet me on a Friday or Saturday night and do a walkthrough with me at any hour. You know, one of the really horrible blows that happened to Hess Village all happened within the last 3 years is when the two young people lost their lives, one at the Tim Hortons, one at the pita shop. They were murders. They were labeled in the media Hess Village murders. Neither one of them happened in Hess Village. They both happened long after all of the establishments in Hess Village were closed and all of us were gone. They happened after 3:30 in the morning. The perpetrator or the accused in one of the murders was a 49-year-old, known to police, had dealings with police that afternoon, crack dealer. Never been in Hess Village, but the patron who was at the Tim Hortons after the establishments were closed. The second one happened at the pita place. Again, the perpetrators, the accused, were not in Hess Village, but the patron was. After he left Hess Village, he went to the pita place to have something to eat. Yet they're labeled the Hess Village murders. You know, the rest of the city, if something happens, it's a downtown incident. There was a stabbing that took place outside of an establishment on King William and Houston, 1 block east of James, an establishment that's part of the James Street Art Crawl. And yet it didn't name the establishment, which, you know, I'm fine with. It didn't even name where, you know, specifically what it was. All it said was, the headline said downtown stabbing. Whereas if it happens within a block or 2 of Hess Village, it's a Hess Village murder. And those are the kinds of things that we have to overcome. How do we overcome it was your question. My question is by just holding positive events, and making sure that the word gets out as to what Hess Village really is. It's not this nefarious place that some people like to think it is, which is why I brought the photos.
Okay. I'd like everybody to just cut their answers down by, you know, a tenth. Okay. And you have the floor. You have another question.
So the motion also addresses for you, Chair, the willingness for yourself and the business people in Hess Village, our one and only entertainment district in Hamilton, where exclusive to Hamilton, our business owners who pay their taxes have to pay into this paid duty scenario, nowhere else in the nation. You're going to work with Urban Renewal to establish a BIA, or you have a willingness and you've had those conversations? And we have confirmation, in fact, I know already from meetings that we have a much better working relationship with HPS, with Hamilton Police Services, and Superintendent Paul Morris. So how does that assist us as we move forward, hopefully without this unprecedented extra tax you're paying?
Well, for the last, as I said, 17 years that I've been in the village, I've had to deal with numerous changes in the brass and HPS, and sometimes you have a very open and engaging dialogue with whoever is in charge of your particular area, which for Hess Village, there's always the superintendent and the crime manager. The current superintendent is a very forward-thinking, approachable superintendent. He's met with me on numerous occasions. It's a process because it's his first summer. We have to move slowly, but you know, with the attendance figures at the rate that they're at, I believe that there is probably an opportunity to have some ebb and flow with regards to the amount of officers required. Certainly month to month, things change. August is not as busy as June. Those are the kinds of things that once he gets a full season under his belt and him and I have the opportunity to meet on regular occasions, we can address it. The other thing we do is twice a year we have the Hess Village Liaison Committee meeting, which is where we meet with the Hamilton Police Services, the establishment owners, as well as the resident associations. And so we get their feedback, and their feedback, frankly, has been very positive the last few years. They've noticed a change. They like the fact that they can come to us with concerns. We worry about noise bylaw. There are other establishments in the city that operate by having outside patio music, which is against city bylaw. We never go against that bylaw because we always worry about being good neighbors. And so, you know, that's the kind of thing where if we continue to move forward with, I do think that the overall pay duty bill, hopefully if your motion is adopted for the city and for us, will also be reduced.
Hey, Councillor?
Thank you for representing most, if not all, of the operators currently and in the past, as you being a senior owner, Dean, with your excellent delegation. We've worked a long time on this, probably as long as it's taken to prepare for today's rural zoning bylaw. So I'm glad I do have finally the floor to, one way or another, address what, as most of you who were here last term realize, is something that I've been working very hard on and that I inherited as a Ward 2 councillor, unfortunately. He has been very patient, and that reflects the ownership in general in Hess Village as we get to hopefully this 65-35 solution. And I'm glad, and to go full circle, that you referenced and mentioned that this is an entertainment district born of this body or previous body of City Council that said in report PED 12142, quote, "It is expected that the district will attract high volumes of people to many of the businesses encouraged to locate there," end quote, from our own City of Hamilton document. So I appreciate that. I look forward to questions from committee to Dean.
Thank you. Councillor Pasuta, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair Partridge, and welcome, Dean. Just a couple quick questions. I'm just going to go to the 9.11 here, the police report. It talks about patrons, they preload, they drink before they come. I don't remember that in my time, although I didn't attend bars very often. My son, his military's out west, and he's a bouncer. He's 6 inches taller than me and lots of muscle. He works, after military hours, he works as a doorman. And there's a lot of pre-drinking there too, preloading. So when they see them coming in and it looks like they've had enough, they turn them away. They've had issues. Establishments and other ones do that too. Let them in for one drink or for a visit through Madam Chair, you just turn them away.
Okay, so you talked about when you were going to bars, because I'm old enough to remember when last call was 1 o'clock, and I also owned bars when it was 1 o'clock, and that's when things changed in Ontario. I, as an establishment owner, was against the increased hour to 2 a.m. because at that time I felt like instead of giving us an extra hour of commerce, what it was going to do was going to have people go out later, and it was going to sort of create this two-tier drinking. It's an issue they have in Great Britain, where that's why they close pubs at 11. So what happened was people, instead of going out at 9 p.m., now will go out at 11 or 12 p.m. And what do they do between 9 and 11 and 12 is they meet up somewhere to drink. So we employ our own in-house security. Some places use hired companies. We employ our own because we believe that the training is better, just because of the vast amount of experience. I mean, Kyle's been with me for 11 years. I've been doing this over 20, and I can tell you in absolute terms, it's some of the biggest issues that we use pay duties for is returning or refusing people entrance, or refusing them at the point of service because they are intoxicated or show up intoxicated. I can remember an incident that happened a few years ago where a female officer was assaulted, and she was assaulted as a result of us refusing entrance to a patron that we knew was intoxicated. The police came over and intervened. He became irate. I do believe that it was more than just alcohol, and it turned into something that, he ended up getting arrested for assault police. Now, that ends up in a stat sheet that says in Hess Village there was an assault police. And so right away, if anybody that just reads the headline will think, oh, those irresponsible bar owners obviously overserved somebody and ended up hitting a police officer. Well, in actual what happened is we did our job in association with police, and this violent individual who showed up intoxicated was dealt with by them, but that is a stat that is never going to be reflected in a way that makes us look positive.
Thank you, Dean. You answered the question. Councillor Pasuta.
Also in here, it gives some statistics for crime types from 2012 and 2014. There's not a 13. And business in Hess Village at one time was fairly high, and then it kind of dwindled to that they were going. Come back to its day or not when it used to be at its prime?
No. Through you, Madam Chair, the biggest issue that we have and we continue to battle is perception with a more mature crowd attending our dining establishments. As far as at nighttime after midnight, that's also met challenges of other establishments opening around the city and in Burlington. So the numbers are not where they were. And again, the crime stats, I caution you to be very careful when you read crime stats. They first of all, if anybody sort of trips on the curb in Hess Village, it gets noted because there's always eyes and ears there.
Dean, the question was on the growth of the business within Hess Village. It wasn't on crime.
Sorry, it's just he referenced the crime stats, so I apologize.
Okay. Councillor Pasuta?
So, and I'll real quick here on the crime stats. So it's showing up here the percentage increase, 23.5 for violence, 60% for robberies, and 12% for assaults. That's 2012, 2014 statistics. And I heard you say before that some of these crimes have not happened in Hess Village, but outside on King Street and down that way, away from Hess Village. That's my understanding. Through Madam Chair.
Okay. Dean?
Yeah, and also the first thing I'll say with regards to stats is I always caution when you use percentages, because if there was 7 assaults and then there was 9, that'll account for your 23%. So it's actually 2 extra assaults. And what also can happen is, for instance, we had a new owner that came in about 1.5 years ago, and there's these sort of promoters, if you want to call them, that do these one-off parties. And most of the establishments in Hess Village absolutely will not deal with one-off promoters because we know they're there for a cash grab, and we don't know the type of crowd they're going to bring. Well, this new owner didn't know about this. And again, I sort of say that communication would have helped if we were able to communicate to this owner. There was an establishment that ran this one-off party. It wasn't even a night when it wasn't during the season. It was a Thursday night. We weren't even open, but it made the headlines of the paper the next day because somebody was stabbed. And the reason that I bring that up is because you can get multiple assault arrests on that one night from that one party that is not a reflection of Hess Village or the regular crowd that goes there. The owner made a mistake, and he ended up having to call police to come and help because the crowd that they attracted that night was not a good crowd.
Councillor?
Okay, one more question, Madam Chair. Thank you. I'm looking at this, and I'm kind of trying to absorb it. I look at, and bring agriculture in, Councillor Johnson. For fairs, we bring in paid duty officers for the fair weekends, Rockton Fair, Binbrook Fair, Astor Fair, $16,000. Bring them in to other parades. So, talking to pay 65%, something we should be considering for organizations too, because they're paying the full. You don't have, well, you get some teenage Friday night that drink, but other than that, not much happening there, but we have to have police there too. Payment. So, bring that out on the floor at this moment.
Okay, committee.
Can I respond to that?
Excuse me.
No?
Excuse me. No. Go ahead.
So, and maybe, no, that's food
No,
for thought
that's for staff. Yeah.
That's for staff, but,
Yeah.
cut off?
No.
Okay, no, I am. Okay, it's fine. Thanks.
All right. So I have no further speakers. Councillor Aidan Johnson, go ahead, please.
Okay. Thank you very much for doing what is to me a very difficult thing, which is making the case for Hess Village. In Ward 1, which I represent, broadly, Hess Street has the negative reputation that you have described as being an unfair reputation. And you know well the reason why. Most Ward 1ers don't go to Hess Street to enjoy the wonderful food that's there, or to enjoy the clubs, or to admire the beautiful architecture, or to go to the little businesses that are there, like Crush Media and the other little non-restaurant, non-bar businesses that are probably going to be part of the BIA that's forming. Ward 1ers only really experience, if you will, Hess Street in the form of late-night revelers who leave Hess Street and then enter the residential communities, particularly in Strathcona, though also in Kirkendall, and hoot and holler, etc., and make a nuisance of themselves. We need good policing on Hess Street. I think that Councillor Farr's excellent motion is a step toward better policing on Hess Street. I see it also as a sign of maturation for Hess Street. I think Hess Street is sort of coming into its own. I see the sign, I see the formation of a BIA as a very positive thing. I see that as the business community on Hess Street taking responsibility for itself. and plainly you've done that today in coming forward with this delegation and through your collaboration with Councillor Farr. Many Ward 1 people say that their worst fear and the thing they want to protect against is Locke Street becoming Hess Street. And by that, they mean the negative stereotyped image of Hess Street that you very rightly invited us to reject and rethink. However, the thing about stereotypes is that there's often some limited truth in stereotypes. One reason, I think, for ensuring that we have a properly policed Hess Street and a Hess Street where the good businesses that are there now and that are making an effort now are able to continue and are not driven away by excessive police fees, frankly, is so that we don't have negative party elements spilling over onto Locke Street, which I would argue, and maybe you would agree, we'll have the conversation another time, or I'd be pleased to hear your thoughts since you're here in a limited form. I think it would be good to prevent the party energy of Hess Street, if you will, from spilling over into Locke Street. My argument is that Locke Street has a very different destiny from Hess Street. We have to protect Locke Street, and frankly, I see helping Hess Street in its maturation, helping Hess Street with its policing needs. I see that as a way to strengthen Ward 1 and to create some good cooperation between Durand, Kirkendall, and Strathcona, the neighborhoods that are that straddle the border between Wards 1 and 2 at Queen Street. So those are my thoughts, and I'm very grateful for your contributions to the economy, and I'm very grateful for your remarks today. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Collins, were you wanting to be on this list or the staff list? Okay, go ahead, please.
Thanks. Through you to Dean. Dean, I've certainly watched the fantastic growth of Hess Village over the years as it relates to the success of the entrepreneurs there and the huge investments that they've made. And, you know, there was a time, I believe, maybe 15, 20 years ago where Hess Village was the only place to be downtown. And certainly the downtown has a lot of great restaurants, but in terms of that, that entire street entertainment district feel, Hess was the only place to be for a lot of people during the daytime hours, for business people who might work in City Hall or one of the office towers downtown. And at that time it had a very good mix of all age demographics. And so during the daytime hours, as someone who spent a lot of time there, from the lunch hour through the evening hours, you'd have a mature business crowd, and then sort of the younger crowd took over later in the evening, and the music would start up, and the street would fill up, not just the patios, but the street would fill up. And when I read the police report emphasizes the change, or they allude to the change in demographics, and I think, you know, many of us been to Hess Village for a number of years have seen that kind of transformation happen from that business crowd during the day, younger crowd at night, to more of just a district dominated by a younger crowd. And I think there's less people there. I don't have any information to suggest other than my own visits to the village. But I think there's certainly less of a business crowd that's visiting during the daytime hours. And the police are alluding to the fact that that shift in demographics could account for A, the rise in incidents, however you want to keep track of those, and B, the need for more policing. Street changing at any point in time in the short, medium, or long term, are today's demographics, are they going to be, is that the new norm for the village in terms of more of a dance environment, more of a younger crowd almost at all times of the day, or do you see at some point in time it becoming more of a mix, maybe, if I refer to maybe 10, 15 years ago, where it was that one shift during the day almost and a different shift turning the turnstiles during the evening hours? What are your thoughts on that?
Through you, Madam Chair, there's no group of people in the city that want to see a mixed, diverse demographic in Hess Village than the property and bar owners themselves. I don't want to get into finger pointing, but there was a time going back 7 or 8 years ago where there was an owner who came in who had a different vision than everyone else did. And quite frankly, we had no control over what his development ideas and plans were. The city did, but he was allowed to develop in a way. There's really only one building on the street that doesn't have the facade of a turn-of-the-century late 1800s home, and we all know which building it is. It, during construction, collapsed and was turned into, at that time, a big nightclub. Now, they not offering food, not offering, so that sort of was the turning point. And now the people that are in there now are trying hard to get a country bar atmosphere. They're having a challenge with it. One of the challenges is the fact that we suffer from a perception problem. And your point's well taken too, Aidan. And, at the end of the day, we didn't create the development in Hess Village. We only did our own spots. But I can tell you that everybody that's involved that owns property there, we all want to go back to what you described as being a real mixture. Yes, it was busy at night, but we also had the business crowd. We work at it. Mexican just showed up a month ago, which, they were a James Street restaurant, very successful. They had issues with their building. They're now on Hess Street. So they're beside Che, which is serving Cuban food. So you've got Cuban food, you've got Mexican food. Aura is there now. They're on their second owners. The owners from Niagara that came thought that they could be absentee owners from St. Catharines and run their business. It didn't work. They've now sold. The guy that's in there now is a hands-on operator. They're doing quite well. You might have read about their review in the spec. It's homemade Italian food. All of these things are things that incrementally is our goal to get back to where it is. And and to Aidan's point, part of the reason that people in Ward 1 have a negative connotation to Hess Village is it was overbuilt to the point where on a busy Friday night, if people couldn't find parking, they would park in the neighborhood. And so that neighborhood needed to be patrolled. And that's when the 2 patrol cars were put in the neighborhood at our suggestion. We meet with the Kirkendale people. We meet with all 3 neighborhood associations twice a year. And these are all things that, the things that you say that Hess Village that's our plan to get back there. There's development going on. We've got hotels, condominiums. A good friend of mine just bought a condominium that's up the street. He's excited to be able to eat at my restaurant. That's what we want. And the PAYD program is part of it. It's just something that should be a shared responsibility between us and the city, not us alone.
Councillor?
Yeah, and I thank you for those comments. I think most of the comments that I've received over the years as we've dealt with this, and you appropriately described the timelines associated with this issue. It goes back, prior to the days of Councillor Farr's time on council. Most of the people who are calling in or emailing in from my area are comparing Hess to other people places. Regardless of whether you want to call it an entertainment district, you generate a lot of pedestrians and visitors from in and outside the city, much like Art Crawl does now on James Street, much like Lock Street does on weekends. There are people coming from Toronto, have for a decade. I mean, they're the places to be for people. And most people are comparing your area to those other areas and asking why the city should be responsible for the extra costs that are coming with the incidents on the street, whether they're generated by, again, business operations or not. You've appropriately described several situations where incidents have had nothing to do with the operations in Hess Village. But many people are comparing your district to other districts in the city and asking if these places can make it happen without the extra police and without the incidents, why can't Hess do the same? And that's the average person they're calling in from, and they may not be patrons of any of the establishments. They're reading about these things in the newspaper. I'm not certain that the newspaper or other media outlets are making these things up. They're following the news. They're not making the news. But I say it respectfully in the sense that the general public is comparing your area to other people places, other commercial districts, and that's the issue that they're raising. We don't see these incidents in other areas, understanding, again, alcohol is more predominantly sold in your area than maybe arts and crafts and on James Street North. However, there are restaurants, there are bars, there are patios, and those types of incidents aren't happening in those numbers in those areas.
To you, Madam Chair, Aidan brought up Lock Street. Lock Street in total, all licensed establishments, maybe hits 500. we're a block and a half. We're actually smaller than Locke Street. If you go from the West Town all the way up to King, we're smaller. We have 5,000 seats. The concentration of people is the issue. We don't have pay duties in January, but I'm busy in January. I'm full. We don't have pay duties because there's not 15 full bars. There's not the concentration of 5,000 people within a one block, not even a block, a half a block radius. And that's the issue. And that's a development issue. The city allowed that development to happen. And when that development happened, it comes with consequences. One of the consequences is you have to be able to police those people. That consequence is that now, through no fault of our own, has been turned 100% on our lap. Councillor Farr's compromise, it still calls for us to pay 35% of the bill when no one else in the city has to. And I can tell you that my establishment's busy 12 months of the year. I don't have problems in January, February, or March because I'm not putting my patrons on the street with 5,000 people. Yet I'm still willing to pay a portion of it because to both your points and to Councillor Johnson's points, you know, we need to be good neighbors. We need to have that image in the city that's a positive one. So the pay duty is a component of it, and so that's why we support it. We just can't afford to pay for it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. No, I have no other questioners of you, Dean. So move to receive Councillor Johnson and Councillor Aidan Johnson. Thank you very much. Okay, I do have questions of staff though. So far I have Councillor Green, Councillor Pearson, Councillor Johnson. Let me know if anybody else wants to go on the list. Councillor Green, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've certainly been watching this as well over the course of the time that the good councillor's been working on this particular file, and completely can appreciate some of the recommendations that have been put forward in this motion. However, I am finding it a challenge for recommendation A, really to foot 65% of this bill. And I've heard around the council table here, or the committee table here, some very pertinent questions, but I feel like we're missing the wrong question, which kind of alludes to Councillor Pasuda's point, which is how did we get to this point of paid duties at all across the board with festivals and everything else? Because I'm looking at some of the other applications that are coming through. You know, you think about the enrichment fund and how much money we're now deferring back to Hamilton Police Services. And so I feel like we're really asking the wrong question. The question is, are we over-policing, and are we legislating the over-policing of paid duty officers right across the board for all entertainment that we're existing? You know, Madam Chair, we're dealing with a situation here where substantial portions of all special events are going to policing. And so that leads me to my question of how did we get here at all, and is it the city's responsibility, or is it wise for the city to continue to do things like dip into a tax reserve fund to pay for these increasing costs of policing? And so my question through you to, I guess it would be Mr. Leanhurst, who probably might have the most amount of experience in this matter. Based on your experience, sir, I see here that the dollar figure, VPD, is $66 per paid duty. What are the total costs, including administration, on top of that? Is that just the hourly costs for the officer, or is that inclusive of the administration fees that we're hearing about?
So Ken, total costs, please.
Well, I'm going to be speaking from past experience because
yep, that's fine.
I'm not there now for the last year. The cost per hourly rate is the officer's wage, and then there's an additional 15% administrative cost that is added on to from the paid duty office, and then when it goes to collections or over to the city where it now affects the licensing portion, there's an additional 15% on top of that for the administration of collection of the fees.
So an additional, Madam Chair, 30% on top of the $66. So it's fair to say we're up around, sorry? Assuming that it goes to collections, if it does go into collections, we're looking at the possibility of an additional 30% that are administrative in nature, that then puts the onus, Madam Chair, as I understand it correctly, being on the licensing tribunal, puts the onus back on the city to collect funds for police services, Madam Chair, that then go back 100% to Hamilton Police Services. Is that correct?
Ken?
I believe the 15% on the administration portion from the city goes back to the city itself. But the original bill that is sent from the policing over to the city for collections and where licensing is involved is the full cost minus the 15%. So the city actually adds an additional 15% on that bill, and that's retained by the city, but the other money goes back to the police if it's collected.
So we're still, Madam Chair, looking at the 66, which is wages to the police officers, plus 15% admin. And so 15% of the total bill, like we're, you know, it would go back, like if we're on 100,000, we're looking at 15, 20,000 just as in administrative fees for this project.
Ken?
That is correct. It's traditionally the administration fees runs the Office of Special Duty, and also I think there's some vehicle costs included in that.
And would that include, based on your past experience, just hypothetically speaking here, you're not here speaking on behalf of police services, would that include then under their report, section B, the communications dispatcher, and is paid for by Hamilton Police Services by tax dollars? So I just need some clarity on their report, item B, if that's at all, if somebody could comment on that.
All right. So can you comment on the current report?
I can comment on the current report because a lot of that strategy was put together while I was still there. There is a fees, or there are pay duties that are paid for by the police department on top of the 8 officers that are paid for by the bar owners. So if you have the 8 officers that are paid for by the bar owners, there's an additional dispatcher and 2 additional officers that are paid for out of the police budget. Those are the ones that are actually pay duty. And of course, then there are additional officers that do attend the area as well.
I can say, thank you, Madam Chair. I can say that just in recent experience, trying to get a better perspective of this particular program, walking through on a Friday night, which would typically be prime hours, you know, I counted at least 12 or 13. Plus, you have your, these are paid duty, plus regularly dispatched officers who tend to show up from time to time, plus the horse unit, the mounted unit, plus these constables. And again, it leads me back to the original point that I've been trying to make here, is that are we asking the right question? Because what I'm not on for is absorbing the costs of what I consider to be a bad program. I'm not on for that, given how much obligation we're basically going to be accepting what I consider to be a bad policy from the get-go. And we're also not addressing the issues of the rising costs of policing, or perhaps over-policing at our other entertainment and festivals and facility events. I would be very interested in having a full review of how that works globally across all of our programs when it comes to entertainment, so that we can get a better sense in our community where and how we are policing these types of things. So I can completely understand the frustration and the duress that this has caused the bar owners. I certainly understand all the items, particularly in regards to when people are cut from service, Madam Chair, so that they're not on a slow night absorbing the full brunt of this program. But I can't see going back to the tax reserve to cover what I consider to be bad policy. That's the challenge that I'm having right now. And I'd like to have a better, broader conversation with how we're dealing with these situations, whether it is looking at a hybrid solution where paid security, perhaps the district has licensed, I believe, Madam Chair, security are now licensed. They are certified security guards. Is that correct? You know, looking at a situation where there might be a hybrid type program where there are people who are able to handle some of that extra work there. So that's the challenge that I'm having with this, is that I think that, you know, that covering 65% of this cost, plus what I'm reading here, the 15% of the administrative fees, is a lot for the tax roll it's a big burden for us to carry, when I think what we should be doing is reviewing the entire paid duty process. Those are my comments, and I'm looking forward to hearing the other comments around the committee.
I appreciate that, Councillor Green. Thank you. Councillor Pearson, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and certainly thank you to Councillor Green. He raised some of the points that I was going to, and Councillor Pasuta, First and foremost, as longest standing member on Canada Flag Day Festival, I can say, and I did have a chat with Councillor Farr this morning, it's very difficult to sit here and say, well, we'll do this when this volunteer group has for years put on a parade in Stoney Creek, and all of a sudden about, I don't know if it was 4 years ago or whatever, we brought in the new program where now they were responsible for paying, we didn't realize, responsible for paying for the policing to monitor the road closures, all the roads, and also the barricading. That was an extra $7,000 charge to a committee that raised about $15,000 a year to put a parade on. Not 1 cent goes into any committee member's pocket. And it just became an absolute, I hate to say it, I'm not going to say it's just because of this, they've had other incidental things that have happened over the last few years with construction and the battle reenactment events, etc., that have crossed their paths that they've had to hold back on the parade. But I don't believe that this group, they just can't do it. So I wanted to put that on the table. But I'm looking at this and I hear the comment of the presenter and certainly Councillor Farr saying, well, you know, we're the reason that this happened. And I guess for me, I really wish there was a refresher report, because I do remember, and there was a lot of debate and dialogue. This goes back to 2003, I think, when former Mayor Bob Bertina was the ward councillor. And if I remember correctly, there were issues of licenses being requested for licensed establishments, and that's how this came about. And I know Marty's just kind of keening towards me. Maybe Mr. Hazel recalls, through you, Madam Chair. Marty, do you remember that?
Marty, a bit of background on how we got to where we are?
So, through Madam Chair, I'm just not clear on the question.
Well, the comment is that the City of Hamilton created this district. There was a reason back in 2000, well, actually it was 2004. My apologies, Councillor Bertina was voted in 2004. There was a reason that the applications had come forward at that time to increase the number of licensed liquor licensed establishments there, if I'm not correct, and that's where it was looked upon. I'm not sure if by creating a district it gave them some benefits. I wish the historical reports were here, and I don't, Marty, you can embellish on that.
So, through Madam Chair, I'm not exactly clear on all the detail, but I recall that in 2003, 2004, the city created the entertainment district in the licensing bylaw for the purpose of assigning the police costs to the licensed establishments.
Assign, I'm sorry, say that again.
For the purpose of assigning the policing costs to the licensed establishments.
But that was done then in light of the fact of the problems that were being created.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. It wasn't totally because of us that we got here. It was what was going on there. Thank you. I just wanted that on the record because, you know, I hate to sit here and say, well, we caused this problem. Hamilton, the city of Hamilton created it. We tried to address an issue that was going on, and this was the way we could do it, and now we're almost back at square one having to review it. So I too had, and I bless Councillor Farr for everything you've done. Look at, he's lost so much hair over this. I mean, you know. But I really do have a problem with with this as it sits now. I also have a major problem of saying 65% of it's going to come out of our tax stabilization reserve. Tax stabilization reserve. We're not going to have it anymore. And every year we know how much harder it is to go through the budget deliberations and to hold the line on taxes. That's another area where I have a serious problem with this. And I would have liked to have Mike Zagarek here. I know that Councillor Farr probably asked him. But, you know, it seems to be a simple excess route, and I just have a major problem with that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Pearson. Councillor Brenda Johnson, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had the privilege of going on a ride-along on Friday night. They wouldn't give me a gun, but we'll talk about that later. And I did visit the Hess Village. We visited it at about 10:30, 11 o'clock, and then we went back again at 2:30 when all the bars were let out. And it's my understanding when I read this, it's 8 police are paid by the proprietors. While I was there, there was a command central station. There were police on bikes. There were 4 police cars. There was a gray van with 2 gentlemen in it, and Ken will tell me who they are anyways, what department. They told me and I've forgotten. Plus the 8 that were on site. So if I look at the amount of first of all, if anyone in Ward 11 saw that many police in one area, they would have thought there was a mass killing, because we've never seen more than 2 police officers at one time. But having said that, through you to Ken, one quick question. I've just rhymed off a whole whack of probably the most untechnical response of who these people were. Is that a typical night on in your opinion and from your experience? The 8 paid police officers were already walking the up and down the laneways, but all the others that I just mentioned, is that a norm for Friday or Saturday night?
Through you, Madam Chair, through my experience, the command van started coming last couple of years, and that was kind of a central location for the 8 pay duties to report through. It's usually run by the crime manager or a divisional staff sergeant. But on any given night, usually on a Friday or Saturday, the gray van would probably be the ERU, the SWAT team. They are usually in the area when they're not busy. You would have action members, you would have the mounted unit, and you would also have anywhere between 4 to 8 auxiliary officers amongst the other 8 that are paid for as paid duties, and then of course the additional 2 that are in the outside areas that are paid for by the police.
And thank you for that. So we have the 8 paid officers that the proprietors are responsible for. And you have the one that's commanding the command central. You've got the 2 in the gray van. You've got the 2 on the mounted police. You have the 4 on the bikes and 4 cars. So I'm adding up at the most. I'm adding up about 13 on top of the 8. So in theory, we are in fact paying 65% of the policing, in my opinion, because 13 of them are not paid for by the owners, and yet they're present. And we have the 8 that are walking up and down the laneways. So I can't support this at this point in time because we are in fact paying 65% now. We are putting all the resources into this area, especially at 2:30 at night when it's let out, and they're really keeping an eye on the part. And I'm with Councillor Pasuta. If we're going to allow this, then we're going to be jumping on board with the Santa Claus parades, the day parades, the festivals, the heritage days, and the peach festivals and the fairs. They're all responsible, rain or shine, for paid officers. So it doesn't matter if the festival or the fairs or the parades are successful because it rained that day. They still are responsible for that bill. So I sympathize, but at the same time, I really would like to see the proprietors work with the police officers to say, okay, you know what? Incidences are down. Here's where they really are. They're not on our properties. They're further out. But having said that, one of the comments that was made to me on Friday night was that most of the incidents, the serious incidences, were when the 8 paid were not in the summertime. This was more in the fall after the 8 paid were finished their duties and they didn't have to ask for volunteer police officers. But that's just a comment I heard that I have no substantial evidence for that. So having said that, I really appreciate Councillor Farr's compassion into this file. I really appreciate where he's coming from, but if we're going to do for one, we do for all, and at this point in time, I'm not prepared to support it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor. And now I have Councillor Farr, and it's your first time on this.
So comments, questions, and both together?
Yeah, we might as well do it all
together. So this may be my final opportunity to speak because I know we're all tired, and I appreciate all the work that especially my colleagues in the suburbs did today.
And I do have other speakers on the list.
Good. So through you to Marty, just help me refresh my memory. The bars and restaurants, we amended, made an exclusive motion that spoke to security outside of policing. What was that called? Through you, Chair.
Marty?
Through you, Madam Chair, in 2010, City Council approved a bars and nightclubs license category with a number of different restrictions, as well as licensing of security guards and bouncers.
Right. Okay, good. Now, just to the point where I just heard we already are paying 65%, I really think this is the crux of the issue. And I am 100% supportive of you or you or you or you if we want to address these festivals and parades. I have Super Crawl too in this ward and other festivals. And it is insane to me that we pay 75 plus an hour for a police officer or 2 to stand at an intersection and direct traffic. I am with you 100% of the way, and I believe I have the experience and the wherewithal and the passion on this particular paid duty issue to assist in the argument that it is not exclusive to Hamilton. A lot of cities are going through the same thing as it relates to festivals and parades. 65%, you're right, we already do pay it. But you know what's going on in Halifax and Edmonton and Toronto and every other city and every other entertainment district? It's 100%. That's the key to the argument here today. I'm not talking about festivals and parades, and I appreciate that you want to use the comparison, and I completely understand why you would want to use that comparison. It's possibly going to put the Flag Day out of commission, a great tradition in Stoney Creek. I don't want to see that, and I'm with you 100%, 110% to address that issue that's causing the possible demise of that and other smaller festivals in your rural communities. I am with you. I am ready to meet for hours upon hours to help assist with this. But separate from that is this long-standing issue that is exclusive to Hamilton and that we created. Marty, through you, Chair, report PED 12142. This is a staff report, and you recall because we've been working on this forever. It says, quote, Hess Village contributes to Hamilton's offering of arts and entertainment, enhancing the city's vibrancy and its appeal to residents as well as tourists and other visitors. It has been identified in city policy as a special commercial area with key dining and entertainment focuses in the downtown with active spaces. It is therefore expected that the district will attract high volumes of people to many of the businesses encouraged to locate there. Is this staff report PED 12142 something you're familiar with, Marty Hazel, through you, Chair?
Marty?
Through Madam Chair, it is. I don't have that report in front of me, but I believe it was one that was authored by the Urban Renewal Section.
Steve Robichaud, through you, Chair, to Steve. It says here, I said city policy. Is that right, through you, Chair? That Steve? We created this entertainment district through city policy? It has been identified in city policy as a special commercial area. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Chairman, as for Hess Village, as it relates within the downtown secondary plan, it is identified as an entertainment district or a special policy area with unique characteristics and functions in a unique way, and has policies about how it's to evolve over time. So that is correct.
Madam Chair, through you to Steve, any different from Toronto's bordered entertainment districts where crime is a different issue altogether statistically, or Halifax or Edmonton? They have entertainment districts too, defined in policy.
Steve?
Through you, Madam Chairman, that is correct, and the modeling and the concept sort of was an evolution of what was happening in Toronto in terms of the entertainment districts, and that was carried forward. So there was two within the downtown secondary plan area. There was this area, and then there was the King William Theatre District was also identified as sort of an entertainment type district.
Right. Where, again, 100% of the cost is borne on the municipality that created the entertainment district. We are exclusive on this, and think of it this way, if it helps, and I'm willing to use the parallel of the festivals, Madam Chairman. We, the City of Hamilton, held the festival on Wednesday, Brenda. We held the Canada Day Fireworks Festival. And guess what? We, as the corporation of the City of Hamilton, who threw the festival, paid $5,800 for the policing. We paid for paid duty for our festival. So we are actually paying 100% of paid duty for our festivals that we throw, but we're not paying a nickel for our entertainment district that we purport to be very important to tourism and economic development.
Councillor, I know you're passionate, but please don't name other councillors around the table.
Well, you're making these parallels. I think it's really key to the argument.
Okay.
I totally appreciate and understand that you're making that argument.
Then make your argument. Go right ahead, but please do not personally name councillors around the table.
Madam Chair, we held 4 days ago the Canada Day Festival, and we paid $5,800 and change for 100% of the policing for our festival that we held. We have an entertainment district, just one, much smaller than the other cities, much less policing costs than most other cities, if not all, that have exactly the same thing, entertainment districts that pay 100% of the policing costs in paid duty, and we pay none. That's the point I'm trying to make. So, again, all other cities struggle with this issue for events and festivals, and I am right with you. I am right with you. We have it in downtown. It's all over the city. It is an enormous cost, and it is not exclusive to Hamilton as it relates to this, only as it relates to entertainment district, but as festivals go and parades go, it's a problem for a lot of small groups. So the entertainment district is city policy, and we created it. It's quoted in the policy. We expected large crowds, 5,000 in this case is what it's grown to. We encourage large crowds, and quote again, it is expected that the district will attract high volumes of people to many of the businesses encouraged to locate there. And the concentration is bars and restaurants in the policy. Not like Lock Street, where it's a lot of cafes. You heard Dean say there's probably 500 square feet of alcohol being served or 500 attendance versus 5,000. Unlike the arts district that was referenced, which is a lot of the art crawls are essentially art crawls, not a bar and restaurant crawls. There are a few along James North, but the concentration that we determined in our policy for an entertainment district is what we're talking about today. And it's the unfair cost of that pay-duly element of the policy that is exclusive to Hamilton. Hess Village, quote, contributes to Hamilton's offering of arts and entertainment, enhancing the city's vibrancy and its appeal to residents as well as tourists and other visitors. Through you to Marty Hazel, or I don't think we have tourism staff, but to in for Jason Thorne, Steve Robichaud, we have the Pan Am coming up. Would we expect, from an economic development perspective, when we have major events like the ones we're about to host for 2 or 3 weeks, to have the conglomeration of tourists, in this case across the Western Hemisphere, go to the area, the one area we dictate as the tourist area or the area of economic entertainment? Would it be an expectation that Hess Village would be that destination? Isn't that what we built in describing it as such, and the policy behind it through you, Chair? Is it an expectation that our Pan Am visitors will visit our entertainment district, given the tourism aspects of the nature of why we created it in the first place from an economic development perspective?
Thank you, Councillor. Steve?
Through you, Madam Chairman, in my capacity as Chief Planner, I would suggest that the expectation is that tourists and visitors to the city would go to those areas being promoted through our tourism plan relating to the Pan Am event. So whether that is for Hess Village or other parts of the city, if those are the areas we are promoting, then it would be our expectation and our hope that those are the areas that the tourists and the visitors to the city would in fact visit.
So when we go to our website, Madam Chair, we see Hess Village among 9 tourism attractions. It's number 2 on the list. And if I'm a tourist, I'm going to see right up top the list, Hess Village is a place to visit. If you call any of our major hotels downtown, I challenge you to do this tonight and say you're from Chile or New Mexico, and that you got a group of 8 to 10, and I want to know where to go for dining and maybe some dancing and maybe some drinks, God forbid, where I want to go have a good time. Where do you think the hotels, the major hotels downtown, are going to send you? I've done this time and time again, and they always say Hess Village is 2 blocks away or 3 blocks away, turn left. They actually promote Hess Village more than we do as Hamiltonians, because unfortunately there's that 1% or 2% of the 5,000 that we dictated through our policy when we created the entertainment district, giving us a bad name all the time.
All right, Councillor.
What I was saying is, we created an entertainment district, and when we did, we said yes to a high concentration of bars and restaurants, and we said yes to a potential capacity of 5,000. We knew that when we created it. And when you put 5,000 people in any place, unfortunately, and particularly when there may be some alcohol involved, there's 1 or 2%, as was noted by our delegate, I'm so glad he brought it up, that are going to be bad apples, which translates to 30 or 40 people. Anyway, to move on. If you're coming to watch soccer, you're likely going to visit Hess Village. But if we keep up the way we're going, there is an appeal that I have been making on behalf of business people in this community that are getting taxed an extra tax that no other business person in any other community, let alone Hamilton, are getting taxed for policing costs. So from an economic development perspective, let me give you a few stats because they continue to be important, I think, to this argument. For every dollar we generate in the village, we get 2 back in economic spin-off in our city. So it pays for itself. You heard the amount that was paid just to pay duties, but taxes, we gain over 202,000. That was 2012 stats from Hess Village, the patrons we're talking about, or the owners we're talking about. In 2012, we were worth a combined $6 million, the restaurants and bars within the area. We provided a lot more jobs then than now, and the business people are telling me, just as you talk to your business people in your communities, I talk to me, that they can't hire as many people because of this one issue that's costing them on their bottom line, and it's hard for them to market and promote the way they would like to market and promote, and the way we would like them to market and promote our tourism entertainment district area. So they don't, because of this cost, they're having trouble sustaining the kind of employment numbers that we wanted in this entertainment district, because it's also an economic driver in terms of jobs. You saw some slides. It's true. I hope that when you take your police tours, you also notice beyond the people and the many police that are standing around, and they're the ones on the horses as well, that this is beyond property standards, that this is a beautification effort on the parts of these owners, despite some challenges with budgets, I'm sure. And I heard the delegate say, and it's true, tell me where you can find a conglomeration like that that takes that kind of pride. These patios are nice patios. This isn't plastic chairs and plastic cups. They're trying. They're trying to achieve the goals we set out in our establishment of an entertainment district. But they're being charged for extra police where no one else is in these entertainment districts. We've all seen by the delegate that these operators take pride. All of you that have business people, I'm sure you want them to do the same. None, again, are subject to separate taxation. On policing, there are 2012-2014 comparisons in this report. By the way, this police report, the best line was them confirming what we've been studying all along, and that is, this is an exclusive issue to Hamilton. This really is. This is 100% everywhere else, and I'm asking for 65% here. They're still agreeing to 35% here. But this police report notes that this is exclusive to Hamilton, but also statistically, I don't think I've ever seen I see year-to-year comparisons, but they're using the year 2012 and skipping 2013 and going right to 2014. There's all kinds of ways to look at the numbers. Indeed, 23% sounds a lot worse than there was 3 extra of this or that. If you want to talk about what we do and the hard work we do, and mostly unanimous work we do, working with these neighborhood associations around Hess Village, and the bar owners, and the police, and the 2 councillors on this liaison committee, you can imagine the agendas we have when we get into patio season and following patio season. Here's some notes, police notes, because the police report to us, from August 6, 2014. Sergeant Burbidge reviewed Hess Village policing statistics pulled from the paid duty logs for 2013 between May 17th and October 5th, and a year-to-date 214 between May and August. They are appended in the minutes. It was noted that the statistics are relatively steady compared to 2013 and 2014. Maybe that's why. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. We don't have 2013. We're comparing 12 to 14 for whatever reason. I don't know why. The increased City of Hamilton bylaw provincial offenses charges related to infractions such as public urination and illegal parking was what our sergeant talked about, our conduit to the community and the bar owners talked about when he talked about the police issues. But I repeat, it was noted that the statistics are relatively steady from 2013 to 2014. So we still have this issue. And to go full circle, Madam Chair, and I'm just about done, and again, this has taken as long for me as your rural zoning bylaw, so I appreciate the extra time you're allowing me here today. We still have this prevalent, isolated to Hamilton's entertainment district issue that is nowhere else across the country. We still have taxpayers paying business taxes, paying residential taxes, paying over combined probably $230,000, because that was 212 numbers, in taxes annually, but they have to pay the extra tax for these paid duties. And nobody's arguing. You heard the delegate say it. You've never heard me say, we're going to try to tell the police how to police. That's never been part of this argument. This whole concept in this crafted motion, thanks to the help of residents and staff, finance, economic development, my friends in Hess Village, the bar and restaurant owners, all started immediately following the police confirming that the current allotment of paid duty officers needs to stay the same. We're not working toward trying to tell them to do anything less. Frankly, the residents of Kirkendall and Durand and other neighboring communities would not want us to do that anyway. because it's effective. It works. It's the cost. And I've been working this and inherited this from last term until right today. And I've allowed it to be tabled so you can get other interesting percentage stats from police and comments from media. There's 8 articles since we've been tabling this. None of them really help as it relates to the positive things. And for the most part, folks, in my humble opinion, and since I was of age, it has been positive. An important part of our economic development and essential to our tourism in the city of Hamilton. We should be proud and we should work with our entertainment district in Hess Village. And I'm hopeful that the majority of people around this table and ultimately Friday at Council will see that and give it a try. Just try. If you want to amend the 4 years to 3 or the 65 to maybe 55 or 60, I'm willing to barter a little just to try in a pilot program from a tax stabilization reserve that I've never, I don't think in the past, asked to borrow from for a pilot. And I was really big on supporting a pilot yesterday. Just try. Just give me this and we will show you that in 2 or 3 years we can be proud again like other councillors have described Hess Village of the past. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farr. Councillor Collins, please. You're done? Okay. All right, for a second time, Councillor Green.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm going to try. I've certainly heard the impassioned speech, and as I said, I recognize the frustration. However, I'm not on for 65%. I'm not on for 4 years for a pilot. That's not a pilot, that's a term. But what I am on for, and if you would accept this perhaps as a friendly amendment, would be a 50% cost recovery, which would be in the ballpark of $50,000 as I see it based on past numbers. Hopeful that on the other 2 clauses, subsections B and C, that the proper dispatching of the adequate number of police might provide an even lower cost for the bar owners, and provided that the councillor, the good councillor, would be on for a 2-year pilot instead of a 4-year pilot, which would help us better understand, acknowledging that we are into this year already, so it would be this year and next year, basically this season and next season, to see what the numbers fall out on, then I could support this. And I can understand it's not the 65 plus 15, it's 50 plus 2. That I'm willing to do. And at the appropriate time, I would also like to perhaps review our other festivals, and maybe I'll leave that to the next planning committee to craft a motion with staff to open up what paid duties look like in all of our other festivals and entertainment events, to be able to address the problems that I had brought up earlier. So through you, Madam Chair, if the councillor would be willing to present a friendly amendment for 50% recovery over a pilot period of 2 years, which would, for real term, real time, mean this year, the remainder of this season, and the full season of next year, then I would be on for that. And I would hope, perhaps that other councillors might consider meeting Councillor Farr halfway on this one, and I'll just put it out there to see if it'd be okay if he made that amendment.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Green. And I have Councillor Connolly for a first time, please.
Thank you. I've been going back and forth on this, which way to go. It's a real tough one. But I think we have to look at all our policy, like Councillor Green said, and examine what we're going to do for the city. And I did talk to Councillor Farr before the meeting and said to him, are you in favor of adjusting your 65%? And he kind of said yes, not positively, but I can agree with a 2-year pilot, and I can agree with a 50% payback on that. And let's see how it happens. We did make that district a high volume district where we want a lot of people going there. We have 5,000, I hear. I've never been there, to tell you the truth. But we get 5,000 a night. There's a lot of places who'd love to see that in their city. We have to control the 1% or 2% that mess up, but they're going to mess up no matter where it is. It could be on Ottawa Street, it could be on James Street, it could be on any street. It's not just on Hess Street. So we've got to make sure our citizens are protected and safe. So I will support the amendment, the friendly amendment, if it comes to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Conley. I'll turn the chair over, if I can, please, to Councillor Brenda Johnson. I just have a couple of questions, but I'm not sure who could answer this. But through you, Madam Chair, it's regarding police comments in the report. So perhaps Ken could tap into his expertise. But my one question is, it is my understanding that police are not willing to look at adjusting or reducing their current police presence.
Ken?
I can only speak for being a member of the committee when Superintendent Paul Morrison came and we spoke with Councillor Farr, and he indicated at that time that they were not willing to adjust their numbers at that time.
Thank you. And but it's my understanding that with this report, that is still what the situation is. So I'm concerned that, you know, if part of the reason we're thinking of going down this road is to, you know, that the police would be willing to reduce their numbers, that's not what the report says. So, and the other thing is too, through you, Madam Chair, it says right in the report that they are, if I remember correctly, that they're thinking of pulling their volunteer paid duty officers. They're no longer going to have a requirement for that. So how is that going to impact what's happening in Hess Village, and certainly the amount of money that the city would have to pay out? Because if that, and I'm assuming that's those 8 officers, so if they're pulled out, I need to get my head around what that means, what that impact is, through you to Ken.
Ken, are you okay to answer to that?
Not comfortably. I really don't want to speak on behalf of the police department.
Okay.
No,
Sorry, Councillor.
and I do appreciate that, but it clearly says that in the report. So if they're pulling those, pulling the volunteer paid officers out, if they're thinking of stopping that, I think that's going to increase our numbers. You know, we would end up paying more if they would then assign police officers to that and then pay for those. I'm not really sure. And again, we don't have anybody here from finance, so you know, that's a big question mark to me. I would like to find a solution for this. I'm not so sure that the 2 years and the 50% is something that I can live with. I still think, coming back to Councillor Green, your very first comment was that we're not asking the right question. I think this is a bigger picture. This is a more fulsome review, if you will, that we need to perform. I just look at, and I completely appreciate not only your passion but your hard work on this, because, you know, all of us around this table, we work incredibly hard on behalf of our residents and with staff, you know, on so many projects and issues. But I look at the festivals and you know, I appreciate how supportive the councillors from the city have always been on you know, the rural requirements and what we do out in our suburban areas. But you know, I just look at the Santa Claus Parade, $8,000, and you know, in trying to reduce back the police presence and try and bring in more security officers, and it was flat no across the board. They're going to pay the price. This is what we want. No negotiation. And it is crippling. It is crippling for all of our small charitable organizations. I looked at RibFest, that we had the you know, the long weekend at the end of June, and it poured rain for 2.5 days. And yet all the officers were there. They didn't get a reduction in it, you know, and normally there's 50,000 people. They still had 25 because social media was saying, please go do takeout for dinner and bring it back home. But the bottom line is, we need a review across the system. And perhaps I'll ask the question through you, Madam Chair, to whoever can answer this, and it looks like it may be Steve. How do we do a more fulsome review? I know you were making eye contact, but
Well, he was close enough. The other two were talking amongst themselves, so we just automatically went to Steve.
So through you, Madam Chair, this is something that has much broader implications across all of our, and I'm talking about the paid police officer component that is not just in our entertainment district, but it is also for all our charitable organizations. And Steve, so I need to know, A, how would we do that review? And B, the cost implications to the city would be massive if the city then has to pick up the cost of all of the police. So through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I think I'm going to defer to Ken. Steve just sort of did that panic doe in the headlights. So Ken, can you please?
Yes, from you, Madam Chair, the policies created for the police services is the responsibility of the Police Services Board. So my suggestion would be that a motion going back to the Police Services Board for consideration of the entire issue on paid duties would be a good start.
Okay, and thank you. I through you, Madam Chair, that's what I anticipated the answer to be. But, it seems to me we've already done something similar to that, and it got bounced right back to us without the answer and without any negotiation. It is what it is. It'll be what it'll be, etc. So I think this is a real tough one. I understand that, but I can't support it. My residents are constantly saying to me, why should the city taxpayer pick up the costs? Why should we? And Councillor Collins alluded to that in some of his comments. When my residents ask me that, I don't have an answer for them. The answer is no. Because anything we do in our community and in many other communities, we have to pick up, the community picks up the cost, not the taxpayer through the City of Hamilton. So those are my comments. I certainly appreciate everybody's comments around the table, but I'll take back the chair.
Thank you, and I've got Councillor Green would like to be on the list, please.
For the third time, and go right ahead. I have no other speakers on this. Councillor Connolly, you did speak. Yep, thank you. Okay, Councillor Green, go ahead, please.
Madam Chair, just on that point, I think it's worth noting, having just gone through the enrichment process, that we in fact do pay for those paid duty officers through our tax, through our own funding, because the applications that come in list security as one of their fees. And so it might not be through an entertainment district, but it certainly is through an arts and enrichment fund that we're paying for these paid duties. And that's why I think it's worth revisiting. And of course, I'm happy to create a motion and have it go back. And if we don't get an answer, then that opens up maybe even a broader conversation that we need to have with policing. So those are my comments on that particular point. Thank you.
So I will call the question. Thank you. So, I'm sorry? So, sorry, yes. Now, are you moving that amendment?
It is an amendment for 50% all in. That's not 50 plus the 15 in 2 years.
Over 2 years.
Over the course of 2 years. That's this year, starting for this season, and next season to be able to calculate the costs.
So may I?
And so if you're moving that amendment, Councillor Farr, are you going to second that? Would you like to speak to it before you?
Yes, only if Councillor Green words it that Hamilton's Entertainment District spends 50% more than any other. I'm just kidding. I appreciate the, I don't want to dicker or barter. It's far too late for that, and I'm not as good at it as others. But if I would only request, since I brought this way before May 2-4 when the patio season began, that I'd be more than willing, and I appreciate comments about a compromise of 50 over 2 rather than 65 over 4. If we can make it retroactive for the month that the season has begun, I would be very grateful for that, because it's only been about a month or 6 weeks at the most. And I'm sure the bar owners will appreciate that. At the very least, I made an attempt to get something back in this deal, and that would be it. But I very much would support that, and I'll even second it. Thank you.
All right, so you're going to second it. So the amendment is on the table. Councillor Green?
Just so we're clear, there's no admin fees on this, though. So we're very clear about that. Retroactive, yes, but not the and 15% of the total.
Okay, so if I can explain, it ain't a lot of money. It shows up a lot of money, 15% of 100 and whatever it is now, 10. It is not going to be 15% if we take it in-house. I don't know why we charge so much. That administration fee is beyond comprehension that the bar owners of 12 or 14 should have to pay 15% of $100,000+ when you're really paying for sending a bill out every month and getting it back. It really is uncanny to me, and I am very confident to say that if we brought the admin fee in-house, it would be next to nothing. It would be just a quick job from someone in finance to send it, mail out, and receive the payment back. It's beyond comprehension. 15% of 100 grand is $15,000 for a summer of billing. That's why that's in there. I thought we were only talking about A.
Okay, so hang on. So I think if Madam Clerk, and we may want to deal with this separately if you want to do the amendment, but we can't be dickering around the table. I won't have that. And I also won't have making, changes on the fly. Well, because that's when we get into trouble. Councillor Green.
Although I do appreciate your concern, we are allowed to amend motions. But on this particular point, Madam Chair, if the councillor would look at perhaps taking that as an aside and maybe working some of that stuff out to be able to better present the information on that particular item, I think would probably go a long way around the table, Madam Chair, to alleviate any concerns, because as it states now, that is $15,000. And so I would ask that he might consider taking that, removing that from this particular motion to allow this to go through to council, and then at a later date bring it back and deal with that particular point with more information so that we're better informed.
So I think the other suggestion, Madam Clerk, is perhaps that this gets worked out before council, before it comes to council on this particular point. Can you comment on that, please?
If I understand, it's for the 15%, but the rest of the motion will go forward, 50% retroactive, and not the 15 included for 2 years.
With the 2 years. So that would be the amendment. So, Councillor Farr, please go ahead.
Absolutely. I can be very clear about it in 4 days' time. I'm be willing to take it out for now and offer what finance will share with me as what, if it were in-house, would cost. Right now we're looking at essentially 1/3 or even a half, depending on what they're making, of an FTE, literally, to bill 12 establishments over not even a full year. So I'm sure we'll get that number down, and then hopefully it's more palatable. But for our purposes now with the 50/2, I'm more than willing to take it out and bring it back to council.
Okay, and I would think that you need to define what the process is too. Councillor Pearson? Oh, sorry. Oh, Ken, go ahead.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, just a point of clarification, the 15% is usually on billing. So if they're only billing $50,000, it would only be 15% of that. So there's already a reduction of about 7%, if that helps.
So I'm not sure everybody was clear on that. Could you explain that again? Nice and close to the microphone.
So if the billing is reduced by 50%, if we're guesstimating at $100,000, the 15% is only added on to what is billed. So it wouldn't be a total of $15,000, it'd be closer to $7,500.
Oh, I see what you're saying. No, it's $7,500, right? Okay, I think at this juncture with this late time that it really should be dealt with separately so that we all know what we're voting on, okay? Councillor Farr.
So I'm clear, it looked like I got a nodding of the head, but item E then would be, we'll take out that last sentence about the administrative. You turn the 65 into a 50, Ida, that's all you have to do. And you would turn the 4 years into 2 years, that's all you have to do. And then an item E would be that the resolution be made retroactive. Did I get a thumbs up from the mover to the commencement of the 2015 patio season? Yes? So that would be item E. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair, in A, it refers to the 15%, so I would take that out too, right?
So you remove that 15%. So what we're revising then under item A is the 4 years becomes 2 years. The 65% becomes 50%. We eliminate the administrative costs at 15% completely from A. Oh, thank you. And the 30, okay. So are we still dealing with the businesses that are going to be, that choose to be open, would be billed at 35%? So you want that to stay in, Councillor Green? All right, so that's going to be staying in.
Schedule.
That's what paid duty is. Right now, the bylaw says if you close at 11, you don't have to pay. That's still the bylaw. So that's all that refers to. Those who choose to stay open.
So we're making that 50% is what I'm hearing. We're making that 50%. So if I can just turn the chair over to Councillor Dotson, I have one more question for staff. So based on that, how are we going to enforce that? And I think this would probably be to Ken or to Marty. But on the motion, under item C, it says that Schedule 21 of the Business Licensing Bylaw be amended to include all the businesses who choose to remain open and to require that they pay now 50% of the paid duty policing cost. How are we going to know which businesses are staying open when?
Through you, Madam Chair, right now that is information comes back to us through the paid duty office. They make note of who all is open. But through you, Madam Chair, just a point of clarification. Right now, the only people that are charged are people with liquor licenses based on the amount of seats they have, their capacity. Does this motion also include now sub shops and other businesses in the area that are open? All right. I just want a point of clarification.
No, but
Sorry, hang on a second. Please repeat your last comment. Go ahead.
Just for a point of clarification, so that right now, all liquor establishments that close before 11 o'clock are noted through the paid duty, and that's how it's specified. Just on number C, my question is that going to continue on based on liquor capacity, or is it now based on a business license?
Thank you.
So, and thank you, through you, Madam Chair, that is exactly where I was going, because it says all of the businesses. Mm-hmm. It doesn't say all of the businesses with liquor license, it says all of the businesses. And so I appreciate...
Excuse me, folks, go ahead.
Okay, so through you, Madam Chair.
I got you.
I'm getting concerned that we're now getting into really muddying the waters, and as we start, picking at this scab, there's more and more information that it's a big ouch. Thank you. There's more and more information that needs clarity here, and I'm very concerned about that, Madam Chair. So, so I have the floor. I have the floor. Thank you.
Yes, I've got you down there, buddy. It's right here in blood.
Okay. All right.
I did. Twice.
Hey, I'll take the chair back. You too. Opposite corners. Stop it. Okay. You have the chair. I have the floor.
Holy cow.
So thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm concerned about that, and through you to Ken. So, so what do we do with that?
Ken?
The bylaw, the way it is written through you, Madam Chair, is for liquor establishments. And so I would just say the interpretation from my point of view would be remain from liquor establishments.
Thank you.
Thank you. So through you, Madam Chair, I think so we need to adjust that wording. I'm not supporting this, so I'm not the one to do that, but that needs to happen, because right now it says all businesses, and what I'm hearing is that's not what the bylaw says.
Okay.
So I'll take the chair back.
And Councillor Farr would like to speak now.
I think I got that. Councillor Farr.
So if you look at the whereas the owners and operators of existing establishments are united in asserting that the, whoops, sorry, I got the wrong one.
So, Councillor, just to clarify, the whereases are not the important part of the resolution. It is the
Essentially,
resolution.
Through the chair, what I'm referring to is, and it's here in the whereases, there are 2 businesses only that choose to stay open very late, and where paid duty officers need to assert their authority, among other officers. Thank heavens we have our fine women and men in blue to do that. And so they should, if they're benefiting from the policing, they should contribute to the cost. And that is what, and I apologize for the confusion, but that's what we meant by C, that Schedule 21 of the business license bylaw be amended to include all of the businesses who choose to remain open. That's during the 11 to 3 a.m. paid duty time slot. I could even write that in, that they also contribute 50% of the paid duty policing costs. Or they could just close. They're not bars or restaurants, but they attract from those 5,000 patrons. And that's what we were trying to address there. And it is in the whereases. I just failed to share that with you.
All right, so Madam Clerk. So Madam Clerk, I need your comments on this, please, because my understanding is it's not the whereases that carry any weight. It's what's in the actual resolution. So now I'm concerned that we have a bylaw that's going to be pertaining to licensed business owners, liquor license business owners, and we have a resolution that doesn't speak to that at all. So what would be your suggestion?
I'm not familiar with Schedule 21 of the business licensing bylaw. I believe that this was written by bylaw staff. So
that would be my suggestion, is that it be dealt with between now and council. I just, the mover of the amendment, are you all right with that? Absolutely. Okay. All right, so we're taking that out, that C completely? All right, to be dealt with between now and council. So that makes D the new C. Is that correct? Okay. So, Madam Chair, are we at a point that you feel comfortable that we could vote on an amendment? Is it clear as mud, what we're doing? All right, so we'll call the question. So on the amendment, which we have said is the 2 years, the 50%, and the deletion of the 15%, all in favor? Okay, so that's Councillor Connolly, Councillor Pasuta, Councillor Green, Councillor Aidan Johnson, and Councillor Farr in favor, and all those opposed. Okay, now on the main motion as amended, all in favor? Okay, and all those opposed? Okay, thank you, everyone. So, Madam Clerk, that passes. Okay, thank you, and we will deal with the balance at council on Friday. Okay, thank you, everyone. All right, so moving on to notices of motion. Are there any notices of motion? Councillor Collins, please.
Yes, ma'am. It's reads as follows: that staff be directed to report back to council regarding terms of reference and other relevant information related to development and operation of a joint Citizen Council West Harbour Task Force that will consider possible land use scenarios and the development of a neighbourhood plan for the Stewart Street rail yard, and that staff be directed to determine a funding source for the task force.
Did you want to move to waive the rules?
Sure. I mean, it's asking for a report, so I don't think that there's any issue with waiving the rules if that's the case.
Okay, so moved by Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Collins to move the rules. All in favor? Yeah. Carried. Go ahead, please.
Thanks, Madam Chairman. Very briefly, because I know that the day is late and long. As you know, over the years, we've received correspondence and delegations from the many West Harbour residents who've referenced the fact that their desire, and certainly those on council and from across the community, is to see the rail yards relocated from the West Harbour area to open up a good portion of that waterfront property for development, not just for commercial residential, but for open space and green space as well. And as you're well aware, in the past we've entertained delegations from West Harbour residents residing in Councillor Farr's area, asking that council move on again, and we've tried several times before, move on working with other stakeholders, other government stakeholders and non-government stakeholders to investigate the relocation of the yards. And so this motion essentially is responding to a request that Councillor Farr and I have received from Mr. Curran and a number of the residents who reside in that area. We'll receive correspondence a couple of days from now at council, but this is getting ahead of that issue. And they're asking that we pick up the torch again on that issue, that we look for all opportunities and avenues to relocate the rail yard. As you know, we've made a tremendous amount of success in the development of our waterfront over the last number of years, and we have that as one of our top priorities in Council's strategic plan. So this motion seeks to restart that process, and as well, it's asking staff to comment on the neighborhood planning portion for the lands around the rail yards. And as you can recall, last term, one of the last planning meetings we had, we passed several motions related to the harbour lands, specifically around the stadium land area. And absent from that last plan that we received, there's nothing in the secondary plan right now that suggests or that would illustrate to residents what type of land uses we'd see on the rail yard lands if in fact the rail yards were relocated. So the motion seeks to address that issue, which is really a void right now. There really are no answers to provide the community, and it's asking staff to, certainly with the assistance of the ward councillor and the residents contacted us, it's asking that we look at that portion of the plan and seek to address it through some type of a neighborhood planning process. So this recommendation is asking staff to come back with a report that would provide some kind of a guideline and a roadmap as to how we get there, and asking for a funding source as well.
All right, thank you, Councillor Collins, for bringing that forward.
Sorry to be clear, that motion was, staff have assisted with it, so they are aware of the motion that's been
Right,
presented.
and legal has vetted it. Yeah, thank you. Okay, Councillor Aidan Johnson, please.
Just to clarify to Councillor Collins, this pertains to the CN tracks in Ward 1 as well as the Ward 2 rail. Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So you've heard the motion. All in favor? Carried. Any opposed? No? Okay. So moving on to general information. Mr. Robichaud, is there anything? Oh, you're acting. Oh, okay. Marty, any no updates? Okay. No. All right. Councillor Pearson, please.
Madam Chair, yes, I just want to mention, and I know it's been a long day, but I want to say kudos to and all staff aren't here today, but Steve knows, the development in Stony Creek, Treviso Tower, Steve's very well aware of, I'm sure, has completed, and I think it's pretty well full. Everybody's moved in. They love it. But I have to tell you, when we're planning our intensification where this should happen, it pleases me every day as I drive in that there are actually seniors waiting at the bus stop just down the street every single day. Yeah. And I just kudos to staff. It was a right decision. It's blended in with the neighborhood. I've had actually only have one little complaint on the weekend about lighting behind the building, but I'll deal with that. But other than that, I've had no complaints with this development, and I'm really proud of that, and I want to send that message to staff. Excellent job. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Pearson. So, may I have a motion to amend the outstanding business list items in item 11.1A and B? Moved by Councillor Collins, seconded by Councillor Pasuta. All in favor? Carried. That is carried. Thank you. And I believe we need a motion to adjourn. Pearson, Conley, all in favor. Thank you so much, everyone. Well done.